101. Chapter 101. Bang! Ivan fired his gun into the air, aiming directly at the front. As expected, the children of the hero party were too scared to respond, crouching down without any thought of fighting back. If their line of fire detection was more developed, they would have rushed out and attacked the shooter before even noticing the gunshot. That was the fighting style of a superhuman. The way to enhance line of fire detection was simple. It was about stimulating survival instincts while strengthening the body with magic. Perhaps I should change the bullet type. Excuse me. One of the agents who served as his assistant sniper beside him asked, sweating coldly. Ivan, being a rational person, chose to ponder over the question instead of answering it directly. Even if I use an emergency treatment kit, injuries from gunshot wounds can't be completely healed without the help of a priest. Healing potions might work, but healing potions weren't something to be used casually. Ivan was a rational person who knew how to distinguish tools according to their purpose. It was time for appropriate training through trials, not a time to torture young kids by shooting bullets into them. Captain, fire at intervals of 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and 5 minutes. Aim for non-lethal areas if possible, avoiding headshots. Ivan gave brief instructions and left his position. He needed to prepare for the next plan. If only Dmitri or Pavel were here, things would have been easier. Under the supreme command, only field agents were deployed, resulting in a mess of orders. Ivan couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed like he was thinking entirely like a commander. He holstered his gun and pulled out a wire, wrapping it around his wrist. Then, he picked up an axe and a dagger, each firmly in hand, before lifting his head. Originally, he was closer to executing missions than giving orders. So, now it's time to return to his main job. Be suspicious of safe places. As soon as Elfera leaned against the cover, she discovered a note stuck right where her head was and immediately screamed. Eliza. The ground behind the seemingly safe rock suddenly collapsed. Upon hearing her scream, Isabel reached out and managed to lift her up just in time. Thankfully, there weren't any spears or thorns sticking out from the ground. What kind of insane talk is that, Oscar? If it were in clean-up unit, that's what it would mean. I am scared of this country now. Oscar glanced at the trap and nodded. Even that was a trap design that he hadn't noticed beforehand. What's more malicious is that it was positioned opposite to where the gunshots were heard. In other words, if someone hid behind this rock as cover, they would be deliberately lured into falling. Is anyone injured? It hurts like hell, but luckily I can still move. Did everyone get hit in the back? I got hit in the thigh. Oscar glanced at Ecdys's thigh at her words, then quickly averted his gaze. It was irritating, especially for Ecdys, to have mud smeared all over her body from tumbling on the ground wearing unnecessarily flowing clothes. And at the same time, he realized, if it's just that level of impact, it shouldn't hinder their actions. Snipers trained in typical shooting usually aim for the stomach or chest. If there's a different intention, they might aim for areas like the knees, shoulders, or elbows that hinder movement. The head is out of the question. Unless you're guaranteed to accurately hit the head, it's generally too small a target to aim for at a distance. Therefore, in basic shooting training, the aim is always aligned with the center of the body. However, none of the members of this party had suffered such lethal injuries. Ordinary people might just think, it's a training situation, so they're tolerating it, but Oscar was an agent who had undergone a professional training course, up to the trainee level. Therefore, at that moment, he began to feel eerie and creepy. The agent's training level is too good. Basic shooting training is typically for conscripts or is passed over at a cultured level. Shooting skills ultimately aren't applicable to decisive strongmen. And within this forest, there would be at least over 10 agents, maybe even 20. To control the entire mountain, predict the actions and movements of trainees, set traps, and monitor them continuously without rest, how many personnel would be needed? And what's the probability that all those personnel, in long-range sniping, can accurately hit the target without a single mistake? Moreover, this isn't live ammunition. The fact that it's not live ammunition doesn't just blur the trainees' vigilance. Snipers also feel relieved inwardly. Oh, it's not live ammunition, so even if I make a mistake, I won't die. Such relief tends to dull the fingertips of snipers. Considering the number of bullets poured on them in the past 24 hours, what does it mean to hit the target accurately without a single mistake? None of the snipers here are elite agents from the Krasilov Intelligence Directorate. This is the hidden strength of the Krasilov Surveillance Command. At least, that's one aspect of it. Even frontline agents mobilized for trainee guidance can achieve flawless sniping regardless of day or night and distance. And the fact that such highly valuable personnel can be consumed solely in trainee education. Oscar looked into the forest with a contemplative gaze before following the departing group. Operation Area North, an altitude of 250 m located at 12 o'clock on the tactical map. In the dense bushes of summer foliage, Ivan slowly raised his head. In the distance, he heard the rustling, the sound of grass leaves colliding. When focusing on his hearing as much as possible, he could distinguish the sounds of 42 different animals. If you understand that each animal has differences in stride, weight, center of gravity, and walking style, it's a level anyone can reach through training. Therefore, the fact that he heard a sound from none of the 42 species of wild animals means only one thing. In this place, where civilians and military forces are both present, the appearance of a bipedal entity weighing over 100 kg indicates the intrusion of humans or humanoid beings. They've arrived. Unable to determine the opponent's audible range, Ivan slowly rose while holding his breath. There are no traps or traces nearby. Deploying such things would only stimulate the opponent's vigilance. Due to the need to distinguish opponents at a distance by sound, all nearby forces have been introduced. This means that friendly identification is unnecessary. Therefore, before his eyes, those who appeared beyond the restricted access line for civilians are all enemies. It's a simple story. In the forest, within the operational range, allies are alone, and any other entities are assumed to be enemies. It was always a reconnaissance mission, and Ivan had never failed a reconnaissance mission. The opponent might not be at the level of elite soldiers residing in the castle of 7 dragons. Is this the right direction? A voice came from a distance. Ivan silently climbed onto a tree trunk, focusing on his hearing and vision. Between trees and among lush leaves, something was rustling and moving. There are about 30 of them, all armed except for 2 entities. A small voice followed. There are no traces of humans at all. Is this place really correct? Are you doubting it now? We've never doubted the eye, but it's strange, making a fuss about a catastrophe since morning. Catastrophe, a magician? The expression human, it's not human, elves of course not. Elves wouldn't speak so politely. Ivan frowned as he caught a glimpse of the faint gleam of a sergeant's insignia between the trees. They're not wearing camouflage. Either they lack field experience or they belong to a tribe that dislikes camouflage. Among demons, there were several tribes like that. Some tribes specialized in open field combat, and they refused camouflage to demonstrate their own valor. Naturally, most of those who made such foolish choices were extinct. Soon, the figures beyond the forest approached closer. At that moment, Ivan identified the enemy's identity. He quickly confirmed the forces and hid deeper into the forest. HQ, this is O1. O1, receiving from HQ. Ivan pressed his ear and spoke in a low voice. Operation A12 is aborted. Situation C2 has arisen. Understood, Situation C2, confirming. Yes, what's the status of the strike team on site? Strike Team 7 is engaged. Ivan recalled the operation map in his mind. If Team 7 is engaged, then Team 3 is on standby, and Team 5 is on rest. Contact 5-1. Implement Response 2 for Situation C2. Confirmed. Response 2 for Situation C2. What's the implementation time? 10 minutes from now. Confirmed. Operation Crisis Imposition. Implementation at 12:32 hours. After the final acknowledgement, Ivan sheathed his axe at his waist and held a dagger in his right hand, extending his arm. The protagonists need to become stronger than they are now. According to Academy Clicks, it's impossible to strengthen the protagonist through training. Therefore, the protagonists need crisis and trials. Up to this point, these were Ivan's initial thoughts when formulating the plan. So, if we take one step further from here, according to Academy training camps, it's common for enemies to launch attacks. Naturally, there's no other way to reach this point. Ivan is a rational person. And if we add another layer of thought from the perspective of an agent, if the attackers are not all amateurs, it's possible to guide them to suitable positions for attack. If the attackers are competent enough, they could serve as good sparring partners for the reconnaissance command, agents lacking real combat experience. At this point, the hypothetical enemy forces that can be anticipated are as follows: Prince factions, remnants of the suckling nobility, rebels from other countries, international terrorist organizations. Up to here, these are the problems that the reconnaissance command agents need to solve. However, in this academy setting, there was one more anticipated attacking force. A deeply rooted antagonistic force, ranging from trained terrorism to surprise attacks during practical lessons. The demons. Naturally, this is a trial that the protagonists must overcome. The Reconnaissance Command is an intelligence organization, not an extermination unit. Contrary to the misconceptions of many, the extermination unit has only been deployed once in history in a full-scale battle. The demons are to be dealt with by the protagonists, but the protagonists believe that the Reconnaissance Command agents will protect them. And that is, a trial cannot be avoided. This line appears in a famous Earth novel: if you have enough courage, turn life into a trial. In simpler terms, it means something like trials that cannot kill me make me stronger. Ivan knows this truth is correct because his life has been like that. And as a rational educator, he should be able to teach the trainees the lessons he has learned. By skillfully arranging unbeatable trials through appropriate difficulty adjustment and situational control. Gah! Isabel raised her knife, aiming at the direction where the sound came from, hesitatingly stepping back. What nonsense is he trying to pull now? Sadly, there was no longer the kindly, warm, and gentle. There never was gentleman in her heart. Only the monster who dragged college students to the countryside during vacation for dates and then went on a shooting spree remained. But now, the situation was different. With a scream, a large, well-camouflaged agent emerged from the forest, causing chaos in the group. What's this? Training 2. Run away. The agent stumbled, coughing up blood, then collapsed. The party fell into instant disarray. Ala, are you okay? As Ectasis screamed and rushed forward, bang. Gunfire rang out and blood sprayed from the agent's back. Soon, with the next shot, a small mound of dirt flew up from Ectasis' feet as well. She screamed and quickly hid behind cover. If Ivan had seen it, it would have earned her extra points for swift cover. What's happening? What's going on? Ariel bullets. Everyone take cover for now. Along with Oscar's shout, gunfire continued. Groans of pain and the sound of someone running through the woods followed. An ambush. Are those gentlemen being attacked right now? I think so. Then who's going to protect us? The four of them looked at each other simultaneously, then scanned the forest beyond with terrified faces. Under the sunny sky of a beautiful summer day, the forest fell eerily silent. Read Falu novels online at 102. Chapter 102. The laws of RPG exist. It's like level design rules for game developers. For example, when creating a map, make exploration diverse, but place regular paths with clear visibility for progress direction. It's not mandatory to strictly adhere to them, but for convenience, it's better to follow them to a reasonable extent. And naturally, Ivan was aware of this information. Kim Sun-woo's hobby during his lifetime was leaving 5,700 character critiques and advice on various contents. It's a basic courtesy to back up one's advice with proper qualifications when giving advice to creators, and his advice didn't discriminate by genre. It means he didn't discriminate by genre in games, comics, and web novels. He lived by posting negative comments on all accessible content. Therefore, he also had a profound knowledge of these types of games. Now let's assume. Here is a novice party with an average level of 510. It's a party composed of a warrior, a bard, subclass berserker, a knight, subclass rogue, and a wizard, mind sorcery. A combination that cannot understand alternative design philosophies. They are novices who haven't even learned a proper attack skill. They have barely passed the tutorial content. What enemies should they encounter in the hunting ground? If there were goblins, it would have been nice. Ivan pressed the trigger while watching the orc horde. With a clattering sound, the trees collapsed, splitting the horde in half. Orcs screamed individually. Watching them from a distance, Ivan once again mapped out the plan in his mind. Orc warriors specialized in group battles are formidable opponents for novices. With that number, the current party can never win. Then, here's the level design that needs to be done here. First, yes. Adjust random encounters to less than 5 at a time with a ratio of 2-3, 5 for battle, rest, movement. Just enough for occasional growth needs. And you are too strong for a boss of this stage. Ivan muttered under his breath while looking down at the whimpering orc with a muzzle in its mouth. The orc looked up at Ivan with tears in its eyes. There was an incomprehensible fear of the unknown. Perhaps it's only natural. With their small heads, orcs would find it difficult to comprehend civilization and common sense. Ivan sniffed the smell of cortisol mixed with the orc's odor and observed its eyes. There are some common mechanisms among vertebrates that pretend to feel emotions. When the hypothalamus awakens survival instincts in fear, physiological reactions occur, such as pupil dilation, increased heart rate, muscle tension, activation of the sympathetic nervous system leading to vasoconstriction, resulting in paleness, increased trembling, and cold sweat. Meanwhile, cortisol begins to be secreted in the endocrine glands. This is where it starts. It's the smell of someone scared out of their wits. In the extermination unit, they called this situation easily verifiable state. Ivan tore open the mouth of the potion and placed his hand on the orc's mouth. You must be curious, Ivan whispered while tightly gripping the orc's head. It could be expected. How could he secretly abduct them? And when did he start lurking here? And how did he know we were coming and waiting here? Well, those were the things to wonder about. There is only one answer to all those questions: common sense judgment, and there is no way or intention to teach such common sense to such a different species. So, as an efficient agent, what he should do is not answer, just ask. I also have many questions for you. Ivan had only planned this move with the certainty that the assailant would arrive. That is, it also meant that he didn't know who the assailant was and how they could penetrate all the way to the southern region of Krasilov. So, who exactly paved the way? From where do they cooperate with the demons? How many more demon strike forces are there? Are the demons currently building a unified system, or are they still divided? How did they anticipate the hero party gathering in this rural area at the start of the vacation? Where did they acquire that information? In fact, this is a very significant issue. He hasn't received approval for this situation from Elizaveta yet. His superior approval line consists solely of Elizaveta, and she is not one to share this information with anyone else. So how on earth did these vultures penetrate into the heart of Krasilov, confidently strutting around fully armed with elite battle gear? As such, the Counterintelligence Command is inherently curious. And unlike most curious mischief makers, the Counterintelligence Command had various means for proactive information gathering. Ivan slowly began to unpack his belongings, releasing the terrified orc's head. Tick-tock, taking out entirely inconspicuous tools. Fortunately, we have plenty of time, since the students' training is expected to proceed very slowly. The orc closed its eyes tightly upon hearing those words. Stop, woefew the sun is setting. Already has it come to that, what time is it now? No one has a watch, Huff, anyway, just a bit. Let's rest for a while. The party members slumped into disarray. Elphara, attempting to ignite a fire in the chilly forest air, stopped abruptly, shivering. When darkness falls, campfires are always comforting. That's common sense. Elphara murmured nervously, fidgeting her fingers with a frightened expression. Il set up some booby traps around the campsite. You know how to do that. After being caught a few times, I figured it out. Ecdysis stood up with a chuckle and disappeared into the forest. Isabel nodded. Well, it's common sense to set traps near the campsite. Oscar, today, I'll take the second watch. I am still okay, Isabel. Oh, come on, did you even sleep for 3 hours? Thank you. Rotating shifts for campfire watches was, of course, common sense. If someone took on the arduous duty of second or third watch, they should receive consideration the next day. As this was basic party etiquette, Isabel casually dropped her backpack and pulled out a nutrition bar. It tasted corrupt, bitter, and unpleasantly sticky. It's hard to describe the taste, but it's emergency rations that don't require cooking, suitable for field consumption in situations where you can't build a fire. Now I understand why this was packed in the luggage. That lunatic. Zip. Isabel, unwittingly, looked up at the sky after tearing open the nutrition bar. The sun was setting. What day is it today? 3 days. Oh, we've been in this forest for 5 days. That's really strange. Why hasn't the army come? Well, it's such a remote place that, in reality, they might not even know that the demons attacked here, do they? Oscar replied bitterly. He's right. This place is the heart of nowhere, with no major cities or even nearby villages, just an isolated mountain. How many mountains like this are there in Krasilov? There aren't even any military bases nearby. They probably chose this training ground based on those factors. But on the flip side, doesn't that mean it's also a favorable environment for infiltration by the demons? How on earth did the demons make it all the way here? I don't know. And what do they hope to achieve by coming here? Isabel's eyes were still fixed on the sky. It was the time when the evening, tinged with purple, gradually turned closer to navy blue. Amidst that, counting the clusters of stars shining blue, Isabel continued quietly. Oscar, what do you think? You took night classes in Tyles. Maybe could it be us? If they're a demons, they might want to deal with the hero party. How could they know? The moment Isabel spoke, Oscar felt a chilling sensation creeping over his head. Mr. Ivan wouldn't have disclosed it. If he saw demons in your personality, he would have crushed your head without hesitation. Yes, and Mr. Yermov is probably in a very high position, even within the Counterintelligence Command. Yeah, so, are there spies within the Counterintelligence Command? Or, if we're not the target? Yes. Remember those orc guys who attacked us? It's a bit too to call them assassins deployed in an infiltration mission, given their disruptive behavior. Indeed. After making a scene like that, how could they struggle to infiltrate from that distant demon-inhabited area to here, just to, at most, kill the four of us? Doesn't that seem strange? Isabel, our lives are more valuable. Isabel chuckled. She gestured around without saying a word. If we're so valuable, then why are we still in this mess? That was the sentiment behind her gesture, and soon she smiled and turned her head. If your theory is correct, then why didn't they just attack all at once instead of coming in divided groups? Oscar chastised himself for not even considering such a simple thought. It was obviously odd behavior. Assassins infiltrating deep into enemy territory, slowly attacking their targets over 3 days, even sending them in groups of 2 or 3. Does that make any sense? Then these guys' target isn't us. Isabel looked at Oscar. Her eyes were shining with a deep blue light. What if their target isn't us but something bigger, something more sinister? And what if we're just incidental, mere encounters during the execution of their plan, fighting patrol units patrolling the area? If the demons are planning something here on this mountain? And if both us and the counterintelligence command agents were unwittingly drawn into the situation by an incredible coincidence? And if it's because Mr. Yermov went alone to thwart the demonic grand plan during that process, that he's unable to save us now? When this thought dawned on her, Elphira suddenly murmured, "Once a seal is found, it will be released within a short period." What? That's what Mr. Yermov said. It's about the common sense of seals. As soon as they heard the word common sense, the entire party shuddered. If we happen to discover something then, an uncontrollable situation will erupt within a short period. It's not just us who are in danger. Mr. Yermov is in the same boat. Think about it. If Mr. Yermov had even a little leeway, would he have left me know? Would he have abandoned us like this? Excluding the strange words heard in between, it's a pretty valid assumption. Ivan is not the type to abandon the students he has led in such a situation just to save his own life. So, even after facing at least 5 skirmishes with the orc battle group so far, Ivan hasn't appeared yet. Doesn't that mean he's in a situation where he can't show up right now? As Isabel reached this conclusion, she nodded quietly. This time, let's save Mr. Yermov. What's the plan? Oscar's question was valid. If demons have infiltrated and are conducting a large-scale operation, and even Ivan, a powerful agent of the counterintelligence command, couldn't stop it. Isn't it something only 4 university students can't handle? It might be better to quickly descend, as planned, and call for backup. Elphira's right. If Mr. Yermov taught us that as common sense, there must have been some reason. We may not have much time. But isn't that just speculation? At least Mr. Yermov probably doesn't have much time. He might even be dying as we speak. Isabel's eyes sparkled brightly. Anger, anxiety, and worry were swirling within her. Let's save him. We all owe Mr. Yermov our lives, don't we? Let's save Mr. Yermov and Oscar. Yes. Isabel still smiled with fiery eyes, but with innocence. The demons have appeared and we have swords, like our parents. Oscar, son of Jill Burr, a knight from Tyles. Let's raise our swords not for strength, but for righteousness. A field agent who had been listening intently from a distance choked up, tears streaming down his face as he finished his report. Read Fallow novels online at 103. Chapter 103. If the attackers didn't send a strike team to ambush the hero party, then from the opponent's perspective, it was simply a chance encounter during their patrol that led to the battle. From that moment on, the positions of the attacker and the ambushed were reversed. Now the prey would hunt the hunter. Isabel lurked, gripping the knife handle tightly with sweaty hands amid the tension. Wrestle. A loud noise came from the bushes. It was the sound of someone pushing through the dense foliage forcibly. And soon, the squeak of metal friction was heard, the sound of heavy armor and the periodic tapping of a long staff on the ground. Ah, so that's why Uncle emphasized focusing on sound. Isabel finally realized. Yes, that's it. It's not just because superhumans are faster and stronger that they have overwhelming superiority over other humans. Hearing, vision, touch, and spatial awareness, cognitive abilities. The moment they enhance magic in their nerves, all sensory systems transcend those of humans. In the realm of superhumans, beings other than superhumans can never assault them. Understanding the opponent's position through sound and smell is common sense for superhumans. Tap. Isabel calmly grasped the hand's signal for backup. It was a prearranged code. To extend the hand and shake it twice. It meant wait. And soon, 4 orcs appeared in their sight. 4. There were 2 more than the first encounter. Probably to supplement the forces due to the gradual disappearance of the scout team. It was expected. It would have been difficult to deal with them if it were the first encounter, but not anymore. Isabel had already experienced enough battles with orcs. What was it again? A well-trained agent does not falter in the same situation, Ivan said. Isabel tightened her grip on the knife handle, recalling Ivan's voice. A little closer, just a little more. Something long that wouldn't be visible in the orc's field of vision, the moment it crossed that line. Now. Isabel tightly clenched her outstretched hand and shook it 3 times back and forth. Swoosh. With a thin sound cutting through the air, an invisible small dagger flew and severed the line. It was Elfera's sniper shot. The orcs reacted as soon as they heard the sound, gripping their spears. Agile. Certainly, they were formidable opponents to face head-on. Elite soldiers capable of infiltrating even into the depths of Chrysalov. Isabel swallowed her saliva and stood up. Oscar. Yes. From different directions, Isabel and Oscar rushed simultaneously. The sight of orcs screaming in their eerie language and raising their spears was seen. And in the midst of it, Qua. A thick wooden pillar fell like a stamp. 1 orc collapsed, and the other 3 jumped in confusion in different directions. Ashi. Isabel shouted as she swung her sword towards the orc rushing towards her. Soon, Ecdysis, who had been crouching behind the bushes, jumped out and struck the orc's back. Kong. Huh. The orc staggered in the air, losing balance. Isabel quickly thrust her sword into the gap in the armor and twisted her body to evade. What happened to Oscar? Isabel and Ecdysis immediately turned their gaze in the direction Oscar had rushed. Whoosh! They saw a fist-sized fiery meteorite crashing down on the orc's head as he swung his axe spear down on Oscar's shield. Is it over? It's already done over there. Good. The fleeing orc had fallen into a trap set by Ecdysis. At least he wouldn't feel unjust, given that he fell into a trap using a spear that his own comrades used. Isabel wiped the sweat off her brow and scanned the gathering party members. Anyone injured? If you prepare this much and still get hurt, you're not even human anymore. Wasn't Elfera safe? In this forest, safe. Well, in any case, no one seems to be hurt, Miss Isabel. Isabel smiled contentedly as she surveyed the party. They were getting better and better coordinated. Their roles were clear and they synchronized well. Perhaps our parents used to travel together like this. It feels somewhat satisfying. Isabel wiped the blood off her blade and smiled ruefully. A trap in the place where you evade traps. Impressive adaptability, Ecdysis, isn't it? Hee, that's just common sense. Just call me Eshi, Oscar. By the way, I hope you don't call me by a nickname. If possible, please refer to me properly as Lady Greykenkos, rather than using an informal tone like Elfera, please. I'll be the one to smack whoever calls me by a nickname. Elfera was laughing despite saying that. Seeing her like that, Isabel and the rest of the party burst into laughter together. in the forest full of traps and enemies, even in the process of unraveling the conspiracy of the demons whose identity and purpose were unknown. It felt somewhat ambiguous, yet not bad at all to come together as one heart to vanquish the demons who tread on human land and rescue the grateful mentor. Eyes? Ivan asked, setting down the handsaw. The orc formerly was panting heavily, looking up at Ivan with unfocused eyes. Crack and the sound of a bottle cap being torn open echoed. The orc trembled, froth bubbling at his lips. It's true, let go of it that thing. Rather kill me. Why such a resentful tone? There's still much to be curious about. Everyone said everything they knew. It's true. Please, let me live. No, kill me. I really don't know anymore. I commend your loyalty and patience, despite enduring such severe hardships. Ivan slowly poured healing potion onto the orc's wound. Merely the fact that you, despite undergoing such severe suffering, refused to speak, is proof that you're better than many of the trash back home. What nonsense is that? I told you everything I knew. Are you asking me to believe that now? Ivan gestured towards a long rod lying beside the orc. It was a magical artifact that looked extremely suspicious, with a jet-black crystal embedded at the tip. Naturally, such items were not to be touched or moved directly. It was due to the sinister wisdom the demons had acquired during the long war with the humans. Humans have a habit of collecting mysterious or peculiar objects. Immediately after realizing this trait, the demons began mass-producing objects that only looked plausible and began planting various curses on them. Already struggling on the front lines, with a depleted national physique, poor education levels, and hungry conscripts, they couldn't easily resist the temptation of such treasures. Even Ivan had once lost sight for 3 days during a skirmish. It was right after he had picked up a sharply honed steel axe. Fortunately, Ivan could substitute vision with hearing, so he safely overcame the ordeal. There was a lament from Enrique wondering why he got cursed just for picking up something like that. Anyway, the most important lesson from those countless experiences was this. One should never touch strange artifacts dropped by demons without detailed inspection. It's true, just let me hold that thing once. Do you think such a trick would work? I think I'm really going crazy. Just kill me. The orc seemed resigned. Even the terror of the healing potion couldn't open the mouth of this resilient warrior. Ivan inwardly expressed his respect. The amount of healing potion poured into the body of this guy was already beyond the lethal dose. Since healing potions are not poisonous, there is no concept of a lethal dose, because it's good for the body. No, I should make a reasonable statement. The artifact attached to the end of the staff suddenly ordered the army to come to this place. Did this artifact intermittently show the future and provide routes to penetrate the attention of the Kryzlov military? Is there anyone in the world who believes such nonsense and speaks of it, enduring all that torture, even the indoctrination process? The scout command, especially those from the cleans-up unit, could never withstand it sober. My thought is this, orc. The Kryzlov military commander, or perhaps some disgruntled nobles. Maybe nobles of revenge harbored dissatisfaction with the royal family. The reasons might be resentment from past humiliations or checks on royal authority. Ivan slowly looked down at the orc's eyes and continued. During this process, they might have thought of using you as mercenaries. When humans are used, it creates complications, but with demons, they just become targets for eradication. Even if they capture you to obtain testimony, demon testimony cannot be used as evidence in human courts. How convenient. But they must have thought it impossible to trespass Frechenkaya with such a small force. They needed a larger army. However, how could they summon an army? The answer is simple. Assassinate the members of the hero party. The members of the hero party. That's what? Disgusting. Ivan frowned at the orc, attempting the advanced act of pretending. He was even doing it quite well, even managing to make a genuinely aggrieved expression. But a trained agent never tailored situations based on outwardly displayed emotions. Everything must be resolved rationally through common sense and evidence. What you didn't know, or what those who bought you hid from you, is that me and my subordinates were here. So speak. Who is it? At this point, the orc shaman tightly closed his eyes and gave up on answering. Ivan nodded and granted a comfortable end to this loyal demon. Iklanke. Ivan turned his head, extending the bloody axe. There are still 4 orcs alive in this place. They have only chosen those fellows who seem too strong for Isabel's party to win against at the moment. And in the demon society, where power is synonymous with authority, being a strong individual means a higher rank. In other words, here are the commanding level individuals of these raiding parties. These fellows were more likely to know something than other warrior ranks. Sigh. The headless shaman collapsed into the bushes. Along with the sound, the orcs, with bits in their mouths, trembled. Ivan stepped forward towards them. 1. Ivan raised his hand to the nearest one's muzzle. Only one needs to live, just one who can testify. I wish for you to live. Do you wish the same? Let's confirm. Ivan laid out a few completely harmless tools in front of his eyes and loosened the bit. The pants of the other orcs waiting in line darkened. The eye of the Demon King. Yes, the Demon Kings know that horned brat's eye, sir, elder. It's that well-known artifact, though the one that shows the future. Yes. And it shows the future. Yes, that's right. And it told you to come here. Yes. Why? That's because we also. After clearing away the 3 bodies, Ivan fell into thought. If all 5 say the same thing, even after undergoing the indoctrination process, it becomes evidence supporting the reliability of the information. Testimony is like a blurry image, and even if the resolution drops due to torture, layering several identical testimonies can improve the overall quality. In other words, when different individuals provide the same testimony, it approaches being a believable fact. The eye of the Demon King sees the future. It's possible. Even if one can't understand the principle, if it's that Demon King, they could certainly see the future to some extent. But for beings possessing such a remarkable artifact as the eye of the Demon King, to be mere riffraff like these. No. Each individual might be slightly challenging at the level of an average knight, but manageable to defeat. These guys managed to penetrate deep into the heart of Krasilov. That's the more important part. If mere orcs, unrelated to the infiltration operation, manage to infiltrate without being caught by anyone, then it's their skill. These guys might have been an elite formation of the Orc Infiltration Corps. In reality, if these guys had encountered the Isabel party without any trouble, victory could have been easily guaranteed. The increase in stage difficulty is too steep. And the Isabel party is still too fragile. If he hadn't actively designed the levels, the Isabel party wouldn't have survived until now. Moreover, if the eye of the Demon King is indeed the real eye of the Demon King, if the dead Demon King can still project some kind of will onto my subordinates, what was he hoping to achieve with such complex and useless actions? Ivan shuddered for a moment, recalling some common sense. Did he want the protagonist party to grow? The Demon King, or someone among the demons who created that artifact, did they want the protagonist party to grow? As if someone was saying this to Ivan. I'll provide the ingredients, you just have to prepare and feed them to the protagonist party. So, it's like Ivan expected to lead the protagonist party in training, selecting troops that would be challenging to face but could somehow win. Considering even the forces that might deviate from this process, a sufficient number, but at the same time, a highly specialized few that wouldn't attract the attention of Krasilov's command. Ivan felt a shiver run down his spine, as he stared at the staff with the eye of the Demon King. Pressing behind his ear, he whispered, "Base, this is O1. Base entering. We need a curse remover and a mage capable of mental protection. Curse removal, mental protection. Situation check. Estimated time. 3 hours. Can be deployed to base command control at 21:30 hours. Confirmed. Confirmed." After issuing the brief commands, Ivan cut the rope that bound the orc's body. The orc, startled when Ivan's axe sliced through the air, looked up with fear but managed to raise its head. In the darkness of the forest, lit by moonlight, Ivan's expression was invisible. The blue eyes glimmered beneath the shadows. From now on, you're the boss of this stage. Read Fallow novels online at 104. Chapter 104. Boss, what the hell are you talking about? Now you have to take over the role of the one you followed. Ivan gestured towards the headless orc shaman. The orc trembled as he glanced at the shaman's corpse. What do I need to do? Capture it. With the tip of his foot, he pushed the artifact rolling on the floor. The rolling staff touched the orc's foot. Suddenly, the orc's gaze shifted to the staff. Even amidst fear, there was an unmistakable sense of greed. Looks like it's definitely something valuable. Ivan squinted at the orc. The orc cautiously picked up the staff, glancing around. Hey. Do you see something? Although not entirely trusting the words of future foresight, there seemed to be some eerie spell cast on it, nonetheless. The orc shuddered, staring at the obsidian sphere hanging from the staff for a long time. Ivan slowly placed his hand on his hip. The axe handle felt cold between his fingers. What do you see? The orc blinked his small eyes. Don't move. A strange voice echoed in his mind. A low voice, like a growling beast. From some corner of his instinct, a voice that hammered overwhelming fear and despair into his mind. Don't move. The orc stiffened. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the staff. He didn't know what it was, what magic it held, but if there was one thing he could understand. It was whispering about the future. An illusion covered his eyes. A chilling glare was aimed at his throat. Whack. Ack. The orc gasped, stroking his throat in terror. It was the sensation of the axe blade severing his neck and disappearing. He quickly grasped his neck, but there was no wound. It's an illusion. The orc groped in fear and raised his head. He instinctively understood that if he had moved just now, he would have died like that. And before his gaze, death was looking down on him. What do you see? Ivan asked. The same posture as before grabbing the staff. Relaxed arms, blue eyes gazing indifferently, contours of a motionless body that seemed doubtful if it was even breathing. The same as before, but a completely different being. Death stood before him. Embodied death was looking down on him, overwhelming gap. Now he understood, thanks to realizing the future shown by the eye of the Demon King. No matter what he tried, no matter what he did, no matter what choice he made among the countless possibilities of the future, the moment the presence before him made up its mind, he would die. The orc had seen such beings in the distant past. Beings clad in mortal flesh, but exuding the aura of immortals. The demons worship power. Survival alone is the demon's commandment. Therefore, the orc finally nodded willingly. From the demon's abode to this place, Krasilov, he was a strong warrior who had advanced believing only in the prophecy shown by the eye of the Demon King. However, or rather because of it, having acquired the skill to recognize the strong and forcibly raised to the level of the strong through artifacts, his heart shattered in the face of a being whose status was beyond reach through any effort or coincidence. The orc slowly bowed his head, politely bending his waist while pressing the staff to his chest. Please spare me, please. All right. Under the shadows of the forest, the sound of death laughing was heard. However, Even in that moment, the blue eyes between the shadows stared at his hand without any emotion. "Don't move." The staff warned once again. If he showed even the slightest suspicious behavior, he would surely die. The orc cowered in fear. "It seems certain that you can see the future." Ivan returned the axe he had half drawn back into its scabbard. Ecdysis is a student full of creativity. In fact, if there wasn't a fair amount of creativity, one couldn't become a bard in Drovian. Her creativity often led to gossip and delusion, but in special moments, it also became a factor that exhibited remarkable learning ability. This is one such point. Guard the places that seem safest the most. This was Uncle Ivan's teaching. Except for very minor flaws, Uncle Ivan always spoke the truth, so Ecdysis tried to memorize all of his teachings without omitting a single word. Therefore, savvy me. It is relatively easy to counteract the traps set up by Ivan, and the counterintelligence command throughout this forest after thoroughly understanding their locations and types. Uncle Ivan kindly wrote down teachings near all the traps, so the learning efficiency doubled, they say. There are no straight lines in nature. From basic rope traps to somewhat complex net traps, and even cleverly hidden floor traps beside them. Ecdysis silently watched over the orc's sacrifice to the traps while wearing a camouflage bush on her head. As she once reminisced, Ecdysis is a master of stealth. During her time in the Drovian palace, no one could penetrate her concealment. The Huskulls adore Ecdysis. Perhaps I have the qualities of a spy. Not only is guerrilla warfare not the skill of a spy, but the sad truth is that spies don't actually engage in hiding and stealth, a fact not taught in schools. The only spy Ecdysis has ever seen in her life is Ivan, and since she's imitating what Ivan does, perhaps she's more of a successor to the world's greatest spy. Proudly, Ecdysis grinned and raised the command baton's second generation, batons 2 months. It's time to tidy them up and finish the reconnaissance. 6 days of distress. The hero party has now become a complete reconnaissance team. It was fortunate to meet a good teacher. The Demon King is not just a simple title of a ruler. In a world where one must prove their worth through strength, among kin who consider only strife as their creed, yet if they can extend their blades towards each other for a single purpose. That is the faith of the Demon King. A beacon for a better land, a better life, a better world, a crucifix warding off darkness, a cradle for the weak, a sanctuary for warriors. So, though you may wander through the valley of death, fear not, for I will shelter you. There is a stereotype that orcs are generally dim-witted. In most cases, it's true. They expend their entire learning capacity on strife. However, even such beings, if they can recite anything, it would be prayers for the Demon King. The surviving orcs, each with a devout expression, tightly clutching their weapons, were whispering, "I am the crucifix of the darkest night. I am the lighthouse in the stormy sea. I am your cradle, your fortress. Fear not, for I will shelter you." Even the glorious past history as the 2nd Battalion, 103rd Infantry Regiment, 23rd Strike Division, and the current disgrace as the Northwestern Plains of Cateran Prison, 3rd Quadrant Demon Residential Area, are not sufficient to explain their present. Now, they were simply demons praying as one. After finishing their prayers, the orcs rose from their seats. Filthy human scum. One orc grumbled as he sharpened his weapon. The remaining orcs responded in kind, shouting. How did they know in advance and lay all sorts of traps on the land, directly decreed by the Demon King? During their march, they were suddenly ambushed, and the high shamans and champions were all kidnapped. Avoiding traps, warriors would suddenly vanish from 2 to 3, or even up to 5. After searching for them, only 4 remained. And crucially, not a single leader remained to lead them. In a situation where even the eye of the Demon King had disappeared, the orcs were staggering in despair. Wrestle. At that moment, beyond the gathering place, a sound of bushes parting was heard. The orcs, each clutching their weapons tightly, stood up abruptly and gazed towards the bushes. Is this the end? But at least it would be a satisfactory end in the eyes of Tumor. With such a warrior's mindset, they prepared for the final battle. Are you the only one left? Anak, are you alive? Yeah. With a tap, an orc appeared, gripping the staff. It was one of the vanished champions, Anak. The orcs shed tears as they looked at the artifact clenched in his hand. How on earth? What happened to Lord Lotsrog? I was the only one who could make it back alive. Anak shook the staff with a dark expression. Lord Lotsrog handed this to me in his final moments and bought me some time. Human scum are surrounding this forest now. It seems it'll be the final battle. May Tumor protect us. It's too early to give up. Pardon. Anak scanned the orcs with determined eyes. They say human noble brats are camping here for relaxation. Some of our warriors fell victim to their hobby of hunting. So, do we have any reason not to do the same? If little ones who haven't experienced war gather for child's play, then why not capture those young ones as prisoners and escape from this hellish forest, he thought. Anak clenched the Demon King's eye tightly and declared, I too can foresee. Brothers, though it may be impossible to see distant futures like Lotsrog, let's live and return to our homeland together. But Anak, what about the prophecy Lotsrog saw? We must return to our homeland and find another shaman. Among us, isn't there anyone who can directly interpret the Demon King's prophecy? This operation has failed. From the moment they lost the shaman, no one remained who could confirm the prophecy of the Demon King that the shaman saw. However, it's not a task that can be gallantly abandoned. If they couldn't convey this fact to their compatriots back home, their compatriots would simply wait for them endlessly and slowly perish. So, at least one person had to survive and return. Convinced by Anak's words, the orcs nodded their heads. In the night forest, flames become an incredibly poetic target. Tap, tap. Bonfires scattered red sparks and dense white smoke rose above, swaying in the middle of the forest. A group of orcs was walking in that direction. They held their gleaming spear knives high, with determined expressions, fearless. Target acquired. Elphira closed one eye, whispering with her index and thumb forming a circle in front of her remaining eye. A situation where she mixed the circle sight spell and the dark vision spell on the spot to recreate a new magic. The darkness of the forest was no longer a problem for her. She stood on the tree, maintaining the spell between her fingers, watching the orcs below. Hearing her voice, Ecdysis waved her hand swiftly. Wrestle. A fist emerged from the bushes across the bonfire, then went back down. Confirmed, ready, that was the meaning. In the night forest, flames become a poetic target. This was the common sense taught by Ivan. Like all of Ivan's usual advice, this too could be interpreted in two ways. Being poetic meant a high risk of being detected by predators. On the other hand, it also meant that bait should lure prey from a visible spot. Now the pretender forest scouts in their 20s, college students, who had become skilled hunters, stared at the approaching orc group with cold eyes. Read Fallow novels online at 105. Chapter 105. That one's a bit oddly sized, isn't it? Isabel. That one must be their leader, Oscar. Isabel and Oscar squinted their eyes as they observed the approaching orc horde. The orcs, with vigilant eyes scanning the surrounding bushes, were clearing their way with swords and spears. As if ignoring the prayers of others, they approached with all sorts of noisy sounds. Watching the scene, Isabel furrowed her brow. Isn't that strange, Oscar? Yes, Isabel. Clearly just a while ago, those groups of them they used to skulk around, filled with fear. Remember, Oscar. That's true, Isabel. But now, what's making them so bold all of a sudden? Oscar. Perhaps being with their leader boosts their morale, what do you think? Isabel. Oscar. Isabel adjusted her stance amidst the bushes, watching the approaching orcs. Their number was 5. Except for one excessively large figure, they were of a manageable size in terms of odds. Moreover, the large one was holding a long staff. A mage, perhaps. If so, it's rather fortunate. How well can an orc handle magic? With Elphira here, she's considered the top genius undergraduate in the entire University of Jans. With her appropriate support, defense against magic shouldn't be too difficult. It's rather daunting to face a battle with that size. The large orc was staring at her. The orc immediately pointed towards the bush she was hiding in and shouted. The surrounding orcs gripped their weapons and charged straight towards the bush where she was hiding. We've been spotted, Oscar. Isabel. I'll handle the leader, just stall them for me. Oscar. The pre-planned operation was all but abandoned. With Isabel and Oscar drawing attention, and Elphira causing chaos with her magic, the strategy of relying on traps and ambushes was now irrelevant. From the outset, even bringing the first trap failed. Although those creatures approached the campfire, they veered off course right before reaching the trapped area. As if they knew it was there. Elphira. Isabel shouted and rushed forward. With the failure of the plan, the outcome depended on the surprise attacks from the 2 rearguards. Even with Isabel and Oscar, they didn't have confidence in facing the 5 orcs head-on in combat. A clang. Isabel's first attack was blocked by the orc's shoulder armor. Despite being a powerful blow that nearly split his shoulder, the orc swung his spear as if unaffected. A clang. Twisting her body narrowly to avoid the spear, she was immediately met with follow-up strikes. 4 orcs charged at her while she only had 2 hands and a single sword. Leak. Clang, thud. Dodging a spear aimed at her head. Deflecting an axe aimed at her chest. 2 spearheads coming towards her thighs, each with a slight delay. With movements almost resembling acrobatics, Isabel barely managed to evade the attacks, her joints creaking with the effort. It was just a matter of time. I should have aimed for the neck with the first strike. The opponent's reactions were too fast, but there was no time to think. The coordinated attacks of the 4 orcs were closing in on her. Elphi, she. Isabel quickly withdrew, shouting. Should she use the zone of the Colossus? Not yet. The neural strain from using magic was short-lived and severe. It was due to her lack of absolute proficiency. Considering the exhaustion after using neural acceleration, it's a technique that's unusable during combat rather than being able to kill all the orcs within that short time. Not yet. So it should be saved for a more decisive moment. Not yet, it must be saved for now. Kuak. The orc standing in front of her stiffened and screamed sharply. Although it was impossible to confirm due to the orc's enormous size, she could sense that Ecdysis had arrived. Elphi. Ecdysis held her baton of steel upside down like an awl and drove it into the orc's back. She swung the gauntlet she had taken from the orc like a hammer, driving the baton deep into the orc's back. Clang, clang. With 2 punches, the long baton penetrated about halfway into the orc's back. It was undeniable that she was Einar's daughter, given that she drove a bladeless steel rod through the armor. And then, step back. To whom such a question was unnecessary. It was the moment of truth. Isabel deflected the attacks of the 3 confused orcs and quickly leaped backward. This wasn't part of the plan. What kind of attack was prepared? A trap. Her doubts were answered by her hair, feathers, and clothes. Her flowing hair stood on end. Feathers bristled, and a shiver ran down her spine. Static electricity crackled, darting aimlessly in all directions. It's coming. A tremendous magical power surged like a tidal wave. Isabel reflexively lay down on the ground, seeking shelter from the flow of magic. Abandoning all defense, yet desperately. And then, immediately, a flash engulfed her vision. In a corner of the distant forest, perched on the branch of a tree, squinting her left eye to focus, her right hand, clenched in front of her right eye, casting a dual spell of dark vision and far sight. Aiming through the scope at the target, obscured by the dark forest, bushes, and behind them, the small steel baton. Raising her left hand to load the spell. Click, magical energy emanating from her heart collided like gears. The prepared spell, lightning summoning. A powerful offensive spell, but taking it a step further, click. Again, colliding the same gears for a layered spell, lightning summoning. And then, clack, once more, driving the magic to mesh the gears again for a triple layered spell. A total of triple layered lightning summoning. So, Grey Kenko's lightning flow. Boom! Not a current, but a flash struck, using the iron baton ectasis had inserted as a lightning rod. The aftermath of countless charges discharging in the air made her hair stand on end. Static electricity crackled, and where the flash touched, feathers turned to ash, scattering into dust. Even standing up was difficult. Muscles spasmed sporadically from the powerful electrical surge. It wasn't easy to grip the knife amid the tremors. That damn elf has the nerve to pull such a stunt with allies around. Towards the reckless elf, Isabel laughed derisively and shouted. The 4 orcs standing before her were now in a pitiful state, crumbling. The orc hit by the direct blow shattered into pieces, and those caught in the aftermath were charred, their skin bursting. It was a horrifying sight for adolescents to witness, but fortunately, everyone here was left with nothing but instruments after the training camp of the past few days. Wait for. Isabel urgently turned her head. Oscar, where was Oscar? Kai. From a spot somewhat distant from the bombing location, the large orc leader was squeezing Oscar's head tightly, looking down at her. Oscar. Jehouak. Oscar was struggling to vomit blood. Shall we shoot? No. Ivan nodded briefly, in response to the lieutenant holding the scope. Commander, but right now. Mikhail, do you know why that orc isn't killing Oscar? Yes. Because even the slightest move, Oscar is as good as dead. Orcs aren't known for their patience, especially not that one, who's already enraged. Ivan extended his hand, holding the pistol straight. Exhaling in sync, he slightly adjusted the aim with a slight turn of his head. His index finger slid onto the trigger. Click, the trigger was gently pressed, and in that moment, without firing, he waited. And then, at the end of his gaze, the orc he had in his sights twitched for a moment. Because I can see the future. The future, you mean? Am I? Every time Ivan revealed his intent to kill Oscar, he aimed his gun at the orc. Each time, the orc had to flinch and withdraw his hand. It was because the orc could foresee the future of him being killed. Thanks to the power of the artifact, the Eye of the Demon King. However, he didn't provide any further assistance. Experiencing the moment of death, but without the risk of actually dying. In a struggle where 100% of one's abilities must be exerted, where one must push their skills to the limit, where could such moments of battle be common? It was a training method far more effective than expected. Ivan resolved to incorporate this training process into the regular training curriculum of the counterintelligence headquarters. He may not know how to detect angles or accelerate his nerves. Ivan lowered his gun and spoke. But with the power of the artifact, he can do similar things. Neural acceleration is ultimately the power to move the body faster, stronger, and more agilely. It's the minimum requirement to anticipate and respond to attacks faster, based on predicting the opponent's movements and trajectories in advance. However, if you can see the future, even just for 5 seconds, no, even just 1 second. If you can foresee the opponent's attack before it happens, you can effectively perform combat almost as if using neural acceleration. And when a transcendent being reaches the level of using neural acceleration, only another transcendent being can face them. At least, in a battlefield scenario, It's almost absolute. Numbers below a certain threshold are meaningless in the face of a transcendent being's combat prowess. Therefore, to discuss the odds against that guy, you need to know how to use neural acceleration at a basic level. Ivan raised his gun again. Opportunities will be given aplenty, so fight and seize them at the risk of your life. That's the method to learn neural acceleration in the shortest time possible. It's a sense that awakens alongside the instinct for survival in the struggle against an absolute opponent, a sense that emerges during life-and-death combat. Those kids were already well-trained enough. They had the talent and the magical power. So if anything was lacking, it was only experience. Fulfilling that gap was the responsibility of a great educator. Ivan humbly acknowledged his role. Mount Tumor, the embodiment of rage, the giant king. The 7 dragon generals who died under Maximilian's command. The force he led destroyed a total of 2 kingdoms, 37 cities, and 129 villages. He was the vanguard of the demon army, the first of the 7 dragon generals encountered by humanity. His army, known as the Second Dragon Corps, did not possess any special abilities compared to other legions. It meant they lacked peculiarities such as bizarre magic or sorcery, special troops and strategies, or grotesque tactics. The reason their reputation overshadowed other legions was solely due to one thing: pure combat. The legion led by the embodiment of rage consisted of orcs, giants, and minotaurs. They charged, advanced, and annihilated solely for the purpose of destruction. Due to their overwhelming martial prowess, the warriors aimed their swords at Tumor as soon as they set out. On the eastern front, alongside the Knights of Tiles, Tumor and his legion were destroyed. Therefore, all orcs are survivors of that era. They are warriors led by the embodiment of rage. Even if they lost their fighting spirit after Tumor's death, their instincts and souls still hold memories of the glorious time from over a decade ago. So now, an orc warrior, tormented by isolation and torture, closed his eyes slowly while hearing the artifact whispering about the future. Realizing there was no way to survive regardless of the choice made. Realizing he was nothing more than a training dummy. Tormented by guilt for pushing his brothers into traps and slaughtering them with his own hands. Soon, the primal instincts of the past awakened. Read Fallu novels online at 106. Chapter 106. Stop. Grrras. Anak swiftly drew his sword. Every time he tightened his grip, the artifact fiercely warned him. Move another inch and he dies. He will definitely die. Even now, beyond that, death lurks somewhere deep in the forest. No, the word even now seems somewhat awkward. When he recalls, since entering this forest, he has never been out of sight of his gaze for even a moment. Now he could understand. Kidnapping him and other leaders, slowly reducing his group, and now playing such a puppet game. Through the future shown by the artifact, and the insight gradually enhanced through the magic injected into his body, the clear truth was whispering. My brothers and I, how dare you? How dare you exploit us like scarecrows? Anger swallowed fear. Anak fiercely swung his sword and nodded. He threw away the human youth held in his grip and closed his eyes for a moment. The smell of blood permeated thickly among his scorched brothers. The scent of his brothers, whom he had led to slaughter limb by limb, was faint. To submit to fear and prolong life, he sold his brothers for limbs, crawling miserably on the ground. He did it willingly. For every demon, the meaning of power was proof of its existence, meaning that life was the right of the strong. If he survives, there will be another chance. That was the ideology of the losers and demons living in this era. But now, holding the artifact known as the Demon King's Eye. At this moment, when inexplicable black magic is being injected into his veins. He had returned as the commander of the 2nd Dragon Corps, 103rd Infantry Battalion, 23rd Strike Corps. Now, and cowardly. Anak took a deep breath. As his heart thumped, anger pushed fear away. Anyway, there is no way to live. Even if he kills these kids, that death won't let him live. Now that insight has come, he clearly knows his position. Then at least. Aleg. Anak roared loudly. With eyes blazing red, he stared down at the small figure holding a sword in front of him. A slender body, delicate arms, and oddly neat attire that didn't suit this place. Despite being covered in dirt, the sparkling, shiny hair and clean face. He wouldn't end the life of such a human noble child as a scarecrow. Anak gritted his teeth and raised his staff. Lord Tumor, I dedicate my penance to struggle. Anak shouted and leaped towards the child. Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook, perhaps from the tension or the pounding heartbeats. Isabel glanced at the bitter corners of her mouth and held the sword straight. Like an enraged bull, the orc was charging. It felt like a siege wall rushing forward. Considering the difference in height and physique, there was a gap. But in terms of momentum, the guy was close to perfection. The leader, the strong one who crushed Oscar in just a few seconds. Scared. Naturally. Isabel slowly raised her mana. Fear is natural. Although it's not the first time she's faced demons in battle. Even during the attack on the University Express train, she faced opponents of that caliber. However, struggle, fighting, combat, it's always frightening. But even so, would she give up even in that moment? No way. In the slowly passing time, amid the rough footsteps shaking the ground, amid the pounding heartbeats that still pounded her chest, Isabel felt the fallen Oscar, Ecdysis behind her, and the exhausted Elphira. Raise your sword. Recalling the oath of that day. Stand in the position of the weak, and look with the eyes of the weak. It's not your strength, but for your righteousness, raise the sword. We wield the sword not for our courage, strength, or superiority. Because it's simply right. Isabel shouted out, because of righteousness, for what should rightly be protected. For her friends behind her, and for her uncle who might have died somewhere in this forest by now. For all of them, everyone within her reach if possible, to do her best to save them. No one's death will precede hers. If someone has to fall, it will be after she finally breathes her last. No one here today will die before me. Finally, Isabel's time began to warp and distort. Time is fragmented, senses are distorted. Zick. It feels like the sound of the hour hand aligning. It's an illusion between endless neural connections due to the overload of mana. The air is heavy, the blade is heavier. The arms that were once infused with energy are still difficult to wield. It's not easy. The sword she has wielded her entire life feels unfamiliar. But she swings. Alig. The staff and the sword collided. Sparks flew, and amidst them, the orc's massive face lurched dangerously close. Its protruding fangs glinted menacingly. Life clashes. Those with stronger wills shall prevail in this place. So, hopefully, even if she finally falls today, Isabel can take just one more breath than the opponent. So she doesn't stop, despite being outmatched in strength, physique, and perhaps even skill. Nevertheless, she lifts the sword, swings, slashes, and sweeps it up. Clang. Arg. Even in the moment when Isabel's eyes are blurred by sweat and blood, she sharpens her gaze solely on the enemy's heart. Gulp. Oscar opened his eyes in agony. The intense noise of the battle axe echoed in the distance. How long has it been since he sustained this level of injury? The dwarf attack during his first field training. When his leg broke from the fall back then, it hasn't been that long after all. Oscar forced a smile, pulling up his stiff cheek by force. His left hand was broken. His sword was too heavy to wield with just his right arm. Once he returns to Frechenkaya, he plans to enchant a one-handed weapon, so that even if his arm is broken, he can still swing it. So for now, he pretends to practice, and firmly grips the hilt with his right hand. Alig. Oscar struggled to open his swollen and distorted eyes. Isabel was fighting not far away. She swung her sword with tremendous speed, but everything was blocked. The orc's attacks were heavy and slow, but with each blow, Isabel's slender body easily gave way. Despite the overwhelming difference in physique and strength, what was decisive was visible to his eyes just a step away. That orc must have a very keen instinct. He didn't think the skill was impressive. There was no indication of that even when he clashed swords. It's just instinct. Perhaps he has an ability like combat foresight. He had seen him read and respond to his moves before he even made the attack several times. Even now, and just a moment ago. Oscar grumbled, "How on earth do you beat something like that? If he can't match him in strength or mana, and if even his skill doesn't work, then how on earth do you win?" "Still, I have to save her." Oscar smiled as he raised his sword. He limped towards the battlefield. He gathered a handful of mana and stepped into the space where the blade flashed at a speed invisible to the eye. He is the son of Jill Burr, the eldest son of the Lord of Tyles and a Knight of Tyles. And there is only one duty that a knight must fulfill. Always be righteous. A knight is not simply called so because they are physically strong. Those who simply ride horses are not called knights. A knight is a symbol. It is a symbol that proves that even in the darkest moments, humans can do good. Even if not all humans are good all the time, and even if they know that there are more villains than good people in the world. Even if it's a foolish act, even if it's a dull action, even if there's no gain or honor. Humans must prove that they can do good, and that they can dedicate themselves fully to goodness. Be righteous at every moment. That's what Tyles teaches. So raise your sword. Running away under the protection of a peer girl, his right arm was perfectly fine. Even if it's just a handful, there's still mana left in my body. I can still fight. I have to protect her. Time passes slowly. The blade rises slowly. In the dark hour of this death, where the only light is moonlight and campfires. A new star rises. Ecdysis couldn't dodge Elfera's blast. She was too close to evade it. In a half-dazed state, she watched her two friends rushing towards the giant orc. Ah, the Knights' College. That's what she thought. They were the ones who learned how to fight, unlike her. She was just a little weak, never having taken a knight's class. Just a music major, the daughter of a hero party who fled to play music. When that thought came to her, she suddenly looked at her body. Still standing. Despite trembling all over from the shock, she was still standing on 2 feet. As if about to collapse to her knees any moment, her muscles trembling and screaming, she still stood. She heard her father's voice in her numb ears. Kneeling means having the strength to bend your knees. Drovian's warriors walk forward as long as their knees move. But what if I really feel like I'm going to die? Look at the sky, Essie. Can you see the stars? Yes, father. The stars are the tips of your ancestors' swords that appear by tearing through the darkness. Drovian's warriors always move forward, not only in the moment of death, but also after death. If there's a fight, forward. If you can still move forward, forward. If you still have the mind to think, forward. Forward. Death cannot stop Drovian's warriors. We don't avoid death, because we believe that someday we can kill death too, like your ancestors did. Forward. Forward. Ecdysis picked up the axe dropped by the orc with both hands. At this moment, a music major isn't needed. It's the moment when Drovian's warriors are needed. Because there's still movement, there's still thought, and there are still enemies to face. Forward. These bastards, these humans, that one and that one. Elfera muttered as she pressed her nose, which was bleeding from excessive spell use. She was running out of mana to maintain her barrier spell. Towards where her comrades were fighting, scratching her skin on the bushes and bushes, desperately. Don't die yet. Elfera ran through the crimson-tinted vision. How much mana was left? Certainly, not even a drop. Don't these human bastards know the tactical retreat? You have to survive first. Anyway, they're like short-thinking tribes. Like faithful beasts that, once they set their sights on something, cling to their prey until they die. They may have short thoughts, be fragile, smelly, and even cause allergies. But there's one more thing humans and dogs have in common. They must be protected from the standpoint of those superior. That's the duty of the elves. Yes, protecting vulnerable races is the burden of civilized beings. It's inevitable, truly. Elfera chuckled and reached out her hand. If there's no mana, she indiscriminately absorbs the latent mana. It may be a magic that can be used inefficiently, but still. Whoosh! Tears of blood flowed from the intense recoil. The nosebleed started again. Her fingertips trembled sweetly, but still. I am Grey Kenko's. Even if mana is depleted, as the daughter of Beoglin, she must still be able to craft magic. Her honor and pride are everything to her. Without giving up, she reaches out her arm, aims at the orc's head. Closes one eye to aim. Turns mana to a line. Click, hearing the sound of gears turning, it's good, good. The tempo and tuning are perfect. After all, I am a genius. I have to save these humans. Firing. Commander, ill fire now. Wait. Ivan quietly reached out and pulled the lieutenant's rifle barrel down. Our role is just to observe. But that's too intense for the students. For the students, yes. Ivan answered, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. But it's necessary for the fledgling warriors who have just begun to step forward. Follow me. Ivan nodded and leaped down from the tree. He wanted to witness today's battle, which might become the first sentence of a long epic, a little closer. His role had always been one step behind, during wartime and now. He wouldn't receive the spotlight shining among those main actors. Still, Ivan ran like he did back then. He didn't exactly like warriors. Maximilian was a lunatic after all. But he admired them. Even now, as he looked at the new warriors being born. Read Falu novels online at 107. Chapter 107. I can read the future. To put it accurately, I sense dangers within 5 seconds. Therefore, at this moment, Anak could fight like a seasoned superhuman with accelerated reflexes, because he could anticipate and respond to even the fastest attacks before they hit. So, with the rising dark magic, his body gradually speeds up. It's becoming more refined. Dodging the sharp sword strikes aimed at his neck. Deflecting the sword thrust aimed at his chest. Avoiding the fire magic aimed at his head. Redirecting the powerful axe swing aimed at his back with his shoulder armor. Clang, clankling, clang. Even facing 4 opponents, he wasn't being pushed back. On the contrary, he was overwhelming them, with even stronger strength, with even more intense magic. The little ones in front of him weren't a match from the start, and they were even injured. All 4 of them were gasping, torn to shreds. Like a candle on the verge of extinguishing, seeming to flicker at any moment, they exerted their full strength with every moment. But a candle is brightest just before it goes out. S.A. Chwick. The first direct hit landed. He was aware, but it was an axe blade falling from an angle he couldn't dodge. Anak swung his staff, trying to suppress the rising panic. S.A. Chwack. However, he was blocked. Isabel and Oscar, 2 warriors fueled by anger, intercepted the powerful blow of the orc warrior. They skillfully parried the attacks aimed at Ecdysis. And then the next strike landed. FWRRRK BAM! A fireball aimed at Anak's head. He tried to turn his head, but it was impossible in this position with the staff wedged in. Even though he anticipated it beforehand, he couldn't move any further. KRRRRK, you bastards! Foam spewed from Anak's mouth. Anger surged, making his vision blurry. The more he fought, the more he understood. Seeing the future enabled him to comprehend it more clearly. These guys were becoming more refined over time. They bit down on it tightly, even with bodies that seemed like they would crumble at any moment, and endured the pain that permeated their whole being. Throwing themselves to protect their comrades, pushing their bodies forward to assist those who went ahead. A clang. As the others ahead fully absorbed Anak's strength, another person delivered a strike. At an angle impossible to evade, and with a speed difficult to react to even when known. Thus, their nerve acceleration was becoming faster and sharper. Suddenly, Isabel's limit was reached. Her overloaded nerves felt as if they would snap at any moment. Yet, she didn't stop. One more step forward, one more strike. Today, no one will die before me. It will never happen. Isabel's blue eyes sparkled like stars. Even pain couldn't cloud her cognition. The blade finally grazed deeply past Anak's side. A swish. Blood splattered into the air. With everyone's time highly accelerated, it seemed like a surging wave. It soared into the night sky, reflecting off the bonfire. Bewildered, Anak's stance crumbled. Is it now? No, not yet. His strength hadn't been entirely depleted. Foaming at the mouth with rage, Anak swung his arm towards Isabel. Normally, comparing the physical performance of orcs and humans would be unfair, so despite receiving dozens of blows, it was difficult to kill Anak. Yet, with just one strike, Anak could end their lives. So, as Isabel's stance crumbled after the attack, she looked up at Anak's approaching massive fist and smiled faintly. I protected you. She kept her promise, the promise that no one would die before her. She protected her comrades. By breaking his stance with this blow and enduring his attack, her comrades would finish him off. But if there was regret, it was that she couldn't confirm the old man's safety one last time. Please stay alive. Please stay healthy. Thinking so as she tried to close her eyes. Kang. A blade intercepted, pushing aside Anak's fist. Seeing Oscar's right hand, even the grip on the sword twisted in an odd direction, Anak bit down hard. You fool, you should have attacked instead of trying to save me. But are you not doing the same thing now? With Isabel's astonished cry, Oscar, still smiling, extended his hands, then knelt down and collapsed. Anak's eyes widened, once again this time for sure the strike. S.A. Chwick. Gah. At that moment, an axe struck his back, aiming for the opportune moment. Qualang. Looming over his faltering figure, a massive chunk of ice descended like a hammer, striking his head. And then, Iskalak. In the darkness, a blade infused with starlight swayed gently. Golden locks fluttered and cascaded, beneath which an arm, wielding the sword with fluid grace, swept across the ground. Seizing the momentary gap, Isabel adjusted her stance, bending at the waist to thrust the blade. Both knees buckled deeply. Blood gushed, causing Anak's stance to waver greatly. He knew, he foresaw all these attacks beforehand. Yet it didn't connect. Death approached. Anak, trembling, grasped the ground with shaking hands and lifted his staff. A clang. In an instant, his vision blurred as his body crumbled. Huh! As he turned his head, he realized his forearm, which had been touching the ground, was now flying far away. Ecdysis, wielding the axe, looked down at him, readjusting his stance. In an unbalanced posture, a fireball struck his head. His vision darkened, and a ringing filled his ears. Perhaps due to the shaking of his brain, his sense of balance was disrupted, causing Anak to vomit soil onto the ground. Poof! Upon his defeated form, a single blade was driven straight down. Anak flinched, his body stiffening. It was over. He could no longer move. Breathing heavily, he slowly lifted his head. Guide me to the plains, Lord Tumor. Anak murmured, spitting out a mouthful of blood. If there's heaven for us too, brothers, let us fight forever. With life ebbing away, he strained to raise his gaze with eyes now glazed white. Before him stood the four figures. Above them, the moon burned brightly, and beneath its light, the stars remained undiminished. The hero party. From deep within his memories, Anak could discern their faces. Yes, those accursed ones so strikingly similar. Why couldn't he recall? Hatred surged, satisfaction weighed heavily on his chest. He parted ways with the warriors. Until the end, he fought, and like a true warrior, he fell. May Toomer not feel ashamed of today's loss, as even he once fell to the heroes of that era. Anak slowly closed his eyes. They would never open again. Blood stained the ground thickly. Tap thud. The sound of the dying embers comforted the silence that followed the intense battle. We won. Anyone injured? Me. Me too. Do you even need to ask? Oscar chuckled, shaking his limp arm. Just tried cracking a joke. Feels like I am about to die. It really hurts. Even a knight of Tylus. A knight is still a person. When both arms are broken, you actually want to cry, but it's too tough right now, tears won't even come out. By the way, I am pouring tears and blood together, so I can't see well. That's what sacrifice is about. Grey Kenkos has always sacrificed for humans after all. Every time I talk to you, I feel like I am learning a completely unknown history. It sounds like stories from another world. That's human nature, short-lived learning. Typically, both lifespan and learning are short. Isabel chuckled at Elphara's words and staggered to her feet. Bella, where are you going? Uncle, I have to go save him. We don't even know where he might be lying right now. Sigh, I wonder if he's still alive. Isabel shrugged and took a step forward. Before she could even take 3 steps, she involuntarily sat down. Ecdysis, who had approached her side unnoticed, was now supporting her arm. Oh, thanks. For what? I have the same reason, so shall we look for him together? Uncle. Yeah, Uncle, I'm worried. We're family here. Family. In Isabel's gaze, Ecdysis offered a mature smile. Elphara seemed to contemplate getting up now, and Oscar just sat down, saying whatever. Thud. Footsteps echoed distinctly. No need for that. Somehow a bit familiar. So, with a somewhat uneasy voice. Hey. The first to react was Isabel. She stared blankly ahead. Though her focus was blurred, she could recognize the approaching shadow. Lifting her trembling arm, she gently rubbed her eyes, then focused again and looked ahead. Uncle. Read Fallu novels online at 108. Chapter 108. Ivan. Not wait a moment. Hey, is it just me, or can you see that too? Can you see it too? Can you all see it? Isabel. Yes, Ecdysis. Oh, Oscar. Yeah, Elphara. Ivan scanned the injured students one by one, pondering. There's no need to torture the students. I need to find a priest. They're injured more than I thought. Still, it's not injuries severe enough to leave lasting effects. In this amazing pre-modern fantasy world, priests can truly perform healing miracles. Besides, iron strengthens by being struck, and the ground hardens after rain, so it's fine. Of course, humans are not like that. With everyone getting neural acceleration, this training session is remarkably successful. Within just a few days, they've grown, surpassing even those who couldn't grasp neural acceleration. If we refine this curriculum a bit more and implement it regularly, the armament level of the Intelligence Command will surpass that of most military organizations. Uncle, are you serious? Isabel. Ivan. Really, seriously. Are you really okay? No injuries, you can move your body. Isabel. What do you mean, Ivan? Are they experiencing hallucinations due to pain? Ivan raised his hand to send a signal. One agent who had received priestly gifts was rushing over. Hurriedly performing a bit of healing prayer, and then moving to a nearby territory, they could be fully recovered in the cathedral before the break. Ivan had ample experience in this area. He didn't need any special surgical knowledge. He experienced most injuries firsthand. Unless it's a complete loss of limb, Ivan, having experienced almost every kind of injury firsthand, could assess the condition of the novices just by the extent of their injuries. It's not severe compared to the pain. It must be thanks to the miraculous physical performance of these novices. It's quite remarkable, actually. Being able to step into the realm of the superhuman with just a month or two of lying in the infirmary is definitely not a loss. Not at all. Wait, hold on just a moment, stop, Isabel. Ivan. Stop with the too. What were you doing just now? Are you really in your right mind? You were just watching us. Isabel. Oh, that's not it, Ivan. He had been consistently monitoring the situation, on site, to assist with the training. So it was a perfectly controlled, safe training, or so he said. His dry explanation made it all too obvious. Safe, you call that safe? Look at them. Oscar's arms are broken, and Elphira was crying blood from her eyes. Isabel. Uncle, I got struck by lightning ectasis. They were injuries within reasonable expectations. Ivan. Since when, why? Isabel. From the beginning, Ivan. Ivan felt the need to provide comprehensive evaluation feedback at this point. Typically, writing down incorrect answers immediately after problem-solving enhances learning efficiency. The advanced educational system of the 21st century is a sophisticated culture bestowed upon this pre-modern world. When was the moment you first thought we're under attack by demons? Ivan. Isabel. It was when the gunshot rang out. That's when one of the agents got hit and collapsed. I saw the panic in his eyes as he fled, and that's when the attack started. Ectasis. No, that can't be. A man turned into a beehive right before our eyes and collapsed. Isabel. At the edge of Isabel's vision, an agent was gesturing excitedly, clearly impressed. It was the same agent who had urged everyone to flee on the first day of the attack, pouring out blood and being shot. Isabel clenched her face and let out a bizarre scream. Were there any explosive weapons among the arms of the orcs you encountered? Ivan. You should have noticed it then. The orcs didn't use guns, did they? The only ones possessing and using firearms in this forest were the agents. Ivan. Wait, what? Ivan interrupted at this point and waved his hand. Soon, agents emerged from the forest. About 50 burly men formed a circle and appeared. They were each smiling widely as they looked at the girls. What's with this atmosphere? But congratulations. You've all completed every course with excellent grades, learned teamwork and survival skills, and mastered neural acceleration. It's considered exceeding performance objectives. Ivan. Ivan is someone who ensures rewards are given where deserved. Naturally, every task should come with its rewards. According to his gesture, simultaneously, and very ceremoniously. Some even whimpered. This was inevitable. As the spiritual descendants of the Annihilator unit, the Intelligence Command was generally generous towards hero parties. Clap. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, 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 clap. The agents began to clap in a solemn atmosphere. Isabel heard something, a thud cutting off. G groan. She grabbed the back of her neck and passed out. Tap, tap, tap. The gold-tipped fountain pen rhythmically tapped the table. This shouldn't be done. Fountain pen tips are very fragile. The ink-tinged tip splattered ink, scattering on the table. It seemed to perfectly reflect her mental state. Artistic, indeed. Elizaveta grasped the teacup with trembling hands. Clatter, clatter, a loud noise was heard. Involuntary tremors came. Well, it's understandable. Actually, tapping the table with the fountain pen wasn't intentional. Her hands were just trembling. The training process was under the control of the supervisor at all times, and injuries that occurred during the situation were transferred to follow-up treatment centers after on-site treatment. Isabel, full-body contusions, 2 fractures, long-term care recommendations due to neural overload attached. Elfera, internal circuit damage due to accumulated magic fatigue. Proof of receipt for medicinal herbs required for recovery in attachment 2. Oscar, fractures in both upper limbs, fracture in the left foot, strained left lower limb, at least 15 muscle tears. Long-term focus treatment recommendations attached. Ectasis, exposure to medium-range attack spells, estimated 6th grade. At least 5 burns, muscle tears, severe left forearm ligament strain. Long-term focus treatment recommendations for over 5 weeks attached. Further margins. Reporter, Ivan Petrovich Yermov. Examiner, Dmitry Cherkatov. Elizaveta struggled to swallow the tea with trembling hands, spilling it on the saucer twice before giving up. As always, Ivan's reports were remarkably succinct. They were so dry it felt like chewing on dry wood. Unlike usual, she felt a slight craving for something sweet. If Ivan had known, he would have diagnosed it as a lack of glucose in the brain. Sadly, due to Krasilov's status as a country boasting a steady cold climate year-round, they had to rely entirely on imported sugarcane. As a modest ruler, Elizaveta once again resisted the temptation of sugar. Instead, she embraced another temptation. How many did you count? 1,532, Your Highness. Maintain the posture for 2,000. Yes, Your Highness. Only then did she lift her head and place the report on the table. In one corner of the spacious chamber, 2 men were doing push-ups, standing still as ordered. Due to strict instructions to refrain from using magic and rely solely on physical abilities, both Ivan and Dmitry were drenched in sweat, creating puddles on the floor. Stop, 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 stop. Yes, Your Highness. Off we. Why did you do that? Why? Ivan quickly composed his slightly ragged breaths and knelt with a firm posture, awaiting further orders. He was the epitome of a loyal servant, always setting the perfect example. It was so perfect it made her want to chew on something. Instead, Elizaveta nibbled on the end of her trembling fountain pen. Did you ask for too much? Is it your fault? No, it's your fault. Venka, your failure to teach manners and common sense is your fault. Well, considering you've lived on the battlefield since childhood, your ignorance and rudeness are not entirely your fault. It's your fault. You're a liability. Ivan bowed his head silently, listening to Elizaveta's words. Honestly, isn't it strange for a dictator of a quasi-imperial Russia in the pre-modern era to talk about common sense and manners? Ivan was a freshman at a 4-year university in the quiet morning country, South Korea, which had blossomed for over 500 years with strict Confucian culture, morality, and etiquette. He was even a living moral textbook, boasting a grade 1 in ethics in the social studies area. However, being a rational person, Ivan didn't elaborate on the parts that couldn't be explained. He simply nodded quietly. Watching him, Elizaveta felt her heart wrench. I commanded you to report on what thoughts led you to carry out the purge of the nobles and domestic power reform during the tournament without consultation. Isn't that right? Yes, Your Highness. But instead of giving a preliminary report, you took the students without even consulting the principal, claiming it was a special class, and trained them in a remote area. Yes, Your Highness. It's not yes, Your Highness, it's outrageous. Elizaveta groaned before covering her face. The need for training, the talk about needing training, I understand. I understand. Elizaveta looked at Ivan through her fingers. Despite feeling frustration and anger at his stoic face, she suddenly felt a pang in her chest. Yes, that man was still living on the battlefield. So, in this peaceful era, it made sense that he would attempt harsh survival training with students. Even if the method was excessively harsh, it was understandable. They weren't ordinary students. They were descendants of Hero Party. It's said that they are the most sought-after targets for causing confusion, including demons, ambitious people, and resentful nobles. So, this man must have acted to minimize the impact of their return to Krasilov. He had always been like that, for the sake of this country. But still, Elizaveta couldn't bring herself to believe the situation where she had to deliver a national bulletin to dignitaries from various countries. Your precious children have been injured, but fortunately, they are being treated without any aftereffects. Unfortunately, it seems difficult for them to return home during this semester break. It may be hard to believe, but Krasilov never uses foreign dignitaries as hostages. She whimpered softly before speaking haltingly. When Isabel woke up, she had a message she wanted me to convey to you. I will listen, Your Highness. An evaluation of the lecture. Ivan raised his head satisfactorily. He was quite confident. His educational process had taken place in an environment where every variable was meticulously controlled. She asked for approval of an independent assassination attempt against you. I granted it. Yes, Your Highness. Ivan nodded expressionlessly, then frowned somewhat. You are now on probation. Consider yourself fortunate it's not. Forget it. Dismissal. Elizaveta struggled to swallow the last word and waved her hand to dismiss the matter. Dmitri felt unjustly treated. It was around the end of the first week, after the start of summer vacation. Read Falu novels online at 109. Chapter 109. Many people, really. There is a fact that many people misunderstand. Ivan is not a racist. It is a somewhat unfair accusation. He has come from a world where discriminating against people based on skin color or personality is inherently wrong. These uncivilized people may not even imagine that such a law could exist, but that's civilization. Therefore, Ivan does not hate other races based on racial characteristics, peculiarities, or differences from humanity. Isn't that behavior too primitive to be seen as civilized? As he was the representative of Earth, he always had to act rationally. Therefore, he understands other races for rational reasons. For example, orcs and giants, as well as creatures like minotaurs, are closer to beasts than humans. Just because they can speak and have their own cultures, does that make them human? No. Even parrots can speak, and sperm whales enjoy cultural activities. Humans should have morals. In this dreadful savage world, one of the things Ivan firmly believes in is that. So, let's exclude the creatures. Another prominent race is, of course, elves. Ivan was confident that he wouldn't waste even a second defining elves. There's no doubt, they are not human because they lacked morals. Morality and elves are difficult words to reconcile. At least water and oil can mix when shaken, but Ivan has never seen morality mix even briefly when dealing with elves. Instead, elves tried to repay their sad nature in their own way. They fought alongside the Alliance during the war. There is room for forgiveness since they fought risking their lives. Unfortunately, room for improvement has not yet been observed. Finally, dwarves. These tiny moles, short, dig the ground, have beards, and squeak. Actually had something in common with Ivan. That's in their lack of prejudice towards other races. Beards are not the commonality. Because of their lack of prejudice, they sided with the creatures due to trivial issues, propagated a bizarre doctrine of mediocrity, and engaged in fervent espionage activities, being geographically adjacent to the Northern Front. Ivan accumulated many memories with them during the war. Therefore, he never even thought that he could do something with dwarves for a lifetime, except killing each other. After all, the animosity between them was too great. No matter how many dwarves died at his hands, and how many humans dwarves killed, it's ridiculous to keep track of grudges. It's even more ridiculous to argue who started it first. War is just like that. So, Comrade's secretary said it. Mediocrity does not mean the future state we should achieve. We call everything the movement of reality that avoids the current state mediocrity. Uea. The moles gathered in the banquet hall were raising their huge tankards, each as big as their heads, and shouting wildly. Ivan felt like he just wanted to sigh. Before his eyes, a giant goblet was placed. It was filled with foamy beer, gurgling. Surprisingly, the dwarves called this a glass. "Have a drink, comrades." The dwarf twinkled his small eyes full of kindness as he laughed. Ivan shuddered for a moment at the dwarf's laughter, or the word kindness being too unfamiliar. It probably wasn't poisoned. It would have been better if it were poisoned somewhere else, but these folks couldn't even imagine poisoning their beer. Amidst the noisy dwarves shouting and occasionally spontaneously chanting quotes from Comrade Secretary, and intermittently singing a bizarre song, "Long Live Comrade Secretary," Ivan felt lonely. The path of civilization and reason is so distant and treacherous. To understand this situation, one must go back to just after the retreat. It's a story from a time when the word peace wasn't just a joke. Ivan was already missing Frechenkaya from a few days ago. EP 16. Someone going to a conflict area for overseas travel during vacation. Good. Ivan was leisurely sitting in the newly opened director's office, trimming his beard. The orphanage, which had been targeted by Drovian siege engines for terror, was now expanded and grandly constructed under the sponsorship of Saintess and Elizaveta. There was even a chapel inside. Although there were no resident priests, prayers were only held on Sundays, but it was a significant achievement. The orphans always carried minor injuries after all. Being able to receive the priest's healing sacrament for free was a tremendous contribution to the orphanage's finances. Isip. Savoring a cup of toasted barley tea, Ivan was enjoying the long-awaited peace. Since he couldn't afford any functional issues with his perfect beard comb, Ivan hadn't been able to enjoy this precious time for a while. It was a small but fulfilling time. The lack of immediate assignments was the reason. The academy was on vacation, potential ally nations' spies had all returned home, and the children of the hero party, the main targets of protection duties, were all hospitalized at the Frechenkaya Grand Cathedral. Since the saint herself was nursing them, there was no need for further protection, as they were quietly receiving healing in a safe place. So, for Ivan, it was also a vacation. It was entirely unintended, but sadly, it was all due to the students spending the entire vacation in the hospital. Isabel had been scolded by Saintess for overtraining. Qualia. Hemo. So, even though the door seemed to burst open, Ivan could carefully place his beard combed down instead of throwing an axe. That's why people should live with composure. Enrique, knocking isn't done with your foot. Yes, Mr. Director, do you have a moment? No. What are you doing now? On vacation, off duty. Enrique chuckled and sat on the office sofa, whistling. Wow, it's changed a lot, huh? Now there's even a bed. Yeah, people should sleep in beds. Don't you fall asleep in the coffin. Huh. Hemo. Vampires don't usually sleep in coffins, do they? Come to think of it, she never carried a coffin around during wartime. Ivan was witnessing the moment his common sense was being shattered. I really want to smack you, apprentice. Stop talking nonsense and pack your stuff. Stuff? Yeah, let's go to work. I can't do that. In this country, there's no concept of vacation. It's a welfare level even the cathedral wouldn't consider, like ensuring leisure time for sustainable laborers. So, like all exploited workers, Ivan had to fight for his rights with his own hands. I said it was vacation today. Seriously, this is ridiculous. Where did you ever take a vacation? Weren't you the commander of the counterintelligence command? It's a law that superiors need rest, so their subordinates can rest too. Oh. Enrique nodded with impressed expression, but soon snapped out of it. I almost got convinced. It's urgent, apprentice. Do you remember how long it's been since you last saw me? 87 days. You remember that aren't you curious where I've been? Ahem. That wasn't Ivan's area of work. Ivan is currently a bureaucrat, and bureaucrats are indifferent to everything outside their own domain. Some of the Krasilov bureaucrats are even indifferent to their own duties. Enrique sat hesitantly on the sofa, clutching her forehead. She crossed her legs on the table without even paying attention to Ivan's expression. There's chaos happening up there right now. I see. By chaos, I mean the dwarves. Ahem. Without glancing at Enrique, Ivan continued combing. You shouldn't force your tangled beard with brute strength. Carefully, using the snap of the wrist between the comb teeth, you had to smooth out the knots. Otherwise, the hairs might break while tangled. Enrique burst out. No, listen. I am listening. Suddenly, what happened with the dwarves? Why do I know about it? Where I've been until now, aren't you curious about any of that? It's predictable. Ivan spoke without turning his gaze. It was a disturbance caused by dwarven tunneling machines in the Frechenkaya underground terror. I know you left to directly intercept the underground invasion. Yuha, that's right. If dwarves dug tunnels in the underground, we both know we need to trace that route. We need to identify and block their invasion routes. Okay. Meanwhile, you encountered dwarves, there was conflict, and you probably figured out why the dwarves suddenly rushed to Frechenkaya. Right. Ivan put down the beard comb and looked at Enrique. In that case, it's a matter for the military. Enrique, we can't mediate every conflict. Especially for the hero party. They must be able to distinguish between military affairs and missions. Heroes do not participate in wars. Wars are the role of the military. Even if they have powerful forces, they cannot be deployed on every front. The true value of heroes lies in remaining hidden. The fact that a force capable of killing dragon generals lurks somewhere on the front lines itself serves as a powerful deterrent. Even if the front lines collapse, even if countless people are being slaughtered, heroes never appear to save them. Instead, the hero party delves into enemy territory to assassinate dragon generals and demon kings. Therefore, strictly speaking, heroes were not guardians of humanity. If classified by role, they were closer to avengers, representatives of revenge for humanity. Even now, after the war, the hero party's hiding contributes greatly to the peace of the Alliance kingdoms. The fact that skilled individuals capable of assassinating demon kings are hiding in various countries alone can instill fear in ambitious individuals. I get it, I understand. But Apprentice, it's a more serious issue than you think. Enrique looked at Ivan with a bitter smile. They weren't terrorizing, they were preparing for war. The dwarves, I mean. The military factories were operating across the entire mountain range. Meeting Ivan's gaze directly, Enrique slowly spoke. They were preparing for civil war, not against us, not against humanity. Remember Abaditas. Ivan's gaze grew distant. Abaditas, the dragon lord. Why would the specter of one long dead from ages past? That lunatic lick may be gone, Buthai's disciples are still alive. Ever since Abaditas' floating island crashed, they've been there. They divided the dwarves in half and kidnapped the secretary's son. In case they win the civil war, they'll move their focus to the northern front. They're determined to eradicate this country. Abaditas' disciples probably seek revenge, punishment for the blasphemers who killed their god. Their temple will surely head towards Krasilov. The Dwarven Civil War is just a prelude to that. Enrique had invested all his time in contacting the dwarves opposing the war and understanding the situation. Krasilov doesn't have the capacity for war anymore. Little Ivan, I am asking for a favor. Looking at the most reliable and competent expert when facing dwarves and necromancers. Enrique adjusted his posture with a serious look. Let's save this country. Let's finish what we couldn't in the last war. Ivan silently sighed as he looked into Enrique's eyes. He carefully placed the beard comb inside the desk drawer and securely locked it with a complex locking mechanism. The vacation might get longer. Author's note, author's afterword. Enrique has been absent since she went out to stop the dwarven horde invading the underground tunnels during the Frechenkaya terror incident. The mention of Enrique's absence occasionally appeared throughout the story. The Dragon Lord Abaditas was the only Dragon Lord to die to a source other than the hero party. This is briefly mentioned in the middle of Ivan's past recollection. Among the operatives deployed during that battle, Ivan was the only survivor. There were a few more survivors in other Dragon Lord assassination teams. This is mentioned in the very early chapters in the Elf Aerial Battleship episode. Read Falu novels online at 110. Chapter 110. Bump, bump. The sound of footsteps echoed along the walls of the underground waterway. Ivan casually surveyed the familiar terrain of the underground waterway and asked, "Is it possible to handle it within the vacation period?" "What?" "I asked if it's a mission that can be completed within about a month and a half." Ivan sighed, looking puzzled at Enrique, who shrugged. Despite her connections as a former member of the hero party, Enrique was a legitimate professor of knightly studies. But disappearing during the semester under the pretext of a sudden mission and remaining missing until the vacation was unacceptable. If she hadn't been from the hero party, she would have been expelled without question. It was a reckless attitude devoid of professional responsibility. Ivan, being a university gardener, had an obligation to report to work during the semester. And university gardeners didn't even receive a salary. If it's about distance, then there's no problem, but if it's about the mission itself, it's up to us now. Distance is more important. It would take easily a month by foot to the Sky Mountains to Angrind. If we go on foot, sure, but wouldn't 3 or 4 days be enough? To the Dwarven Mountains at the northern front, Angrind, only in 3 or 4 days. Did that imply they were planning an aerial assault? Ivan frowned, looking at Enrique. She chuckled ominously. Ivan was a sensible person, so he didn't indulge the ramblings of a nearly 200-year-old elder. Not amusing. Odd, isn't it, my apprentice? I've always taught you never to forget leisure and humor, yet why did my best pupil end up with such a temperament? I learned well. You've learned to quip well, indeed. She grumbled as she turned a corner in the waterway. For a moment, Ivan furrowed his brow. He sensed something. 5, perhaps, along with the sound of machinery. A smell that shouldn't be in the underground waterway. The smell of oil and gunpowder, characteristic of the military. Well, let's reveal the answer. Enrique laughed heartily and waved her hand. Beyond the corner of the waterway, soldiers armed with weapons were guarding a certain door. An incongruously stern iron door stood there. If it weren't for Enrique's presence, one might have thought it was a dungeon entrance. A door. Last time, those dwarf fellows invaded this place. It was just a rift then, but we couldn't leave it as it was. Who knows what else might come in? So, we did a little reinforcement. Enrique waved to the soldiers, who were sending disciplined salutes. Is it okay to go in? Instead of answering, the soldiers quietly opened the door. Judging by their training, they were likely from the Northern Military Command. Ivan frowned and stepped through the open door. And then he stopped abruptly. Clang, whoosh. Clang, clang, clang. Ta-da, Dwarven armored railcar. Are you serious? They connected the Dwarven railway from Frechenkaya to Angrind. Hee, what's wrong with that? If things go well, this will be our trade route. If things don't go well, it'll be our marching route. Enrique chuckled with a sinister gleam in her eyes. At that moment, a low voice murmured from atop the railcar. You should consider the listening ears of dwarves. Oh, I should introduce him too. That lad over there is Turbal Ilberia. Exchange greetings. Is he the reinforcements? the Shadow Blades insisted on bringing essential reinforcements for this mission. Behind the railcar window, a dwarf raised his head and narrowed his eyes at him. After scrutinizing Ivan's face for a while, the dwarf smirked and asked, "Seems like you came alone." "It's enough. Confidence is admirable, but do you realize the stakes involved here? If it weren't for the reputation of the Shadow Blades, this could have been taken as an insult." "An insult, you say?" Ivan chuckled and climbed onto the vehicle. It was a typical, sturdy structure of dwarven machinery. These fellows knew the aesthetics of steel well, and Ivan secretly had a fondness for dwarven equipment. Sitting inside the railcar, Ivan turned his head towards the dwarf. The dwarf made a grunt of acknowledgement and began manipulating the controls. Soon, with a creak, the vehicle started, vibrating the entire track as it set off. Ivan glanced at the passing scenery through the tunnel, pondering. An insult. At least the dwarves didn't need to feel any further insult from him. He had already filled enough pages during that time. Reflecting once more. The forces of the United Kingdom most often and violently encountered on the battlefield, with the Dwarven Engineering Corps, are cleanup units. And among the cleanup units, the most outstanding record of combat effectiveness was held by the strike force led by Ivan. So the dwarves should have been proud instead. At this moment, in this era, the most effective means against the dwarves at the end of the war were heading to support their civil war. The cleanup units were on their way. Ivan Petrovich had been, from then till now, his own self, his own unit of annihilation. What's the advantage when a vampire and a cleanup unit agent travel together? They don't need meal breaks. No, not that. Ivan could sustain himself with nutrition bars, while Enrique could subsist on blood packs. And even without blood packs, if Ivan had enough nutrition bars, he could assist with blood replenishment. And Lucia, she is a guarantee. Enrique responded nonchalantly. Ivan nodded silently. Well, a guarantor hostage was indeed needed. A former member of the hero party, and one from the fiercely war-torn Krasilov, leaving to call for reinforcements from their homeland. Considering the possibility that the returning reinforcements might immediately turn into occupying forces, the dwarves would need a guarantee from their perspective. Ivan pondered tirelessly. Being a guarantee in the midst of enemy territory was a favorable position for gathering information. It would be good training for Enrique's apprentice. Doing some training on the side, huh? Enrique understood Ivan's gaze and smiled affirmatively. Before being colleagues, they were in a mentor-disciple relationship, and even before the hero party, they were partners who operated on the same field. Moreover, Enrique had been a vampire spy active among humans for over 100 years. Whenever Ivan saw his elder's wisdom, he couldn't help but realize. Why do elves never mature even as they age? Ivan thought of Vialgrin and Edel before shaking his head. Clang, clang. The railcar raced along the track at an incredible speed, making human railways seem laughable. Despite the absence of a ceiling, allowing the wind to howl inside the vehicle, the two occupants could tolerate the wind as if it were a gentle breeze of spring. As the conversation lapsed again, Ivan fell into thought, gazing at the tracks. The magical lamps gradually embedded in the tracks. Estimating the time based on the distance between those lamps and the length of the vehicle passing by, then calculating the speed by working backward. And up until the time of arrival. Like any well-trained agent, Ivan always counted time in seconds, so he could estimate the time zone based on Frichinkaya's reference. With each change in the railcar's trajectory, he mentally unfurled a map of the northern front, retracing the route. The location of the Northern Military Command's garrison, the supply lines when using this track as a marching route, and the composition of personnel needed for the assault on Andgrind's underground. Passing the time with such unnecessary thoughts. 3 days since departure from Frichinkaya. Finally, the vehicle reached the terminus of the Andgrind Underground Railway. Shadow blades have arrived. Yes, comrade. Comrade Turble has just parked at the main interchange. Hurry, let's go see. What kind of remarkable reinforcements have they brought at such an urgent time? Navelun Valfrendil, the chief secretary of the Secretariat of the Angrind Council of Ministers, grumbled as he strode forward. Surrounded by numerous dwarves, there were members of the Council of Ministers, the Secretariat, and the Policy Bureau. Among them, those who were not currently deployed were practically all present. It was such a significant matter. Employing Enrique of the Shadow Blades as a mercenary carried immense weight. A rogue of the hero party. An assassin, one of the 6 who slew the Demon Lord. Since the demise of the Demon Lord was the most crucial reason for the demon's defeat in the war, they were essentially the ones who ended the war. At this point afterward, in a situation where they were cautiously navigating through changes under the watchful eyes of the United Kingdom, inviting the hero party to end the civil war could spell disaster if it became known in demon society. If other demon warlords invaded the desolate mountains devastated by civil war, would there be any future? This issue had deeply divided opinions, even within the Council of Ministers. But we have no choice but to take the risk. Navelun murmured as he gritted his teeth. With the secretary's son kidnapped, and even the apostles of the 7 saints implicated in the background of the civil war. If they were to lose the civil war, there would be no future. Dwarves would become mere puppets of necromancers, the undertakers of corpses, forever thrown into an unwinnable battlefield. If dying was inevitable anyway, wouldn't it be better to make choices for the sake of the race, even if it meant becoming vassals of humans rather than being used as the limbs of necromancers and dying? Krasilov could never conquer the entire territory of the Dwarven Underground Republic. Their national strength was not at that level. Therefore, even if we had to engage in somewhat unfavorable diplomacy, it would be better for our survival. From Krasilov's perspective, they couldn't afford to publicly announce diplomatic relations with the dwarves internationally. There was no reason for the dwarves to willingly share numerous benefits with other countries. Therefore, the Council of Ministers made the most rational choice at this point. Entering into unfavorable diplomatic relations in exchange for receiving reinforcements from Shadow Blades, Enrique, and Krasilov's elite troops. Rescuing the secretary's son and ending the civil war. That's all Navelun had in mind. Everything was for the party and the people. If they were to perish, the lofty ideals of socialism would wither away between the twisted fingers of corpse sweepers. Hail, Comrade Secretary, welcome back. Yeah, well done. What about the Shadow Blades? They're disembarking over there. Navelun frowned as he watched Enrique waving from the main interchange. He strode forward and looked around. There was no sign of Krasilov's elite troops anywhere. There were only 2 humans here. After all, it was unthinkable for humans to infiltrate among the dwarves. Why are there no reinforcements? Does Krasilov think this situation is a joke? Are they so dim-witted that they don't realize that if we fall, the rabble of Abaditas will soon set their country ablaze along this railway line? Whoa, calm down, dwarf. How dare you call me that? I am telling you to calm down and listen. Look around, do you see anyone else with me? You probably brought along one of your cronies. Yeah, you needed a spy to help with your nighttime activities, vampire. Navelun pointed his trembling finger at the man beside him. He had a somewhat fierce appearance and decent enough beard among humans, but what use was that in war? Enrique burst into laughter upon hearing Navelun's words. Spy, huh, Ivan? Not a spy but a spy, ha ha huff. These people are serious. I know, that's what I'm saying. When they brought me here, they weren't so flustered, but now that they've brought you, they're calling you nothing but a spy, huff huff. Enrique extended her hand widely towards Navelun, whose face was turning red as if he were about to explode, and spoke. Let me introduce you. This is Ivan Petrovich. Ring any bells? Think carefully. The lumberjack, the executioner, little Ivan. What else was there? Oh, right, your nickname, what was it? If it's a name known among dwarves. Ivan pondered for a moment. Instead of using human titles, it would be better to introduce himself with a more ominous tone. Fortunately, there was no need to make an effort to remember. Navlun dropped the staff he was holding and took a step back. There was a moment of silence. Amidst the dwarves who had just been charging angrily, a strange calm settled. The sound of swallowing saliva, slightly subdued breaths, and pale faces. In the midst of this, Navlun murmured as if lamenting. The Tarantula Ivan. Like all intelligence organizations, the cleanup unit was not well known externally. Their missions and operations were not shared with ordinary armies or civilians. Whatever struggles or tragedies had occurred within them, humans could not easily discern them. They were just seen as unbelievable and suspicious diseases. But as with all intelligence organizations, the cleanup unit was more famous among enemies than allies, especially among dwarves. Dead, I heard you were dead. The relief felt by the dwarves when Ivan's death and the defeat of the cleanup unit spread through dwarf society was beyond expression. It was to the extent that one of the songs sung to frighten young dwarves included the line, "Alone at the end of a deep tunnel, the spider comes." Therefore, within that vague sense of fear, Navlun muttered softly. So it was true, the tarantula can even assassinate after death. What the hell is that? Ivan furrowed his brow, while Enrique burst into laughter until he ran out of breath. The story of someone who assassinated Abaditas and now stood on their side spread widely throughout Angrun. Citizens felt a strange sense of betrayal. Revenge against the dwarven rebels and necromancers, the anticipation of tearing them apart, and feeling guilt for summoning the Demon King with their own hands. Without facing any suspicion or opposition, Ivan successfully entered Angrun. My apprentice seems to be more popular than me. Is it because your beards look similar? Enrique, you could really die, you know. I am really scared, truly a tarantula. Don't stay alone at the end of the tunnel, tilde the tarantula comes tilde. Enrique chuckled and hummed a strange tune, then patted Ivan's back. Author's note, author's postscript. Ivan is more famous among the demons. This was evident from the reactions of the human civilians and demon forces encountered by Ivan. It was a part that was mentioned quite early on. I really wanted to write this scene. Read Fallu novels online at (111). Chapter 111. The situation was urgent, and Ivan and Enrique had to head straight for the council chamber at the urging of the dwarves, questioning whether Navlun's words were untrue. Ivan had rarely seen so many dwarves unarmed, sitting like this. He meant there had been times before. Now, however, no one could see it anymore. All the council members, except the dwarves who had come out to greet Ivan, showed suspicion towards the two humans who had suddenly burst in. Have you finally lost your mind? Comrade Navlun, how dare you bring humans to the council chamber? Isn't it ridiculous? Wasn't it the council's initial decision to enlist Shadowblade's assistance in gaining Krasilov's backing? The dwarves gestured towards Ivan, who stood with his arms crossed by Navlun's side. I don't want to repeat the same fuss for nothing, but let me make one thing clear. Do I have a say in this, Navlun? Speak freely. Shadowblade, you are now an official envoy of Krasilov. All right, then listen to this, everyone. Enrique, chest puffed out, strode towards the center of the council chamber and declared. As an official envoy of Krasilov, present Krasilov's official position, dwarves, counselors of Angrund. We are the only support that Krasilov can provide and... Angry shouts erupted among the dwarves. Nonsense. Don't spout bullshit, human. Are you trying to insult us? And so on. Enrique spoke without a flinch amidst the chaos in the council chamber. We are the most powerful support. Let me introduce myself. I am Enrique Sarajevica. a member of the hero party and the witness who directly killed the Demon King. If one were to name the most formidable force within Krasilov, it would undoubtedly be me, a position I have never yielded. Anyone questioning my capabilities is welcome to step forward and request immediate proof. The dwarves still wore disgruntled expressions. However, none of them dared to challenge Enrique. Scanning the audience, Enrique opened her mouth. The man here is my apprentice who has mastered everything I taught, the executioner of Abaditas, and the commander of the counterintelligence command. Colonel Ivan Petrovich Yermov. If you remember the times well, he would have been a major. Yes, the tarantula. The tarantula, Ivan, I heard you were dead. Do you think we're obligated to reveal national intelligence to you? At Enrique's words, the dwarves fell silent. Their silence was nothing short of coerced. All the council members in this room couldn't hide their perplexed and fearful expressions. The atmosphere in the council chamber was clearly changing. The swirling emotions centered around one man were vividly visible. Fear, hatred, anger, and once again, fear. The cleanup units led directly by Ivan inflicted more damage on the dwarves than any single military regime in this world. During the war, dwarves only retreated on one front. The defeat at that time transcended the realm of tactical domains. The news of defeat did not spread externally. That is, survivors did not return alive to report the defeat. On the front that suffered defeat, a tremendous loss and expansion occurred. It was only after the number of lost troops exceeded a threshold that the defeat could be recognized and responded to. As the spy network buried within the mountains gradually darkened, and beyond the shadows of the corridors, all unexplored zones turned into danger zones. The dwarves realized fear. The fear that a lone tarantula comes to those left at the end of the corridor. Our enemies are not them, comrades. They are reprimands against the lackeys of Abaditas and those despicable creatures who dare to challenge the authority of the Secretary General. Put down your axes and start a dialogue. The crowd regained its composure at Navelun's words. They looked at Navelun and the two humans with silent eyes and spoke. But is it not inappropriate for this Ivan to share frontline command? Even if victory is achieved with his help, do we have a future after that? If, in a situation where a direct line to Angrind is open, Krasilov can fully understand all the corridors beneath our mountains, do our people have a future? Even if not, is there a future? Finally, Ivan spoke. The dwarf who spoke first flinched and stepped back. The Secretary General's son is kidnapped, half of the nation is in rebellion, and behind the rebellion lurks the Legion of Abaditas. Can you really remedy the situation with your strength alone? That's why we requested military support from you. That's why I am standing here. Ivan walked to the center of the council chamber. He attempted to make eye contact with each dwarf who were still cowering, one by one. But none of the dwarves dared to meet his gaze. I understand your reluctance to share the front line of Angrind, so I won't force you. Instead, I can make a promise. A promise. Under the assumption that there is no prior information about this area, I can accomplish the mission objectives within 6 months. Ivan was part of the cleanup unit, which essentially involved operations infiltrating the enemy's midst. Even when moving with the hero party on the front line, his goal was to identify and neutralize the anticipated dangers along the party's route. Therefore, he specialized in reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, and survival in unexplored areas. He had never made a mistake on any front, allowing him to survive even in the hero party's ambush operations. Hence, this situation, with clear positions of both allies and enemies, was not so much a challenge for him. Interrogating the first encountered enemy, identifying the location of the enemy's headquarters, striking the headquarters for interrogation, and then infiltrating towards the next operational point. He was adept at every step of the process. So, if you share the frontline situation with me, I can accomplish the mission objectives within 2 months. 2 months, is that even? And if you transfer frontline situation, substantial field command, and adequate firepower support capabilities to me, I can accomplish the mission objectives within a week. A week. The first dwarf to speak hesitantly asked, "What are the mission objectives you anticipate?" "It's one of two. Either rescuing the Secretary General's son according to your request, or annihilating the henchmen of Abaditas behind the war." "Both of those." "That's not possible." Ivan nodded briefly. Claiming the impossible as possible is the behavior of a charlatan. Trained agents should honestly convey the feasibility assessment of the operation. The Secretary General's son is more like a hostage, just a deterrent against all of you. The moment the henchmen of Abaditas die, the hostages die too. Conversely, when the hostages are rescued, those without deterrence will surely start an all-out war. At that point, assassination becomes practically impossible. Are you anticipating the current situation? If they had captured hostages, they wouldn't be engaging in a full-scale war. It's a sign that they're stalling for time and provoking delaying tactics, indicating they're preparing something to overturn the current situation. Any other opinions? I'm all ears. This is some kind of test. Is he really Ivan Petrovich, and is he as competent a commander as the rumors suggest? It's okay. The cleanup unit always had to be more competent than rumors. The reason the front line is deadlocked is obvious. Both sides are dwarves, both defense and offense are excessive. Even basic infantry dwarves are heavily armored with near-perfect plate armor. When charging into a melee, the phalanx of clustered dwarf warriors is akin to a solid barrier. Small firearms are a given, and they easily fend off melee weapons. It was difficult to gain much advantage even with formidable individuals. Therefore, if dwarves engage in a melee battle, the front line is naturally bound to become unstable. However, at the same time, dwarf firepower is excessive. They are fundamentally a people who dig underground to build cities. Contrary to the misconception of many, this does not mean they excavate the ground with shovels and picks. It means they have developed highly sophisticated blasting explosives over their long history. At this point where all the tunneling machines were lost, dwarf excavation techniques were almost entirely dependent on blasting explosives. And just as dynamite on Earth, industrial explosives thrown at people become the prototypes of weapons of war. The dwarves' war weapons have excessive firepower. They pose an absolute threat when fired on the surface, but not underground. This is because they can easily unleash a single strike that collapses the entire tunnel system. Unless one wants to collapse the ground across all of Andgrind, the use of weapons had to be restrained in the dwarves' civil war. It's akin to how nuclear warfare on Earth is constrained to prevent mutual assured destruction. So, those Abaditas' lackeys, who already know all this, must have another trick up their sleeves. If they have another trick up their sleeves, they might be excavating Abaditas' remains or producing undead forces through large-scale cremation ceremonies. There are many reasons to stall, but information isn't one of them. Perhaps both. Abaditas' celestial fortress, the Fortress of Desires, crashed near the Sky Mountains. Abaditas perished with the destruction of his soul altar, but his body would still be buried somewhere beneath the ground, along with the countless treasures he collected during his lifetime. It would be natural for Abaditas' disciples to want to reclaim their master's legacy. If several hundred years pass, a second Abaditas could be born. So, one must make their move before such a situation arises. Ivan sensed a certain fate. The fate of Dragon General, who took away everything Ivan had ever cherished. Now that he had returned, he would turn everything Abaditas once treasured into ashes and dust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It was time to give eternal rest to the revenants who had escaped death. This was revenge against each other, and a memorial for the memories they held. Ivan closed his eyes. The memories of that day still echoed in his ears. The testament of all of them was always one and the same. "Don't die here." He reportedly said so with a smile, even as he swallowed death in the presence of his comrades. The words he uttered when his first comrade held his breath continued, until the last breath of his final comrade reached Ivan at last. He stood alone. The collective will of his strike team had become the determination keeping him going until now. "Don't die here. Let's not die like this. For the sake of those who lived with purpose and died with valor. Let me remember them until the very last moment." When Ivan finally opened his eyes, the audience was staring at him in silence. "Now I believe. You are indeed the same formidable individual from those days. Will you accept our apology?" "It's meaningless." Ivan nodded briefly. Rather than indulging in such formalities, it was right to proceed with the operation even a moment faster. The enemy's strength was increasing quantitatively every hour. In their ruthless efficiency, the dwarves realized. They understood why dwarves feared this man during wartime. He was so rational to the point of being terrifying, and he replaced that rationality with competence, which inevitably yielded malevolent results. The secretary wishes to confront you directly. The map of Angrind's entire territory will be shared with you during the tactical briefing afterward. Is Durantline a Levandi still performing the duties of the secretary? Would it be too much to ask for at least an honorific? I will keep that in mind. Ivan nodded and followed Navelin. Secretary's palace was located deep down along a staircase so huge that even 5 dwarven armored carts couldn't fill it. Stone statues of dwarves wielding axes and hammers lined both sides of the stairs, looking down at the approaching visitors. Ancient dwarven runes in gold were engraved on the arched entrance of the palace. At the end of this path lies the center of the world. Typical dwarven arrogance. Unlike Navelin, who was awestruck, Ivan could remain composed, knowing that the center of the planet couldn't be just this shallow. Kagung. Kagagagagugu. The gate of the palace opened, raising a cloud of dust. The thick stone gate swung open, emitting a metallic clang, clang sound. Clang, 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 and the sound of hammering on iron. The echoes of sounds reminiscent of a forge reverberated through the vast hall. How far had he walked? Ivan found himself led to a towering furnace from which heat was emanating. "Have you arrived?" A burly dwarf, covered in dirt and with a weary look, turned his head towards him. Meeting the most wanted human in our world brings a new perspective. Durandline. Except for the demon lord and dragon general, your bounty would have been the highest in our world. Ivan. And now it's not, Durandline. In the future it won't be, Ivan. In the midst of peace negotiations forged by the scars of war, the old dwarf chuckled. Durandline a Levandi. Ivan Petrovich Yermov. Thank you for making time. It's not something I'd say from a position of requesting, but I really wanted to see you in person. Were you listening to the deliberations in the council chamber? Isn't that what surveillance is about? Ah, Ivan nodded. True dictators never easily reveal themselves. They knew that the greatest power lies in casting shadows from behind the veil. Isn't it troublesome for the secretary? Blacksmithing, it doesn't matter who does it. What matters is who wields it. Whether it's weapons or equipment, ultimately, it's about who wields them and what they intend to achieve. The secretary wiped the soot off his cheek with the back of his hand. But since his whole hand was already covered in charcoal, his face ended up even blacker. He looked at Ivan with a modest smile. What weapon do you use? I don't discriminate. Which one do you prefer? Axe. Wait, Comrade Navelin. Navelin, who had been blankly listening to their conversation, stepped forward in astonishment. Yes, Comrade Secretary. Open the treasure vault and hand him the best weapon. If he wants something, give it to him, even if it means raiding all of Angrind. The secretary looked at Ivan with transparent eyes, then turned back to the anvil and stood beside it. He placed the piece of iron, he had been hammering on the anvil and raised the hammer. In exchange, return us half of the remaining mountains in this range. So be it. It's a deal then. Tell your master that we expect the next envoy to be from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now go. Without waiting for a reply, the secretary began hammering away. After a brief bow, Ivan moved along with Navelin. The sound of hammering echoed behind him. A man as tough as steel. If Ivan were to return someday under the banner of Krasilov to reconquer this underground city, it wouldn't be easy. With that thought in mind, read Falu novels online at 112. Chapter 112. On the way to the treasure hall, Navelin kept exclaiming as if he were extremely excited, with most of his praises directed towards Secretary. Isn't he truly remarkable, handling the situation where his beloved son was kidnapped by rebels with such composure? Yes. Not once did he mention his son. To reclaim this land, in other words, to clearly grasp the strategic objective you mentioned, isn't it? Choosing the nation over his son. Truly an exemplary figure, like an incarnation of pragmatism. Yes. Ivan nodded without much reaction, and at the same time he thought, well, from the perspective of a human not indoctrinated in pragmatism, the secretary's words were quite subtle. The issue the secretary raised was simple. Will you return the remaining half of this mountain range to us? This was a highly political matter. To the dwarves, it might sound like deal with the remnants of Abaditas and end the war. The dwarves, being the involved party, equated remnants of Abaditas with dwarf rebels. But the situation was more complicated than that. While it was true that the dwarf rebels were being inflated like scarecrows in the clutches of the necromancers, it was not as if the dwarf rebels would suddenly disappear if the necromancers were dealt with. Both sides were deeply entrenched to the point where reconciliation seemed impossible. The terms of surrender were essentially no different from a surrender document leading to one's own execution. The secretary was aware of this fact. Killing Abaditas wouldn't bring back half of the mountain range, nor would it even enable Ivan to tidy up the remaining dwarf rebels. His role was limited to the strike team and the rescue team. Frontal assault was not his forte. The secretary did not abandon his son. Therefore, Ivan's conclusion was as follows. He acted in a way that could be perceived by his people as issuing strict orders as a great leader who sacrificed his son for the nation. It must have been a last resort. At the point where half the nation had turned its back on him, his leadership might already have been in doubt. For the sake of strong charisma, one must be willing to make decisions even if it means sacrificing one's own child. Furthermore, asking for assistance from humans also entails political risks. It would be difficult to shed the frame of being a dictator who clung to enemies and massacred the people immediately after the civil war ends. So, directly requesting to rescue his son is not possible. Return the remaining half of this mountain range. The secretary implied his ownership of the entire mountain range. Beyond the mere pretext of pragmatism, this great dictator was confident in his feudal authority, surpassing. However, at the same time, return the remaining half. He was also a father who acknowledged that his son was his other half. If it seemed he would issue orders to assassinate the remnants of Abaditas and abandon his son, he would have conducted a more efficient investigation. And he even devised a safety net. Once the pretextual investigation clears some political implications, it will appear as an order to assassinate the remnants of Abaditas. Surely, it will be written so explicitly in formal requests. Therefore, if Ivan rescues his son and gives up targeting the enemy leadership, he will attempt to leverage this in diplomacy with Krasilov. His misjudgment of the support troops has led to a dilemma in the situation. Prioritizing the assassination of the leadership also poses problems. Originally, when formally requesting support from Krasilov, the demand was for the rescue of the secretary's son. If I had wanted to prevent the war in the first place, I would have requested support from the Northern Command. If Krasilov's support troops solve everything, what remains for the dwarves is nothing more or less than a vassal state. Even if it meant preparing for such a scenario, they had to strive for the independence of the nation. It's an extremely intricate and astute political game. Enrique. Yeah. Huh. Navelin looked startled as Enrique suddenly dropped from the ceiling. In this solemn secret passage from the secretary's palace to the treasure hall, Enrique had clandestinely infiltrated and waited. Before Navelin could react, Ivan looked at her and spoke. How much did you hear? Everything. Do you understand the situation? Yes. I am counting on you. The mature elder, who had lived for over 100 years, astutely grasped all the circumstances in the brief conversation. As a longtime partner, Ivan felt reassured to have such a reliable ally. The secretary's desires encompass both the assassination of the necromancers and the rescue of his son. Both of these objectives are impossible to achieve simultaneously. If both are not accomplished, the secretary will attempt to gain the upper hand in formal diplomacy with Krasilov. Ultimately, this man was prepared to profit from every situation if the end of this civil war was not defeat. Then they must make a move. Being exploited like servants by these moles, and even having their wages plundered, simply didn't add up. Ivan's statement, both objectives cannot be achieved simultaneously, was correct, excluding the subject I. And he wasn't alone in this. Here, there was a veteran who had directly overseen all his tactics, a mentor who had guided him and patrolled alongside him, and a partner who had handled reconnaissance and tactical support from the rear in the hero party. Ivan alone could serve as a substitute for the Annihilation Unit's role as a mere strike team. And the current force with Enrique was no less formidable than the strike team formation that assassinated the 7 dragon generals back in the day. Once the dwarves realized this fact, they should have learned more than just diplomacy on the diplomatic front. They should remember that the tarantula and shadow blade always lurked at the end of the railway line, leading from Frechenkaya to Angrind. Which way should we go then, apprentice? Rescue? No. All right, figured as much. Let's do this. I'll handle the rescue, you take care of the assassination. See you in the ops room. Yeah, have a good shopping trip. Enrique chuckled and melted back into the darkness. Ignoring the astonished Navelin, Ivan moved on, deep in thought. Enrique would take on the mission of rescuing the secretary's son, while he himself would handle the task of cleaning up the remnants of Abaditas. This division of roles was no different from the time they had shared in the past. Soon, very soon, they would depart shortly, just wait a little longer. Ivan whispered softly to the necromancers lurking somewhere at the end of the passage as he walked. Angrind, meaning world in ancient dwarven runes. This word not only signified the dwarves' arrogance, but also hinted at the richness of this underground realm. There was no need to venture outside. All minerals, all resources, all territories lay beneath this underground realm. A vast barrier spanning the northern reaches of the continent, another world extending deep underground, beyond the sky mountains, in itself. Here, the dwarves had waged wars as long as their history. Sometimes with the northern tribes, sometimes with the subterranean creatures, and occasionally with external invaders, and finally, conflicts among their own dwarven kin. This meant one thing. Just as humanity's territory was smaller compared to the world, the dwarf population was clearly inadequate compared to the breadth of the world. In other words, in this vast expanse and the dark world beneath the ground, there would inevitably be gaps in military strength on the outskirts of dwarven civilization. Screech, screech. Not again, damn it. At Relay Station 6 of Sector 17, the duty soldier in charge of the communication network, with the surrounding 3 sectors, muttered as he put down the receiver. Due to the solid ground and abundant magic-infused ore veins, all types of communication had to rely on mail couriers or magic-powered communication lines. Unfortunately, the dwarves' stature rendered mail couriers impractical due to their slow walking speed. Even the most delicate product of engineering, such as communication lines, could easily break. Just stepping on them with military boots along the road could cause a strand of the communication network to snap. Therefore, the noise coming from the receiver was just one of those everyday issues. "Hello, can you hear me? This is the relay station, the relay station. Respond, Sector 5. Static, static. Sector 5 is down too." The dwarf, who had been yawning, scratched his beard roughly and grumbled. There was no tension in the recently solidified front lines, and those corpse lovers in the rear were holed up in their chambers preparing for something, so there was hardly any sense of war in this outpost far from the front lines. It was just another mundane duty as usual, and like all duties, they half-dozed, filled out duty reports every hour, secretly snacked on jerky, and answered duty calls. But at this point, when reports from each outpost should come in every 10 minutes, there had been no response for the past 30 minutes. "Hello, Sector 4, can you hear me? Static. Sector 9, can you hear me? Respond. This is the relay station." Static, buzz. At this point, anxiety suddenly surged. A situation of wireless silence where even one communication line was cut off was unheard of. Only then did the word war begin to whisper quietly in the dwarf's mind. Although it was an outpost far from the front lines, he was still part of the rebels. All rebels in this world tend to have paranoid delusions. They knew they would be led to the gallows the moment they were captured as prisoners of war. The moment the threat of war came to mind, the duty soldier began to press the relay machine anxiously. Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 11, Relay Station 16, respond. Sector 15, Sector 19. Static, buzz, buzz. Northwest Command, this is Sector 15, Sector 15 Relay Station. Respond. Buzz, buzz. At this point, it was no longer just a problem with 1 or 2 communication lines. It was impossible for all the lines connecting numerous sectors to be severed simultaneously by chance. It was deliberate sabotage. But would dwarves conduct such sabotage from such a distant rear? That would be impossible even in the days when there were still earth movers during wartime. The duty soldier anxiously scratched his beard and surveyed his surroundings with small eyes. Gulp. There were a total of 5 tunnels extending from the relay station as the center. Since one of them led to the rear command post, he scanned the 4 front tunnels randomly, swallowing nervously. How long until the next shift arrives? Damn it, if I get through this time, I'll insist on having 2 soldiers on duty together next time. No matter how far back it is, no matter how short-handed the front lines are, this is just too much. Thud. At that moment, a distant rumble was heard from one of the tunnels. The duty soldier quickly raised his pistol with a gasp. Thud. Who goes there? The white magical lamp, which was gradually illuminating the tunnel, suddenly went out with a thud. It was in the direction of Sector 14. The duty soldier licked his dry lips and aimed his trembling gun. Again. Thud. Lights went out in the tunnel opposite. Thud. In another tunnel, and yet another. Finally, darkness descended over all 4 tunnels, leading to the front sectors. In a panic, the duty soldier hastily raised the receiver of the relay machine and began pressing the buttons frantically. Anyone respond? Urgent, urgent situation, requesting backup. I repeat, requesting backup. The terrified dwarf scream echoed through the relay station, filling it with a sense of dread. The only response was the silence, mixed with static, reverberating in the aftermath. As one feeble magical lamp barely pushed back the darkness in front of his nose. A thud was heard from beyond the relay machine. "Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, ancestors, damn it. Comrades, this is the relay station. Sector 17 relay station, requesting backup. Where are you located? Damn it, the location. Is there more than one relay station in Sector 17? It's in Sector 17, Tunnel 6. Hurry, urgent situation." Understood. With a thud, the signal was cut off. The duty soldier's mind seemed to come back to life as if by magic. His brain, which had been paralyzed by fear, began to actively capture oxygen with a sense of relief. He gasped for breath, and suddenly, his brain, finally starting to function rationally, managed to entertain a thought. Wait a minute, who is this? Because he had been randomly pressing the relay machine, he couldn't confirm which sector's response he had received. And even if it was a response from a particular sector, there couldn't be a case where they ignored the communication procedure and jumped straight to the point. Even if such a case existed, there was no reason to inquire about the location of the relay station. If, by any chance, he really didn't know the location of the relay station, there was no way the conversation would end like this. Who is it? Who could it be? Could it be the moderates? Or perhaps the demons who breached the outer gate from this direction? Or. Don't stay alone at the end of the dark tunnel. An old adage brushed his mind. The tarantula is coming. The whisper, now a superstition after several years, swept through his mind. The festival the dwarves held upon everyone's death largely diluted the fear of the long-standing superstition, now just a nursery rhyme to scare children. For those who remember that time, those who have experienced battle, it occasionally stirs up that adage. Clamp, clamp, clamp. Footsteps were heard from the end of the tunnel. The dwarf jerkily raised his gun and fired in the direction of the sound. Bang, bang, ting the sound of casings rolling, the noise of bullets ricocheting somewhere in the tunnel. In between. Clamped, clamped, clamp. The footsteps didn't stop. Reveal yourself. I demand to know your identity. Bang, bang, clack, tick, tick, tick. Even with trembling hands, unable to properly load a bullet, he just aimed down the end of the tunnel. Regular sounds echoed in the ears of the trembling dwarf, like a beating heart, slow and quiet, squeezing the breath out of his lungs. Clamped, clamped, clamp. Deliver the message to Enrique. Successful penetration of Northern Gate 5. Yes, sir. Successful penetration of Northern Gate 5. Quietly. Yes, sir. Silence. Yes, sir. Glancing at the playful Lucia, Ivan quietly sighed. Lucia chuckled and soon closed her eyes tightly. With a flash of magic, crimson veins popped out on her pale white skin. Vampire link, transmitting vital signals to the ancestors' bloodline. Although complex conversations weren't possible, short signals could be transmitted within a certain distance regardless of terrain. Tap, 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 signals akin to the beating of a heart. Just as Morse code proved in the early 19th century, transient signal stimulation was an excellent communication tool. Enrique didn't operate an intelligence organization for nothing. And Lucia, Enrique's immediate successor, half vampire and half human, successfully absorbed almost all of Enrique's malice. Naturally, her level of skill far surpassed that of other vampires. If there was a problem, it was her personality. According to Ivan's thoughts, she seemed like a 200-year younger Enrique. Taking away the years from an old woman and leaving just the childishness. In other words, just like a child. But it'll still be a good learning experience. Among the children of the hero party, she was the one who directly received the teachings of the previous hero party. It meant she was the most outstanding among the new hero party members, lacking only practical experience. A great agent never achieves just one goal in a single operation. Always aiming for beyond the objective, Ivan deeply cherished those teachings. Even in this operation, As someone who had graduated with excellent grades from the mature education system of the 21st century, he was planning to educate the young students as an educator. Lucia was enough to assist as a communications soldier from a distant point. Since he could personally provide guidance, practical education was possible. What's the response? Understood. Operation proceeding as planned. Confirmed. Move out. Yes, sir. Quietly. Yes, sir. Is she doing this on purpose? Turning around, he found a look that seemed to confirm she was indeed doing it on purpose. Ivan, who spent his childhood during the time of the Student Rights Ordinance, doesn't resort to violence for discipline. But he wanted to hit her once. He reflexively reached for his belt, then quietly withdrew his hand from the axe handle. Instead, he sighed. Every time he thought that it wouldn't hurt to use a primitive education method in this primitive pre-modern society. Suppressing the urge, with a determination to maintain dignity as a representative of Earth civilization. Andra Grund, The Book of Valor, Day 2 of Operation Execution. This happened just after the occupation of the first target point. Read Fallu novels online at 113. Chapter 113. Let's rewind to 2 days ago, when Ivan stood before the state council members in the command center, briefing them on the castle raid operation. After Ivan finished explaining the operation overview, silence enveloped the command post as everyone stared blankly at him. Though Ivan wasn't skilled at deciphering dwarf expressions, the collective gaze didn't seem friendly. It seemed to silently question his judgment. I have numerous inquiries, spoke up a muscular dwarf bearing the title of Military Directorate Chief, raising his hand. When Ivan motioned for him to speak, the dwarf met Ivan's gaze with a troubled expression. Is it possible to establish from the first stage? Of course. To reach the opposite side of the mountain range within 2 days. I've done it before. Ivan glanced at the dwarf silently. Angrind is located beneath the vast Sky Mountains that stretch across the northern front line. The Sky Mountains themselves serve as a natural barrier. To reach the realm of the demons, one must pass through the low gorges of the mountains. Some parts of the mountains have gateways constructed by the Krasilov's army, but those locations are too far from our current position. They cannot be utilized for this operation. And this operation is the castle raid. Rear infiltration and strikes are essential. This means moving to the opposite ridge of the mountains to initiate the operation. If traveling underground, it's not an impossible distance to reach within 2 days on foot, except for the fact that they have to penetrate enemy territory. Since they had to infiltrate the enemy dwarf camp without attracting attention, Ivan's plan was simple. Come out and climb the mountain, then strike at the enemy's rear. Even if it's not the highest peak of the Sky Mountains, according to the route on the operation map he planned, one must traverse the barren cliffs with no hiking trails and reach the location known as the Northern Fifth Gate by straight-line distance. Even for a dwarf accustomed to climbing, one would question the feasibility of traversing such rugged terrain and reaching it within 2 days. You said you've done it before. How do you think we infiltrated Abadidas Fortress? Day 1 of the Sunrise Decree operation in Andedgrund. Whoosh. Since clouds lay below, the sky was clear. Except for the biting cold, it was delightful. Lucia, who had never seen clouds below in her life, shivered, trying to move her frozen jaw. I am really going to die. Ivan didn't bother to answer. He knew that someone truly dying wouldn't have the energy to speak. Instead, he responded by pulling Lucia, who was leaning against him, closer. Can't you hear me? Let's take a break for a moment. That's not possible. Why? Instead of replying, Ivan raised his hand and shook it in front of Lucia's eyes. In his gloved hand, a ticking pocket watch was clenched. Really, you think we can cross this in 2 days? Even after crossing, we have to go down a lot more. Do you understand? Humans suffer from altitude sickness. Surround your lungs with magic to enhance oxygen intake. What? Altitude sickness refers to a condition where the blood oxygen level decreases when active in low oxygen atmosphere. The moment you feel a headache, cast a spell to enhance lung function and forcefully take deep breaths. This is insane. I never learned anything like that. If you can't do it, you'll die. The symptoms of oxygen deficiency during rapid climbing. Generally, it requires an adaptation period or training, but not for Lucia. She can also enhance magic, and she learned blood magic directly from Enrique. It means she has expertise in spell systems based on blood. It's something she can do sufficiently. It's the route she chose because she trusted Enrique's teaching more than herself. Ivan silently climbed up the cliff, chopping it with his axe. Whoosh! At the height where you would die from cardiac arrest before feeling the impact if you fell, Ivan silently climbed the cliff, chopping it with his axe, even at a height where the collision sound of slipping rocks was not heard. Lucia, who had been whimpering for a while, soon clenched her teeth and desperately began to use magic. She seemed startled when she felt the headache. Impressive. Ivan threw the axe with a rope tied beyond the cliff and pulled himself up, increasing his speed. This was his most recent experience among all his experiences. Climbing the sky mountains to approach the demon's residence, the Seven Dragon Barracks. Just before the dissolution of the cleanup unit, just before he decided to retire. This was the last mission he received. So, fortunately, he can say he's still good at it. Then, here's my second question. While we may not know how humans execute their operation plans, are you aware of this saying? In war, the first casualty is the operational plan. That means, I know. Would someone like that devise a plan like this? The dwarf tapped Ivan's briefing document roughly. While plans written in hourly increments would normally be laughable fantasies, this plan was filled with minute-by-minute timetables. From various tactical symbols and routes on the operational map to anticipated engagement routes. Even first-year tactical school students wouldn't joke like this. It's the scribbling of dreamers who haven't even tried basic war games. Ivan nodded. Impressive. Impressive. How can you even say that this makes sense right now? Enrique and I can make it happen. The only variable here is you. Whether it's confidence or arrogance, remember this. This map was drawn before the Civil War. The actual situation may be completely different from the map. This is underground. While there may be additional tunnel expansions, it's not easy to break through the tunnels marked on the map, especially if it's a dwarven structure. True, since you destroyed the Earth Mover, it's true however. In that case, your tactical map is the easiest to predict among the field maps, because it corresponds to extremely accurate artificial structures. Day 2 of the Andgrind Castle raid operation. Lucia frowned as she spun the map around, chewing her lips while glancing at the compass spinning. Sir, didn't we take the wrong path? We shouldn't have reached a fork here. That's correct. But, look. Ivan swung his axe down on one of the paths at the fork. With a clack, one of the supports of the tunnel split apart. Wiping between the gap with his fingers, Ivan said quietly, "The construction technique here is different from that tunnel. I don't have expertise in dwarven civil engineering. Just keep this in mind. A tunnel with supports means it's made by hand. Do you see any supports on the other tunnel?" Yes, oh yes, but why? That means it's a tunnel dug during the era of the Earth Mover. Earth Movers use compression excavation methods. They don't need supports. As long as there's no earthquake, it won't collapse. Lucia's mouth hung open at Ivan's words. So this tunnel, it means it's a tunnel that hasn't been dug for long. It wouldn't be recorded on the map. Any other questions? If I keep learning from my mentor, will I end up thinking like a machine? You don't need a mentor like Enrique to do that. Ivan nodded firmly. because it was a deductive method that any properly trained agent could do. It was just a matter of experience. Ivan couldn't be a good teacher like Enrique. Unfortunately, even though he had mastered the advanced education system of the 21st century, it was an area that was difficult to emulate. He didn't have a special talent for teaching someone. However, if there was something Ivan could do, it was experience. Just as he taught other adventurer parties not by passing on special skills and knowledge, but by instilling real-life experiences, he was adept at that. Therefore, he looked at Lucia, nodding her head with satisfaction, and moved on. After this mission, Lucia would become a good rival to other new hero party members, a catalyst for competitiveness. The dwarf, who had been silently observing Ivan's face, cautiously inquired with a visibly diminished momentum. But ultimately, all these operations, it doesn't mean Yao'll be used as bait, does it? That's right. Is it possible for you to come back alive? Is that an important question to you? I apologize. I misspoke. Even if there's a slight error in your plan, even if the operation doesn't go as you expected, you still have to adhere to this timetable, right? Even if Ivan were to suffer injuries during rear infiltration to the extent that executing the operation becomes impossible, should he still adhere to this plan? In response to the dwarf's question, Ivan nodded firmly. Even if not only I, but also Enrique's operation were to fail, this plan must be followed. Why is that? Once the operation begins, neither Enrique nor I will have a way to contact you. Conducting operations through improvisation and stratagems must ultimately be carried out under the thoroughly prepared grand strategy. Even if the direction of the operation deviates under the discretion of the on-site commander, the headquarters must maintain the existing operational principles in order to respond promptly on the ground. In response to Ivan's words, the dwarf nodded briefly. In 2 days, march according to the schedule. I'll see you again in this place in a week. May you return alive. Without a response, Ivan left the place. Angrind's Castle Raid, Day 2, 1930. Click. The dwarf at the forefront silently drew his rifle and loaded it. It echoed like the spearhead of a march. Click, click, click. The sound of reloading echoed. Behind him, the entire square resonated with the reloading sounds of heavily armed infantrymen lined up across the square. Creak, the massive gate opened. For the first time since the Civil War began, the northern gate of Angrind, which had never been fully opened, was being opened. The loud sound of cranks reverberated through the vast underground cavity. Anyone could do it, even more daringly. Avoiding the attention of dwarves in the underground is no easy task. And now, their enemies are also dwarves. Similar events were happening simultaneously at various points along the wide front line. Dwarves preparing for a frontal assault began marching forward with rifles, axes, hammers, and cannons. Toward the north, toward the rebel headquarters, throughout the vast territory of Angrind. To become bait. Rigri Groldi, the military chief of staff, watched the marching army from his commanding position and sighed bitterly. The tarantula's strategy was simple. It was a concept anyone could come up with: lure the enemy and attack from a different direction. What made his strategy special was a step further in his castle raid operation. Enrique rescuing the secretary's son. Ivan assassinating the lackeys of Abaditas. The dwarf main force advancing from the front. The three of them were each other's bait, and at the same time, the core objectives of the mission. You couldn't fool the dwarves underground. Whether it was Enrique or Ivan, once the mission reached an inevitable point, their positions and objectives would be exposed. A perfect ambush and retreat were impossible from the start. Therefore, they operated under the assumption of being discovered. The target didn't matter. Whoever was discovered would become bait to support operations in other directions. The enemy would be deeply puzzled. What exactly are the enemy's objectives? Is it Ivan in the rear, Enrique infiltrating from the side, the army advancing from the front. Incorrect. Everyone is a core target, and at the same time, each operation serves as bait for the others in all sectors. While individual operations exist on the tactical level, they are intricately intertwined under a sophisticated timetable at the strategic level. Regardless of which direction the enemy command chooses, operations in other directions proceed as planned. It doesn't matter who fails. Conversely, if the confused command makes a mistake, all operational objectives could still be accomplished. However, Enrique infiltrating from the east has a withdrawal route close to our formation, but Ivan infiltrating from the north will be isolated in the demon territory even if he withdraws, which means it is the most difficult position. The military chief of staff pondered with a bitter expression. Seeing those guys crawling on the human side, one couldn't help but wonder if the demons never had a chance from the start. And so, even that great demon king and the 7 dragons who claim to be gods probably lost in the war. Perhaps they were on the wrong side of history. Thinking so. Boom! Angrind was vibrating. The rebels had also begun responding to this sudden advance. The two forces would soon begin to confront each other in various locations. Anyway, all they have to do is hold out. For the next few days, as long as they maintain the tension of war among the enemies and adhere to the timetable, that's all that matters. The chief looked at the timetable Ivan had written. By now, they should have entered the direct route to the 5th gate. If all these operations succeed in the end, if they manage to come back alive, what should the tarantula be recorded as in the annals of the nation? Will he be remembered as an external hero who ended the long civil war and restored the territory under the mountains? Or will he be remembered as the nightmare that killed the most dwarves and could still kill more? The chief found it difficult to gauge whether he wished for Ivan's success and return or rather his failure and demise. Just like all the other dwarves who remained at the operations headquarters at that time. Boom! In the vibrating tunnels, as if an earthquake had occurred, Enrique chuckled while looking at the pocket watch. Crafty fellow, wonder who taught him. From the beginning, the operation plans were prepared in 2 parts, one for the dwarves and one for Enrique and Ivan, the outside world. She released the pigeon, carrying the letter into the sky outside the tunnel, and brushed her hands. The tactical codex. Ivan said it means shouting from the east and striking down from the west. A similar tactical concept is already well-known a traditional bait operation. However, Ivan announced that the operation outline goes beyond that by simultaneously baiting from 3 directions. He's not wrong. Operations within the underground proceed that way. And outside the underground, in other words, the operations in our world. Hammer and anvil. He's like an extreme traditionalist. The skill of conducting dual operations with a tactical outline that could be found in the basic curriculum of any tactical school is a characteristic of the mundane annihilation unit. Enrique chuckled and closed the pocket watch with a snap. In a week, when the iron bar on the anvil is heated enough, the hammer will come. The minute-by-minute timetable was prepared for that moment. What was it he used to say? That guy's way of speaking. A great agent doesn't plan operations, with only one objective at a time. Was that it? Who in the field would think like that? Enrique chuckled to herself and moved her steps under the shadow of the tunnel. Read Fallu novels online at (114). Chapter 114. Angrind Castle, Day 3 of the mission. 03:50. How much time has passed, Ivan? Exactly 3 hours. Are you sure you didn't use the alarm spell? How can someone sleep with such precision down to the second? Lucia. Training, repetition, mastery. Ivan. Ivan replied, opening his eyes. Northern closed corridor 12. This place was outside the patrol route due to the absence of intersections with other corridors on the map. It's quite suitable to be used as a hiding place. Ivan clenched his fist and regulated his condition by surrounding his muscles with magic. It's a sensation not unlike tightening a loosened string instrument. By finely adjusting neural acceleration, one can induce a forced awakening state. Apart from excluding essential sleeping hours for vital functions, feelings of fatigue are merely disruptions of sensation. After clearing the sticky fatigue from his mind, he finally got up. Lucia was looking at him with worried eyes. "Shall we rest a bit before we leave? From today onwards, y'all have to endure a lot." "Ivan." Lucia trailed off, recalling the mission briefing. In this operation, the key is for those assigned to each front to attract as much attention from the enemy as possible. The Dwarven main force doesn't need to make much effort. Simply advancing towards the enemy with sufficient armament can serve as a display of military force. However, it's different for Ivan and Enrique. They needed to create as much disturbance as a legion would alone. Enrique, known for the hero party. Ivan, known for the lone tarantula. Even though Enrique's reputation was well established. For Ivan, who was already treated as a dead man, a typical level of combat would be far from enough to announce his reputation to the enemy. Therefore, Ivan's operation starting from the dawn of Day 3 was filled with combat plans until the end of the mission. "I've rested enough, Ivan." Ivan chewed and swallowed the nutrition bar Lucia handed him, then silently extending his arm to her. For a while, Lucia looked sadly at the dark circles under Ivan's eyes, then sighed and murmured, "Well, whatever, Lucia." Gulp. Her fangs sank into Ivan's forearm. He felt a tingling pain as blood was drawn out. Lucia could replenish her calories not only by consuming regular meals, but also through sucking blood. However, in a mission scenario, combat rations with smaller volume are more practical, making blood a more efficient option. Ivan adjusted his magic, compressing his heartbeat and raising his blood pressure. The amount of blood being sucked out through his arm increased sharply. After a brief rest, Ivan pulled out a healing potion from his pouch. After a moment of hesitation, he glanced at the transparent glass bottle, then turned his head and opened the lid. A good agent knows how to pour a healing potion onto even their own arm if necessary. With a hiss, the flow of blood from the wound stopped. "Let's move." "Yes, if you're tired, just say so." "Quiet." "Yes, understood." Before half a day had passed, a total of 8 outposts, 25 guard posts, and 47 corridors fell into silence. This was happening in the rear areas beyond the northern industrial zone, where the rebels of Angrind had set up their base, extending further north, bordering the Sky Mountains. The fact that the missing sentries had disappeared was not even communicated to the Central Command. The absence of information tainted the tactical map like a plague. The headquarters, heavily preoccupied with the threat of a full-scale confrontation in the southern combat zone, only began to realize this fact in the afternoon when a dwarf arrived with news. "He's here, he's back, he's still alive." The sentry, running with blood streaming from under his severed shoulder, breathed his last after uttering those words. So, who was this they? This question from the headquarters was answered by another sentry who arrived 30 minutes later. "He is here. At the northern gate, there is no one alive at the end of the northern gate." This sentry, too, succumbed to bleeding from his severed shoulder. It took another 10 minutes to realize that the 2 sentries suffering from the same symptoms were part of the forces dispatched to Outpost 17, also known as Northern Gate 5. It took an hour to confirm that there were no survivors among the other forces urgently dispatched to Outpost 17. Another hour passed for the news of the missing dispatch force to reach Outpost 15. Finally, after 30 minutes of realizing that all communication from those who ventured north outside the city ceased, the last survivor of the dispatched unit, foaming at the mouth, collapsed with the words, "Corpses, corpses." The command headquarters of the Northern Military Industrial Zone could finally recall a similar past experience. This tactic of deliberately blocking information, completely paralyzing a zone to the point of not even realizing the loss of information, was reminiscent of him. Isn't he supposed to be dead? The command whispered numbly in terror, until they realized that the first report they received was he's back. Available forces, available forces. Except for the slaves, the entire army has now marched to the front lines. There are only engineers left in this city. It was not a typical war, where combat units were left behind in the far rear areas opposite the front lines. Looking at the long railway leading from the military factory to the front lines, the command made the most accurate judgment even amidst fear. Send a signal to the strategists. Let them know the lone tarantula is here. But are you sure? If you're not sure, what are you suggesting? Should we send the signal before confirming if it's really the lone spider? Only after the signal was sent did the command manage to gather the engineers from the factory zone, pretending to be as calm as possible. They are few in number. Of course, penetrating the rear beyond the mountains with a force exceeding a certain size surpasses the supply capacity of a griffin, so there was no need to initiate rear infiltration if they truly desired a full-scale confrontation. Simply deploying the stationed Northern Legion along with Angrein's forces would have sufficed. The individuals lurking beyond the darkness of that information are unlikely to be a force larger than a small strike team. This is not something only a cleanup unit can achieve. Wake up! The only option with a small force to infiltrate the rear is this. The information control and isolation they are experiencing now are not unique tactics achievable only by the fearsome cleanup unit. Instead, even the remarkable cleanup unit had few other tactical options available. Sufficient numbers themselves become a means of shaking the layers of tactics. Most great strategies and tactics throughout history start with deploying sufficient numbers at the right time fully. Therefore, it means there is no solution other than the current tactic for a small strike force to threaten a large force. If we flip this around, the situation becomes much simpler. Overwhelming the enemy by colliding with a large force head-on. Unless there are resources comparable to the 7 dragons, the quantity of forces overwhelms the quality of forces beyond a certain size. So, prepare for rotation. Evacuate the outskirts of the city and open the gates. All armed forces except for goblins are to mobilize weapons and gather. The opponent's specialty lies in wearing down the enemy. And the tactic most preferred by the dwarves is to coalesce so tightly that they cannot be worn down. If they continue to wait, the necromancers with eyes fixated on the appearance of the lone tarantula will arrive. They are only temporary if they can endure for enough time. Every strategy must be approached with the standard. This time, we will kill the lone tarantula. The dwarves in this position rose up as if wearing courage over fear. Angrein Castle, Day 4 of the mission. 1320. Wow! Lucia exclaimed softly as she lay at the edge of the cliff. Stairs extended between countless railings, filling the cliffs like beehives. Goblin slaves dragged their loads back and forth on the lower levels of the stairs like ants. PSSHH, black smoke billowed from deep underground. The dwarven military factory zone lay beneath them. Angrind is often described as the city of the abyss. This is a common mistake made by those who reside in the surface world. This place is not a city, it is a world in itself. Unlike humans who pile buildings on the ground, the residents underground have no limit to vertical construction. No matter how high a tower is built, it cannot compare to the dwarves who excavate the ground and construct buildings. The city sectors completed during the era when earth movers were common boast a scale rivaling the Frechenkaya. The maze-like tunnels sprawled out like roots scattered around the city's districts. In tunnels where mining still took place, numerous goblins were bustling about. A vast underground community, countless diverse races visible amidst the chaos, the deafening noise of machinery and giant rails, and the heat from the factories producing military goods. Unable to close her gaping mouth, Lucia stared blankly at the scene below before turning to Ivan. Are we really going in there? The difference in scale is quite extreme, isn't it? We don't need to confront everyone. Ivan surveyed the city sectors, checking his rifle once. The number of resilient dwarves they encountered on the way here had already exceeded dozens, enough to be counted in 3 digits. That was just handling the reconnaissance teams. They intentionally revived about 10 dwarves for combat. Now that they've sent that number, the enemy must have realized. The wireless silence near the northern gate was induced by the enemy's infiltration. A trap, I assume. Meh. Ivan's assigned objective for this mission was to assassinate the remnants of Abaditas. In a situation where their whereabouts were unknown, Ivan's most reliable approach was resentment. The remnants of Abaditas hated Ivan more than anyone else in this world, because he was the one who killed their master. So he decided to make a sudden declaration to those gathering forces to desecrate even Ivan's dead body. I am still alive. I am here. They could never resist. The lackeys, who had been driven by the Lord of Desire, could never resist this temptation. Rather than Ivan going to them, making them come to him was part of the grand strategy. And, if necessary, instilling enough fear in their rear forces to make them request support from those necromancers. That fear would make them cower, just like now. If there is a clear chance of winning, traps can sometimes become opportunities. Yes. Selling traps means rallying all available forces in one place. Lucia, tactics like traps carry too fatal a risk when they fail. From their perspective, it would be a desperate gambit. In Ivan's eyes, the dwarven cities of the military factories loomed like tortoises, cowering, bristling with thorns. Roaring with fear, they tried to hide it with magnificent courage. If the enemies were scattered, it would have been a problem instead. Engaging in guerrilla warfare among the lurking native forces would have been terrible from his standpoint. So he had to force the enemies into a rotation. The fear his reputation carried would make it possible. The tactical choices of the dwarves in that city were not truly their own. Emotions orchestrated by others were narrowing their options. As mentioned in retrospect, sometimes besiegement is a tactic that can be effectively employed with just a small number of forces. If the forces on the ground can control the information received in real time at an appropriate level. Ivan checked his pocket watch and waited for the time. By now, Enrique would likely be actively searching for the son of the secretary. There were a total of 5 possible locations where the secretary's son was expected to be detained. It would take about 3 days to search all those sectors, assuming exploration of every area. The remnants of Abaditas must not be annihilated within. Furthermore, Enrique's rescue mission should not take place while the remnants of Abaditas are still alive. This mission requires 2 agents conducting their operations from opposite sides of the mountain to achieve their objectives simultaneously without any margin for error in timing. It's as challenging as running a 3-legged race while blindfolded. Of course, Ivan and Enrique are capable of standing blindfolded and moving simultaneously even without seeing. Entry to Enrique, Point C7A commence ant hell. Expected duration is 72 hours. Yes, sir. Contact made. Any other orders? Don't fall behind me. Keep quiet. And if possible, don't die today. With these final words, Ivan hurled himself off the cliff. Even though Ivan is the one who will be facing the entire enemy force simultaneously when Abaditas lackeys arrive, it's nearly impossible. Therefore, from now on, he needed to minimize the enemy's numbers as much as possible, but at the same time, preserve his strength for the final battle to come. It's a tough task. And this, too, is something he has experienced before. Any well-trained agent shouldn't feel burdened to repeat what they've done before. Author's note, author's commentary. Timeline of Angren's Chronicles of Victory. Day 1, penetrate the outer wall of the Sky Mountains through barehanded cliff climbing and infiltrate the rear. Day 2, arrival at the northern gate and commencement of operations. Day 3, silence, all outposts deployed around the northern gate. Day 4, disrupt enemy command judgment with intentional leak of information. Day 5, direct strike on fortified enemy command, planned. Day 6, intercept enemy main force, Abaditas, planned. Day 7, coordinate with Enrique to achieve simultaneous operation objectives and retreat, planned. This is the summarized version of the operation overview announced by Ivan to achieve 2 objectives within a week. Read Fallu novels online at 115. Chapter 115. The best way to solve most problems in society is, of course, to eliminate their root causes. However, not all social problems are of a kind that can be eliminated, and in such cases, the ruling class typically tries to divert public attention by singling out specific groups within society. In this field, authoritative figures such as Hitler, Stalin, and Mao Zedong existed. It's an act of attributing the costs and public anger caused by social problems to tangible targets. Almost all defeated countries had to resort to such acts very frequently. This is because blaming the lower class rather than blaming the ruling class leads to less cost expenditure. The most common excuse is there were traitors within. To complicate matters further, it's often twisted into it was due to the overwhelming abilities of a specific individual, not because the enemies were superior or we were inferior. Japan actually built a shrine for Admiral Yi Sun-sin after the Imjin War. Idealizing the enemy surprisingly helps solidify internal cohesion. It goes something like, our preparations and plans were perfect, but it just happened that our opponent was XX. This mentality is shared by almost all demon races that have been defeated by the hero party. It's the kind of mindset that says, they even managed to slay the demon king, so what chance do we stand? The problem lies in the fact that the dwarves did not directly clash with the hero party. This is because they were tasked with rear support or infiltration behind enemy lines. Therefore, the dwarf leadership created another overwhelming adversary. They frequently clashed, even managing to kill their leader, the dragon general, who inflicted tangible damage on the dwarves. The lone tarantula, Lieutenant Ivan Petrovich, the dagger of Krasilov, the executioner of the great king, the lumberjack, and the despair of the Dwarven Intelligence Division. There are certain considerations to keep in mind when creating such adversaries. One is that if the adversary is still active, there is a danger that the entire nation could be engulfed in a sense of defeat. In that regard, the dwarf leadership could rest easy. Lieutenant Ivan Petrovich died alongside the dragon general Abaditas. The despicable fellow who was a pain to look at ended up entwined in death with the one they wanted to tear apart. Now they could comfortably attempt to idolize the evil. What food shortage? It's Ivan again. What goblins causing trouble? It's Ivan again. What did you say? All trade routes are blocked. It's Ivan again. From job instability, population decline, extreme deterioration of national production, bankruptcy of numerous military factories, to the increasing gap between the rich and the poor. In the face of all societal problems typical of defeated nations, shouting it's Ivan again. And then returning to being docile workers would be, to the champions of mediocrity, akin to a kind of scapegoat reporting. And those present here are paying that price. Not a conceptual price like societal problems, but a stark, tangible, physical price that has been ruthlessly forged. It's unfair. When the leadership sold out Ivan's name, they did not join the rebels. Ivan Petrovich is again. As the lifeless body of the dwarf hung on a pole in the middle of the street, the headquarters of the 3rd Supply District was gripped by terror. In an age where resurrecting the dead is generally not feasible, after signing an MOU with the faction known as the epitome of necromancy, the most terrible resurrection awaited them. In Ivan's opinion, he is not playing the most crucial role in this mission. Certainly not the dwarves. They just need to march, and that's it. Ivan never expected moles to play a human role in the first place. While loosely named the castle raid, its essence extends beyond mere infiltration. To quote the old saying, it's not just a castle raid, but rather a series of castle raids stacked upon each other. Ivan served as a decoy for the operation in one direction, while simultaneously acting as a field agent tasked with neutralizing Abadita's lackey forces. The dwarves were decoys to support Ivan and Enrique, and at the same time, they were the main force blocking the rebels. Enrique was a decoy to divert attention from Ivan and the dwarves, and simultaneously, a rescue operation to rescue the secretary's son by causing confusion in the enemy command. There's no role for being used as bait and exiting the stage. Everyone has to play their part and succeed simultaneously. Therefore, Enrique's role is the most crucial. The moment she's exposed, the secretary's son could be moved to another location, so her position shouldn't be revealed. However, it's necessary to inform the enemy command that they might be targeting the secretary's son. The rescue operation must proceed without error, in conjunction with the completion of the other operations from different directions. That's why Lucia is here. There's no need to communicate with the dwarves, but constant communication with Enrique is essential. Ivan covered the pocket watch with a thud and looked at Lucia. This time too. Yes, this time too. Lucia closed her eyes, waiting for the signal, then nodded. Ivan let out a small sigh. Enrique had reported that all the anticipated target points he had scouted were wrong. This was already the 3rd time. Day 5 of the operation. At this time, they should have started discovering the facility where the secretary's son was imprisoned. 5 locations were under scrutiny. These locations were chosen to detain the captured operatives, thwart rescue attempts by the counterintelligence units, and select places for easy communication with the outside world in times of crisis. Now, 3 of them had been searched. Even though it wasn't just one building, but the entire enemy military camp without any information, the difficulty of the mission was difficult to compare to Ivan's. However, if 3 out of 5 were already searched, they should be getting closer. Unless, by some chance, the secretary's son was being held in the last candidate. Oh, we're doomed. Look, there's another one coming out. Wow, they're really bunched up this time. Move to position C11 and lie in wait. Well, strike in 15 seconds. Oh, wait a moment. Lucia hurriedly ran along the shadows to the opposite side of the building. Ivan aimed his rifle and looked around. Beyond the broken window, there was a trembling dwarf in the square. The dwarf was injured and crying out in pain. Ivan glanced at the distorted face of the dwarf through the scope and casually turned the muzzle. Just wait a moment, it'll go right away. A frightened group of dwarves, wearing armored plates beyond standard issue, were approaching. 5 of them. Ivan carefully examined the dwarf's armor, visible through the scope. The frontal armor was impossible to penetrate with the bullets he had. He gathered his breath, controlled his breathing slowly. Having tested the firearm several times already, he was familiar with its specifications. Like all dwarven firearms, it was an extremely precise mechanical device. Exhaling halfway, pausing, he pushed his index finger into the trigger. The resistance of the spring felt good against his fingertips. The target is 5 cm below the armored plate, the chain section that appears when raising the arm. Even though it's not penetrable by a single bullet, it's the most vulnerable point from the front. Bang! At the moment of firing, the leading dwarf raised his head. They have the line of fire direction. Although they didn't spot Ivan, they seemed to have identified his position behind cover. The dwarf quickly gestured and shouted commands. In Ivan's enhanced hearing, the sound of shells landing was audible. They were trying to locate Ivan's hiding spot and bombard it. From the moment of firing to the impact, there was about a 3-second window. And to superhumans, 3 seconds are more absolute than the numerical value indicated. Ivan was already moving, his eyes narrowed. Click. Before the sparks from the shot had settled, his hand had finished reloading. Maintaining his position, he controlled the recoil with both arms, then fired again. Bang! The bullet, with an error margin of within 0.1, hit the chain section precisely. The impact exceeded the tensile strength, loosening the chain. Seeing the sparks, he quickly reloaded. With a firm grip, he aligned his sights. After exhaling his last breath, he regulated his breathing. Bang! Click! The chain broke and the armor loosened. Ivan threw away his rifle and picked up a spear. It was pointless to repeat the same attack as long as there was line of fire detection. The moment the armor broke, the dwarf would surely evade. Attack! With a swift motion, Ivan's right arm extended to its limit. Twisting his waist to the limit, he put all his elasticity into thrusting the spear. Zoom, the spear tore through the air like rain. As the spear flew, Ivan lowered his body. Thud! He stepped on the window sill and jumped. In the dizzying sensation of floating, he twisted his posture. The moment he exposed himself, over 7 shots were fired, caught by diagonal detection. He dodged what he could, avoided what he could, and redirected maximum force using his left hand, heavily armored. Ivan's body blurred for a moment. Bang, clank! He leaped towards the approaching wall. Next, he slammed into another wall. Even as he leaped through the air, Ivan's gaze remained fixed on the square. With each detection alarm, he twisted his body, adjusted his trajectory, dashed again, and slammed into a wall. Finally. Thud! Just as the dwarf barely dodged his spear, Ivan swiftly adjusted his stance. Swoosh! Ivan was pulling the spear, embedded in the ground, in front of the dwarf's armored chest. The firmly lodged spear still had some wiggle room. Ivan thrust it into the panicked dwarf's breastplate. The blade, having shattered the breastplate and shattered the sternum, emerged cleanly from the back of the neck. Feeling the sensation of his hand, Ivan lowered his body as soon as he released the spear. Bang, bang! Countless bullets struck the corpse of the dwarf without a scream. It's fine. The dwarf's armor couldn't even be penetrated by dwarven bullets from the front. Tien, he was using the corpse as shield. A heavy weapon needed to be brought, and that heavy weapon was just now landing at its first entrenched position. Ileg. Feeling the heat rushing behind him, Ivan reached back. A hatchet and a dagger were gripped in his hand. He pulled them out and threw his body towards the next target. Just as the dwarf, who had just recovered from shock, was hurriedly wielding his warhammer against him. Thud! Twisting his body to dodge the hammer, he stabbed the dagger between the chainmail gloves around the dwarf's wrists. As the strength drained from the dwarf's grip, he swung his right arm to strike with the axe. Clang, sparks flew from the dwarf's neck. While the axe's blade was blocked, it seemed the impact was not avoided. The dwarf's posture staggered. He drove the dagger into the weakened chain section again. Thump, 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 3 strikes in a single breath. The armor that held the helmet and breastplate in place was torn apart. Ivan called this operation a tin can opener. Within the cleanup unit, only about 5 operatives could do such a thing. Bang! As the helmet flew off, Ivan finished with a final swing of the axe. Confirming death with the sensation of the cervical vertebrae shattering, he threw himself forward. This monster! The remaining dwarves screamed and fled. There was no more time to delay. gunfire caught by diagonal detection was gradually surpassing the responsive area. Pew, the sound of the next barrage echoed. Immediately, Ivan raised his left arm, covering his neck with the armored plate. Ting! A bullet struck his palm and bounced off. The tarantula. The dwarf, who had been sobbing while hanging on the pole, glared at Ivan with vengeance-filled eyes. Ivan glanced at him indifferently and then darted back into the city center. The clamor and gunfire continued long after his figure disappeared from the square. It wasn't until several more shots struck the square that it regained silence. The dwarf slowly raised his head and sobbed, like prey caught in a spider's web. In less than 10 seconds after the rescue team appeared in the square, 2 of his fellow kin who had rushed to save him became corpses. That's how the spider operates in battle. In the cleanup unit's standard manual, there's a tactic called anthell. It referred to a tactic of gradually cutting off each troop sent to rescue a wounded soldier left in a visible position. The presence of friendly forces screaming day and night in plain sight alone undermines the morale of the entire army. The enemy is forced to choose between sniping the wounded soldier themselves or risking casualties to attempt a rescue. The common solution at this time is to send elite troops as a rescue team. In fact, it's an obvious choice. This manual focuses on neutralizing the enemy's main force through sniping. However, sniping doesn't work against elites because of the line of fire detection. Therefore, the original anthell tactic is ineffective against elites. From then on, Ivan's reputation spread among enemies. Every time elite soldiers like the giants were dispatched, he would appear somewhere, launching an assault, and then waiting for the next giant while shaking a bait. He spread his spider web and honed his fangs in the darkness. He was dubbed Tarantula at the end of it. Dwarves had to know his nickname before his real name, and when Ivan's real name was revealed, he became a legend in the Dwarven Intelligence Service. The legend killed by Abaditas was being resurrected in Dwarven society. The command's decision to anticipate Ivan's entry and prepare traps was extremely swift and accurate. Thanks to their quick initial response, unnecessary losses could be minimized. Even if a hero were to personally intervene, the firepower to confront them head-on was positioned at the heart of the arsenal. That was all that was needed. That's what they thought. If you want to kill the dwarves and shut down the factory, you must charge in head-on, because all other routes were blocked off. However, after the first night passed and a dwarf got caught in the spider's web, they recalled memories of the venom spider. Even if the area suspected to be his stronghold were bombed, the next day another dwarf would be hanging on the pole. Sending reconnaissance teams resulted in the entire team disappearing, and one survivor would be hanging on the pole again. Even when mobilizing all goblins to attempt a widespread search, although quiet as a mouse at first, eventually, another pole would be set up in a different location. Naturally, a dwarf would be hanging there. Days went by like this. When the screaming dwarves fell silent, they repeated the act of tying up another dwarf. They openly displayed their act of silently infiltrating and kidnapping someone and bringing them to the square. After 2 more days passed. When they realized they had set the trap, instead of preparing for one and chose to siege to prevent further losses. At the moment when the remaining dwarves finally lost their will to fight, seized by panic and convulsions. Kagegagugu. The entire arsenal began to rumble. With a clatter, the noise of flapping wings echoed louder throughout the entire compound than the screams. The dwarf who raised his gaze murmured amidst the small sparks of hope rising like embers. Has he come? A swarm of bats filled the ceiling of the compound. Snakes, lizards, insects like ants and rats from the underground tunnels began pouring in like waves. The rustling noise filled the surroundings, and when they finally scattered throughout the entire factory zone, Ivan Petrovich, a voice that sounded like scraping metal, reverberated heavily throughout the entire factory zone. Ivan covered the clock with a thud and stood up. Angrind's castle raid day 7. 05:30. Finally, the target had arrived in the trap. Read Fallow novels online at 116. Chapter 116. Killing a high-ranking sorcerer is difficult, literally difficult. Regardless of the class, all kinds of sorcerers have made provisions for their lives through various sinister methods, whether it's protective spells or life-preserving spells. If you were to choose the most difficult class to kill, Ivan would undoubtedly think of necromancers without hesitation. The spell known as lichenification, dividing the soul and preserving it in a phylactery, accounts for about half of the reason, and the other half is because even if the flesh is destroyed, it is surrounded by terrible curses. Among them, the worst was undoubtedly Abedita's. Aside from the spells he used, his body was that of a dragon, so his abilities alone could face an army, and even if he was destroyed, he would spit out curses and return within 10 minutes. Flying through the sky, raining curses like bombardments, raising thousands of corpses. If you manage to break through all that and reach the body, you have to face an invincible dragon in a pitched battle. Magical power that can burst your heart just by facing it. Curses that corrupt everything within sight. Divine power that destroys the mind just by hearing whispers. The embodiment of desire. A living dragon mastering 1,000 spells, gathering 1,000 treasures, destroying 1,000 cities. Master of all necromancy and the undead. The dragon general, Abedita's. Ivan always considers that time as one of the most terrifying battles he has experienced. It was the most malicious enemy, and the day he lost the most. Is it because of that? Ivan occasionally dreams of that day. The content of the dream was always different, but the result was the same. Everyone except him dies, whispering as if resenting him. You, outsider from the outside world, how did you manage to live alone? Ivan could never answer. He only reminisces about that battle in regret. If only he had moved a little faster. If only he had run a little harder. If he hadn't made that choice then, hadn't made that judgment, hadn't attacked in that way. Like a defeated chess player reviewing a match, he regrets each move, lamenting. If he had done that, wouldn't one more person have come back alive? He wonders. But as with all regrets and laments in the world, Ivan's reflections inevitably end with the same conclusion as leaving alone. Even if he regrets, nothing changes. He was still alone. You, outsider from the outside world. After finishing his recollection, outside the window, such a voice resonates. Perhaps the specters of those who have departed, or perhaps the reflections in the window whispering sighs. From the end of the war until now, it continues. But now the dragon is dead, and maggots devouring its corpse pretend to be the dragon. Absurdly, claiming they will seek revenge. The right to revenge was never theirs. It should have been solely his. They dare not have the right to speak of revenge. Next, Ivkin. Is this it? Lucia. That's right, Ivan. FSSSH. Ivan plunged the needle into his forearm and shattered the cylinder. With a sound of fizz, the drug was sucked into his bloodstream. A tingling sensation started from his forearm and gnawed at his entire body as if devouring it. The super potion was inherently toxic, so it even caused a reaction in his reinforced body. Come out, reveal yourself, Ivan. The booming voice reverberated throughout the factory zone. Rats and bats were coming and going, searching for him. Time was running out. Ivan slowly adjusted his magic. By inserting the drugs, Luca handed him into his forearm one by one. Immune booster, anti-magic reinforcement, neurotoxin neutralizer. These were drugs that resembled toxins that dealt a severe blow to the liver function, magical organs, and central nervous system. But it was okay. The superhuman body had the strength to withstand all these drugs. Even when performing the most horrific surgeries, alchemists would dilute the drugs as much as possible before administering them. But Ivan was feeling his organs being destroyed in real time. The smell of blood vibrated in his nose. Blood surged up, moistening his throat and going down involuntarily. This much must be done. If the opponent possesses even a fraction of Abadida's true power, he must handle everything his team accomplished without rear support. Likewise, they must have honed their skills for years solely for revenge, and would have surely plundered the legacy of the deceased Abadidas to summon his flesh. Ivan never boasts. Only he in this world truly knows his own limits. The ability to perform in combat is like a tool, and if one is an excellent operative, they must accurately understand the catalog specs of the tools they use. Therefore, Ivan did what was necessary. Silently, he spread poison throughout his body. Abadidas is never to be faced alone, and his disciples must have prepared no less than Ivan and gathered here as well. And Ivan, too. He never intended to flee from this place today. Only death will remain as today's conclusion, whether his or theirs. Sigh. The final adjustment was complete. Ivan closed his eyes and soothed his feverish body. His heart was pounding. Luca. Yes, sir. Inform Enrique. Request rescue at the rendezvous point in 3 hours. Yes. You now run all the way to rendezvous point 3 with all your might. Your role is now over. But sir. You're useless here. Ivan replied coldly to the flustered Luca. From the start, there were 2 purposes for Luca in this operation. Real-time information, exchange with Enrique, and teaching Luca the ropes of real combat. At this point, reaching the climax of the operation, communication with Enrique is meaningless. To die or to kill. Whatever the outcome, the other operation proceeds as planned. And there's no need to teach Luca this battle. This kid will become part of the hero party, so there's no need for her to learn to fight alone at the cost of injury. This kid has comrades who will support her from behind, unlike him. So this battle shouldn't become a lesson. That era should have ended in his time. Even warriors didn't face demons alone. It's the fight of those who couldn't become warriors, who couldn't become part of the warrior party. It's the struggle of ordinary people. It's not the battle of transcendent heroes, but the fight of humans. Ivan stood up with open eyes. Luca, who met his gaze for a while, bit her lip and swallowed her words. Go. What a whatevers. Luca shed tears with a thud. She spoke haltingly. Next time at school, teach me the rest. I still want to learn. Even if I don't need to fight alone, I want to learn how to fight. Do you understand? When Ivan didn't respond, Luca stepped on the windowsill and looked down at him. Today is the last day it'll be a burden. There won't be a time where you fight alone in the same situation in the future. Lucia. To become an excellent agent, you're still lacking at your level. Ivan. Haha, your standards are too strict. Lucia. Luca muttered softly and disappeared into the darkness beyond the window. It was the movement characteristic of vampires. Ivan scanned the long trail she left with his eyes. The moisture she left behind wasn't that of a vampire, but more suited to a human. After equipping himself for the last time, Ivan headed to the opposite window, to the sniper point leading to the center of the factory zone, holding an axe, counting bullets, tightening his armor. Reminding himself of the expiration date of the potency flowing within his body. With a light footstep, Ivan's body disappeared from the window. Thud. A person sat down in the middle of the courtyard. The cacophony of chirping insects, the rage of sorcerers, the murmurs of tents dwarfs all the noise in this place subsided. In the oily silence, the man who revealed himself slowly lifted his head. Ivan Petrovich, I'm grateful you're still not dead. Breaking the silence, joy spread. Beyond the frightened dwarves, the shadow of a giant dragon corpse loomed. Ivan stared silently at the shadow. It was an item that closely replicated Abadida's from the day he died. Perhaps because they couldn't extract the remains of the dragon, the skeleton of the monster was made up of countless human bones. It was a monstrous mosaic pieced together. But its intimidation was on a similar level. Countless hatred, resentment, despair, and curses were intertwined within it like pulsating veins. Behold, see what you have failed to achieve. You are not the one who survived. You've only received a reprieve from death. You've returned to the depths underground, returned to your death. Read Fallow novels online at 117. Chapter 117. A hissing voice echoed in his ears, bearing a tone eerily reminiscent of Abedita's. Yet, devoid of any sanctity, it carried a curse that draped the factory zone in thick, suffocating fear, akin to dense fog. Fear, intricately intertwined with the body's nervous system, triggers a cascade of hormones in response to perceived threats to life, just like all other emotions. Therefore, if you can regulate bodily functions to an appropriate level, you won't feel the illusion of fear. Ivan looked up at the giant dragon with dull eyes. Is this all you've prepared? What do you mean? Don't joke around, give it your all. Only the weak use fear as a weapon. Ivan dispersed the curse of fear that enveloped his body. The soaring magic, like a willow, shattered and faded away. Inflating one's physique with fear was just a survival strategy for the weak. Predators don't use fear as a tool. Just their existence alone can prove fear. Timing is crucial. Hell keep casting spells endlessly, so he must seize the gap in between. The end of the match is at that point. Ivan gripped the axe tightly and lowered his body, ready to charge at any moment. At the same time, all the dwarven guns in this place seemed to be targeting him. The dragon facing Ivan's gaze growled. I had hoped you had prepared a better epitaph. Today, your end should be the first chapter of an eternal saga. If that's all you've got, I shall execute your deferred death. Kiazing. The magic emanating from the dragon engulfed the dwarves simultaneously. In the moment when the dwarves, who were gripped by fear, were horrified. Kwang. The skulls of the dwarves exploded simultaneously. Amidst the dreadful noise of blood splattering and metal twisting, at the moment when spurting blood rose like a storm. From behind that shadow, the voice of the dragon echoed. The most cost-effective way to use the lives of these insignificant dwarves. As the aura of magic swirled, Ivan's body was already leaping into the air. Now, at this moment when magic is being woven, the magician paradoxically becomes the most vulnerable. Ivan's axe sliced through the air. Scattering the gathering magic, he slammed against the wall and leaped upwards towards the ceiling once again. And like lightning, a red flash struck Ivan's chest. To repay death with death, this is Abedita's price collection. The red flash penetrated Ivan's skin and grasped his heart. The myocardial bundle, the core of the heart, all malfunctioned simultaneously. Blood circulation stopped, and the nervous system plunged into chaos. Abedita's price collection. It's an instant death spell that consumes the lives of those gripped by fear and inflicts an unavoidable death upon a specific individual. It's only useful for warriors who don't have magical protection. As the number of sacrifices that can be prepared is limited, the conditions for selecting sacrifices are strict, and the result must be something achievable. A sufficient number of dwarves gripped by fear were enough for Ivan. For Ivan alone, charging without a magician, it proved useful to cast the most powerful single-target spell at the beginning of the battle. Naturally, it had to be that way. Feeling his stopped heart and convulsing nerve bundle, Ivan thought. Blood circulation stopped, and the body temperature was rapidly dropping from the extremities. He expected this. If Abedita's spell was used, then this would be the most effective attack spell at the moment. At that time, Abedita's also instantly killed 3 agents with this spell. Izap. Typically, those who experience cardiac arrest twist their bodies, clutch their chests, and die. It's reflexive to grab the heart and collapse. Ivan also clutched his chest in midair, in a natural gesture, placing the magic gathering at the tip of his fingers directly above his sternum. Zap zap, directly injecting magic into the stopped myocardial bundle and stimulating it with simple tension and relaxation, repeating it. Thump, thump, the heart slowly began beating again. His damn spell is a curse. It not only stops the heart, but also continuously induces cardiac arrest until his spell is broken. Ivan had no mastery of magic. There was no skill to perform magic gracefully. Therefore, there was no way to escape from this curse. However, as with most spells, this curse also dissipates with the death of the spellcaster. In other words, if one can continuously apply appropriate stimulation to the myocardial bundle until the caster's death, this curse would practically be of no use. What? Sergei Nikolai Polina. It was a coping mechanism created by recalling the 3 agents who were instantly killed by the price collection. Ivan adjusted his posture in midair and bounced off the falling body against the wall again. Approaching the dragon, Ivan raised his axe high. Whack! The next falling spell shattered. Limited to physical damage due to being hastily cast, the chains of decay are useless if they don't make contact. 2 people died from this spell. Anna, Valeria. It reached as far as the femur of the falling one. The dense curse sticky climbed up Ivan's body. The toxin burned his skin and penetrated into his bloodstream. But it's okay. He had already administered antidotes for all types of toxins expected during close combat. Elena, Leonid, Vizali. The 3 died when they reached this place. It was because there was insufficient time and preparation to administer immunostimulants and antidotes. Numerous spells pierce through. The curse flows through the body, attempts to engulf the soul, and pushes the stepping foot into the abyss of despair. But it's okay. All the agents who died during that time had already experienced it once. It seemed like Abaditas' legacy was almost fully restored. It was the right time, and he was the right person. But it's okay. Once you've experienced Abaditas, if you haven't transcended it, you can't defeat a trained agent with mere imitation. He has already experienced it all. Countless days, he has reminisced about those times and prepared. Sasha, Anatoly, Yulia, Victoria, Ksenia, Valia, Yelchina, Roman, Artem. In the order of their deaths, Ivan remembers the names, lives, and deaths of all those agents. Dies. The dragon convulsed and twisted its body. The form of the dragon shattered, and the cursed human bones exploded like shrapnel, striking Ivan's body. But it's okay. You shouldn't feel difficulty in doing something you've already experienced once. Even if he were to face Abaditas in its entirety again, Ivan couldn't afford to feel difficulty. That would be an insult to those who had left first. Those who have already died cannot be revived. His mistakes, his shortcomings, his deceased comrades will never return because of them. His regrets cannot be undone. But he can make one promise to them: that he will never forget the memories of that day, forever. Dozens of spells, powerful strikes using his body, attacking venomous creatures, and hallucinations that disrupt senses. Even facing all of that, it's okay. Ivan tore apart the dragon's chest, crushed it, and received the collapsing bones with his body. Stepping towards the necromancers retreating behind, he made his way. It's okay, he's already experienced it. It feels like their fear is palpable in his grasp. It's okay, their master also died in those emotions. Since it's just reliving what they've already experienced, perhaps this is just a review of a long-standing conflict. You are now facing the cleanup unit. I've seen enough of what I couldn't achieve. I hope you did too. I hope you saw what you couldn't achieve. Ivan raised his axe. If even one person remains, the extermination unit is never truly annihilated. So even Abaditas couldn't achieve. What it couldn't achieve shows what is possible. It'll show what can be done, how far we can go. Rise, stop him. The necromancer's magic wavered, and the bodies of the dwarves, who had lost their minds and collapsed, began to hold their weapons again and stand up. Free from fear of Ivan, but still holding onto their dwarven armor and sergeant's equipment. They are still lively corpses, still with body temperature. Ivan nodded silently and immediately threw himself forward again. When you can't destroy the relic box containing the soul, the best way to kill the dead again is to constantly, truly constantly, destroy it to the point where the destruction of the main body burdens the relic box itself. Fortunately, I've already done it, and now they are even easier opponents than they were then. A disciple should resemble the master, even in the form of their annihilation. Ivan advanced, slashing through the approaching dwarves. Behind him, a trail of fallen bodies, broken armor, and shattered sergeant's equipment. It's okay. The heart, the arms, the legs, they're still moving. Read Fallow novels online at 118. Chapter 118. Master, please gather at location 3 and request rescue in 5 hours. Lucia woke up after sending a short message. She buried herself in the darkness, observing the distant battle. Ivan's words about having nothing to learn were true. That battle was something she couldn't learn from. The area she could learn from wasn't of that nature. Not even her master could fight like that. Boom! The sound of explosions reached where she was. She trembled slightly, trying to steady her shaking body. Enrique's teachings about combat were closer to achieving victory. Any means were acceptable, but defeat was not tolerated. But Ivan's combat was different. His combat doctrine was simple. He would give up everything he could, but in the end, he would deliver a final blow even if he were defeated. She knew those who fought in that way. It wasn't the fighting style of heroes or superhumans. It was the way of soldiers. Even if their turn was over, they could sacrifice anything for the macroscopic victory of the campaign. So the statement about not being able to learn wasn't wrong. Both the master and Ivan knew what they expected of her. Learning that kind of combat was also not allowed. However, you can still save him. She admitted that she lacked the ability to jump into such a battlefield and fight alongside them. But rescue didn't require many abilities. At the crucial moment, even if Ivan's body were to finally collapse, just that moment would be enough. Lucia hid in the darkness, watching Ivan advancing. Despite swaying, staggering, occasionally losing balance, enduring countless curses, poisons, evil energy, and constantly getting injured by the blades of the undead. But still, not stopping and taking one step forward. Destroying the remains of dwarves who rose again, even if killed, slowly moving forward. Did the allied forces who resisted the demons back then look like that? Even if they were in agony as if they were going to die, did they have to move forward? It's unknown. She wasn't someone who experienced war firsthand, but if there's one thing she can be sure of, that wasn't just an individual's advancement. It was no different from an army's march in itself. Now long-forgotten names, soldiers who perished somewhere in the distant front lines, leaving no trace in history. In Ivan's battles, each time he reached out his arm and stepped forward, they were entwined together, forming an army and advancing. If even one person remained, the cleanup unit wouldn't be annihilated. She then remembered Enrique's words about stealing the nameless soldier and keeping it hidden underground. The one person she spoke of was here. The surviving cleanup unit continued the battle. Die, I said, die. Why won't you die? The screams of necromancers echoed loudly. His arms were trembling. It was due to the strain of exceeding the limits of his body in combat. Ivan filtered through numerous noises amidst the ringing in his ears, modifying his battle plan. Some of his magic still needed to be consumed for cardiac support. The damage to the limbs was more severe than expected. The multiple organ failure caused by accumulated toxins was threatening his life at every moment. But luckily, how amazing magic is. In this primitive pre-modern fantasy world, if Ivan had one resource he preferred, it was this. It refers to this versatile resource, which can be worn as earrings or nose rings. Even though he couldn't use magic, he had already surpassed Enrique in manipulating and tuning magic. So, just as he could assist the heart muscle, it was also possible to forcibly move damaged muscle fibers. Fortunately. Boom! A massive skeleton suddenly stood up and swung a shield at him. The prolonged nerve acceleration felt like agony ripping through his mind, but he managed to react with effort. Ivan adjusted his stance and once again crushed the remains. Curses spewed out amidst the crumbling bones. He swallowed them numbly. Pain surged again. But pain is merely an electrical signal, stimulated by the survival instinct of the species. Naturally, it could be ignored. Unfortunately, since the sensory organs for pain are too widespread, and blocking all sensory nerves would dull the body, blocking the source of pain was impossible. However, pain is ultimately an illusion brought on by the desire for life. Thinking of it that way made it bearable. Here's a revised version. Stop him, Ivan Petrovich. Don't let him get any closer. Clang. 5 chains sprang out, wrapping around his body and beginning to squeeze. Ivan's advance halted for a moment. The laughter of the necromancers echoed loudly. Yes, stop, I shall proclaim your death, in the name of Abaditas. It's not enough. Clang. Ivan had no skill in magic. How to manipulate magic effectively, he couldn't even understand if that was academically plausible. How the source of mystery, ignoring the laws of thermodynamics, became learning. But he knew many ways to counter magic. He had experienced it. Magic is ultimately a technique of causing a physical effect using magical power. To bind a real entity with intangible magic, one must ultimately manifest chains with a physical presence. And if it can interfere physically, it also means it can destroy in return. So he analyzed the structure the moment it was bound. It was a method he had already experienced. So he shattered it and moved forward again. Die, kill him, die. Was that all they could say now? Perhaps due to fear, the necromancer's words were becoming increasingly dull. Their attacks were becoming simpler. Their faces appeared, pale, ghostly white faces, eyes as black as pitch without pupils, trembling bodies. Their terror was evident. Too many have already died. Ivan slowly raised his axe. Since the opponent had already lost their composure, what was needed at this moment wasn't speed but accuracy. He reflected in the mirror-like eyes of the necromancers, who were terrified. A man who was using blood and occultism, curses, and corrupted magic, limping. Too many have died to get here. Don't die here. All comrades died, while saying that to those standing beside them. When those words finally reached Ivan like a refrain, he couldn't find another comrade to pass on that bequest. Go ahead and take a punch from Sasha first, huh? You won't be lonely even then. We've managed our connections well, whether in heaven or hell. Colonel, live long, come as late as possible. If you come quickly, I'll have to behead you. Chernobika. What? One person died here. The necromancers hesitated. Ivan took exactly one more step forward. Retreating sorcerers, and Ivan moved with the same pace, as if reflected in a mirror. When finally one necromancer staggered and fell, the tendons in the hand holding the axe writhed like a snake. Now, from this place today, the cleanup unit will no longer die. Clang. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, and dirt to dirt. The crumbling dead who brought death are crumbling. The bodies that rose and moved returned to remains, and the shattered war machines echoed with the noise of collapse. There was a silence where not even a breath could be heard. Amidst this, Ivan stood tall, bowing his head quietly. Itap. Lucia sat down beside him. At the same time, Ivan raised his head. With a natural gesture, he reached out his arm and grasped her throat like lightning. Between the blood-soaked strands of hair, bright blue eyes gleamed fiercely. Veins writhed, and even steel seemed to yield to his strength. Lucia grasped Ivan's forearm tightly with a gasp. "Senior brother, sir, Lucia. Today in this place, Ivan." "Sir, just a moment, Lucia." Ivan's eyes glazed over. Wrong. Could this man even hear? Right now, this man was acting on instinct alone. A tear fell from Lucia's eye, from pain and from pity for this man. How many had he buried? How many had he embraced? How many were living with him in their hearts? Lucia fumbled, recalling her teacher's words. "First mourn not the departed, Ivan. I too stand among them, Lucia." A reflexive refrain echoed from Ivan's mouth. Lucia reached out, gently wiping away the dried bloodstains on his cheek, and smiled softly. "We also stand among them, Ivan Petrovich. I am still here. Not everyone in the world is your enemy. There are still those left to remember together. Lucia." "Lucia, Ivan." "Yes, are you back with us, Lucia?" The strength drained from Ivan's grip. Lucia sank to the floor, trembling. Ivan glanced at her for a moment, then stared at his trembling hand for a while before raising his head again. "You still lack the training to be included in us, Ivan. The criteria are too strict. Seriously, Lucia. And why are you here? Surely the last order was Ivan." "Field operatives can prioritize orders at their discretion. Right? Retreat comes after the mission is over. This mission ends with living alongside you, sir. Lucia." "I see, Ivan." Ivan nodded briefly. In real combat situations, every agent has the authority to refuse orders from superiors. The cleanup unit never teaches absolute obedience. Their obedience was solely for the royal family. Orders from superiors can be ignored according to priority. Ivan decided to acknowledge this valid and rational argument. "You're at the level of a rookie agent, Ivan." "This man praised me, Lucia." "Support me, there's something to check." Yes, Lucia." With a grunt, Ivan leaned against Lucia's shoulder and whispered softly. "Ah, sir, Ivan. About Enrique's report, was the target rescued, Lucia?" "Oh, just a moment. Sorry, sir, please step back a bit, Ivan." Lucia pushed Ivan's forehead away and muttered for a moment. Unfortunately, Ivan lacked the energy to act immediately. Perhaps it would have been better if the tension had eased. After assessing his condition, Lucia grumbled and firmly supported his body. His muscles were still hot from the battle's aftermath. To Master's report, failure, target absent at all designated locations. Lucia. As expected, open the second pocket to the left of my belt. Ivan. Yes, oh okay this, Lucia. With a clinking sound, a transparent bottle containing red liquid was retrieved. Lucia stared blankly at the bottle for a moment, then glanced at Ivan. Ivan stared at the bottle intently with a solemn expression. What's this, Lucia? A healing potion, Ivan. Why didn't you administer it earlier if you had it? How do you use it? It's a different format than I've seen before. Lucia. Open the cap and pour it on the wound. Ivan. Now step back for a moment, I'll do it right away. Lucia. Wait, Ivan. Ivan raised his arm to stop Lucia. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes firmly. I am ready, do it, Ivan. Why are you saying it like you're getting married? Seriously. Lucia. Lucia chuckled and gently wiped Ivan's cracked wounds before applying the healing potion. With a fizzing sound, pink foam bubbled from the wounds. Soon, the wounds began to heal cleanly. Wow, this effect is really what is it? Is it a military potion? Lucia. Ivan. Sir, Lucia. Just a moment, my tongue got a little cut. It's fine. Do you want some gargling with this, Lucia? I said it's fine, Ivan. Ivan briefly rejected her violent fantasies and stood up. Unfortunately, in this world, there was no Geneva Convention, so Lucia's madness of enjoying torture was technically not illegal. What a barbaric world. Ivan sighed as he reconnected with his senses, which he had momentarily disconnected. Time to wrap things up. Ivan. Where to, Lucia? To rescue the secretary's son. Do you know where he is, Lucia? It's pretty obvious now. Except for the places Enrique has searched, there's only one place where Abadita's minions could hide the boy. Ivan. Their headquarters, the fallen Fortress of Desire. Fortunately, it's not too far. Ivan shook his head and said to Lucia, "How are Hammer and Pickaxe doing?" The Northern 2nd Division is advancing. Estimated arrival time is in 2 hours, sir. Lucia. Support them. I'll be indebted for a moment. We need to reclaim the prisoners before the Northern Division enters Angrind to facilitate negotiations. Ivan. Read Fallow novels online at (119). Chapter 119. Rundies. Rundies Elevandi opened his eyes, panting heavily. The chains that bound his body lay scattered on the floor, powerless. The hallucinations and sleep spells that had overwhelmed his mind were shattered. They must have been powerful spells, beyond even the strongest dwarf's magical resistance. The meaning was simple. Either the necromancers had won or they had died on the battlefield. If the former, they no longer needed prisoners and had cut off their magic, if the latter. Could that be possible? The great heroes of Angrind would surely have been able to overcome the minions of the vile dragon general. Of course, they must have been able to. But now, with half our people fallen under the necromancer's sway, could Father have overcome this crisis? No, I have to believe. Rundies. Even in fear, Rundies struggled to gather his thoughts. Father would never be defeated. He would surely defeat the necromancers and save himself. Trying to swallow back the rising sobs, he forced himself to think like that. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps echoed from the distant prison. Rundis' pointed dwarf ears twitched. Lips trembled beneath his beard, turning white with fear. Soon, someone appeared from beyond the shadows of the corridor. Tall stature, fiercely burning eyes, an axe clearly of dwarven make. As well as the ashen beard, the sturdy muscles unmistakably dwarven. And the vile smell of blood, the pungent stench of corrupt necromantic magic, and the damp air of death filled with poison and curses. One of the necromancer's minions, and... Have you come to kill me, Rundies? Rundies clenched his fists tightly and stood up. I am Rundies Elevandi, scribe of Angrind, child of Durandline Elevandi. I shall never show fear, no matter the circumstance. Rundies. Even if it's my moment of death, I will die without bringing shame to my father's honor. With that determination, he hid his trembling hands and shouted. How dare you, betraying our people, Rundies? Ivan. What have you sacrificed to gain that height? How many comrades have you betrayed for the necromancer? No, do you even have a soul left? Rundies. Ivan. The tall dwarf silently looked down at Rundies. Standing still for a moment in front of the bars, he pondered Rundis' words carefully. What, Ivan? Just to gain the height of a mere human, you betray your comrades and tarnish the honor of our ancestors. Even if I die here today, our ancestors will forever curse you. Angrind will never forgive you. Rundies. Lucia, Ivan. Yes, Lucia. Translate, Ivan. Behind the tall dwarf, a stout woman walked up and lightly tapped the dwarf's chest, laughing. What translation are you talking about? Your ancestors will curse you, sir. Lucia. My ancestors are not on this land. Ivan. Clang. The man clenched the bars tightly and seemed to be considering something for a moment. Then, nodding his head, he stepped back and raised his axe. Are you the son of Durandrine Elevandi? Ivan. That's right, coward, I am the son of Durandrine Elevandi. Rundi's Elevandi, come on, kill me. Unlike you, I will not deny my roots and prolong my life. Rundi's. Atahaha, Lucia. The woman laughed and fell over. The man pressed his brow tightly and muttered something before soon replying. Get away, it's dangerous. Ivan. What, Rundi's? I'll break the bars. I said it's dangerous, so move away. Ivan. As Rundi's hesitated and stepped back, the man began to ready his axe. Rundi's hurriedly restrained him. Wait just a moment, did you come to rescue me? Rundi's. Why don't you speak outside? It seems cozy in there behind bars. Ivan. No, that's not it. These are all the spells the necromancers have cast on what our master craftsmen made. Rundi's. Scrape. Before Rundi's could finish his sentence, the man's axe sliced through the bars. It was a clean cut, without a single spark flying. Perplexed, Rundi's spoke. It was, but not anymore. Ivan. Ha, Lucia. The woman who had been tapping the ground behind the man made a gasping sound. The man walked silently towards Rundi's and stood in front of him. Where are you injured, Ivan? And nowhere, Rundi's. Why did you lie, Ivan? What, Rundi's? You're not Elevandi's son, Ivan. The man sheathed his axe and reached out a hand towards Rundi's face. As Rundi's tried to step back, the man's hand moved like a flash, gripping his beard tightly. With a snap, the beard was torn off and held in the man's hand. Underneath, a clean, white jawline was revealed, without even a trace of shaving. It was odd, she was a woman after all. Her chest was pressed down by her clothes. The man glanced at Rundi's and nodded briefly. You are his daughter, Ivan. Ouch, Rundi's. It's a fake beard, quite well crafted. Ivkin. This insult, this disgrace. Father, this insult will be. Rundi's. Do as you please, but move for now. Ivan. Tell me your name. This insult, I will surely avenge it. Rundi's. The man stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Rundi's. Due to the dreadful pressure, Rundi's involuntarily stepped back, but then stood boldly with a resolute expression. Ivan Petrovich Yermov, ever heard of it? Ivan. What a really strange name. How rootless must your family be to have two surnames? Tituha, Rundi's. Ivan Petrovich. It's such a familiar name, but a really unsettling feeling, and that. Somehow, it feels like I've heard it somewhere before. Specifically, like in a chant. Yeah, it was a rhythmic sort of thing. The lone tarantula, Rundi's. That's what they call me, Ivan. Really, Rundi's. Rundi's quickly collected herself and glanced at the man in front of him. The woman who came with him was gasping for breath, gripping the wall. Seeing her, it didn't seem like a lie. So, if he's the tarantula, well, he could have defeated the necromancers and rescued me. But why the tarantula? Why did he appear in the Dwarven Civil War? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Did I mishear? Wasn't it supposed to be I'll kill you instead of rescue me? No, what on earth? Rundi's eyes began to spin. Lost in confusion, Rundi's finally reached a suitable conclusion. Were your parents dwarves by any chance? Rundi's. I think I'm gonna die, sir. I am out of breath, healing potion. Lucia. Noisy, Ivan. If there were dwarves among his ancestors, and he only realized it later. Then, if that tarantula participated in the Dwarven Civil War, standing on the right side and justly raising his axe, it could be understood. The man, who was once the greatest fear of many dwarves, turned out to be a dwarf himself, and after realizing the family secret, he returned to Angrind to serve his penance. It was romantic repentance literature itself, the return of the prodigal son and a hero's epic in one fell swoop. Crushing evil dragons and necromancers, executing traitors, and rescuing kidnapped princesses. All true. Wow, suddenly, even the tall dwarf seems kind of okay. Rundi's realized everything with swirling eyes and marveled. Kagagagyugwang. Wika. At that moment, the corridor trembled with a roar, and dust flew everywhere. Rundies clenched her head and sat down hesitantly. Ivan took out a pocket watch, checked the time, and frowned. The Northern Legion has begun the skirmish. We have no time, let's go quickly. Ivan. W8, sir? See, couldn't you give back my beard? That, Since you already have a splendid beard, if you need the beard strap or beard ring hanging there, you can take them, but still, I'll give you a better one if you just give me back my beard first. Rundies. Unable to hold back any longer, Ivan finally thumped Lucia on the back of her head. Lucia burst into laughter, then bit her tongue and grimaced. Ignoring Lucia's groaning, Ivan silently looked at the beard he held in his hand. Why? Ouch, ouch, I understand you want it. After all, a beard is plentiful. Right? But still, I am supposed to be a son. You know that, right? It should be a son who has it. If it's wrongly known that the beard was shaved off, it could be very dangerous for you, sir. This is also for your sake. Rundies. Noisy, take it. Ivan. Ivan tossed the beard to Rundies and turned away. Rundies hurriedly caught the beard and securely fastened it to her chin. Though the fastener was loose and it made him uneasy, this much was fine. Rundies finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, sir. Where should we go now? Rundies. To the Northern Legion headquarters. Ivan. What? There's such a legion. Rundies. Yes, now you are our prisoner. Ivan. Ivan nodded briefly and put handcuffs on Rundies' arms. Rundies made a sound of confusion and was led away by Ivan. Achieved extensive technical cooperation through military support agreements and collaboration in civil engineering, construction, and mining. The Northern 2nd Legion is stationed near Angrind and leads ongoing defense cooperation. Losses in the Northern 2nd Legion, due to conflicts during the Civil War cessation process, total 323 deaths and 21 armored vehicle losses. Attached is the subsequent report of General Valaklia Espatoski Bali, commander of the 2nd Legion. Appendix on Angrind's treaty to prevent the spread of averagism, co-signed by Secretary-General Durand-Line Elevandi. Proposal for the establishment of the University of St. Jan's College of Engineering and sending of engineering faculty. Attached. Request for foster education for Durand-Line Elevandi's daughter, Rundies Elevandi, attached. Reporter, Enrique Sarajevica. Reviewer, Ivan Petrovich Yermov. Enrique. Elizaveta clenched the report and stared straight ahead. Enrique had already fled when the veins on her forehead started to pop. Looking for another target, her eyes fell on Dmitri. She clenched her forehead, then struggled to speak. What about Vanka? At least he needs 2 weeks of complete rest. Your Highness. I want to amend the Constitution. Is it possible? I will instruct the Minister of Justice to make a submission. Your command. From now on, all Krasilev's official duties will follow the principle of implementation after reporting. How does that sound? I will comply with your orders. Alone, he went there, ended the civil war, killed every necromancer who claimed to be successors of Abaditas, rescued the kidnapped Secretary-General's child, and then achieved military cooperation by pressuring the dwarves using the Northern Legion. Does this make sense? Huh. Dmitri silently nodded in response to Elizaveta's words. Well, if it's the senior. Seeing his expression, Elizaveta felt her heart wrench. That fellow is bribed. The reason is indecency. Rundies Elevandi, where is that girl now? She is confirmed to be in the Grand Cathedral's infirmary. Shall I instruct to make a submission? Do so. So, sir, he just went there and bam, threw 3 heads on the table. Oh, our elders all had such stern faces. Rundies. 3 heads, Isabel. Yes, everyone should have seen it. The necromancers' heads. They were pale, bald, and twitching with dark tattoos. Oh, really? Gives you the chills, doesn't it? Rundies. Rundies stretched out her arms, shuddering. There, with this booming voice, all requests have been fulfilled. Oh wow, I've never seen my father make such a face before. It was like someone saw a demon crawling out of hell. Rundies. Quite similar indeed, Isabel. And then those weird people handed over some documents, asking us to stamp them. I thought they were real deal makers, like mobsters, coming for our money, you know? Totally. Rundies. Did you have fun during the vacation? Isabel. Isabel chuckled warmly as she looked at Rundies. Stuck in the Grand Cathedral's infirmary at the start of the semester, and by the end of it, what? She went on a trip during vacation. Tums, really? Isabel smiled gently as she asked the strange little dwarf. But what the uncle didn't seem particularly good for your father, so why are you here? Isabel. Oh, my father doesn't care about such things. Did you know that? That uncle is actually a half-dwarf. Rundies. What, Isabel? In Angrind, there's no one who doesn't know. Obviously, it should be a dwarf who can scare the dwarves. We have nothing to fear from other races except ourselves. Rundies. No, that's not it. What are you saying? Isabel. Ignoring Isabel's confusion, Rundies continued excitedly. So my father issued a decree, authority arises from fear. Wow, isn't that amazing? So I am just like that. Make allies with the one all dwarves fear the most right now. That's what he said. Rundies. What on earth? Isabel looked at the lively Rundies with blank eyes. Rundies stood confidently and proudly. If Tarantula enters the Elevandi lineage, my father's authority will be eternal. I don't need to live as a son anymore. My son will become the Secretary General. Rundies. Wow, Isabel. And this is a secret, Rundies. Rundies lowered her voice and glanced around. She whispered to Isabel. Humans are a bit weak, aren't they? For a half-dwarf like him, it's a bit right. Dwarves should live with dwarves. Rundies. It won't work, you, Isabel. While Isabel briefly stared at the massive piece of land, she smiled mischievously and nodded. It won't work. That uncle needs to be shaved. Bringing a woman with a beard now. Really, now really. And what is it, half-dwarf? I really want to kill him. Author's note, writer's afterthoughts. This episode is over. Finally. New hero party. Frontline Isabel Warrior, Oscar Knight, Ecdysis Berserker. Backline Elphahera Wizard, Lucia Assassin, Rundies Dwarf Engineer. Yeah, balanced good. Read Fallow novels online at 120. Chapter 120. There's a psychoanalytic model commonly referred to as the 5 stages of death, which identifies 5 stages that someone goes through before they recognize the end of their life. The students who sadly learned that they had been robbed of their entire vacation by an agent of the Counterintelligence Command were experiencing the advanced culture of this Earth firsthand. First, denial. No, this isn't reality. There's no way this could be real, right? Haha, yeah, spending the whole vacation hospitalized. Ha, I must have quite the imagination. Isabel shook her head gently with a bright smile in the first week of hospitalization. It was definitely a strange ceiling on the first day. And even after the first week of hospitalization, it's still a strange ceiling. When will the familiar ceiling tiles of my pretty mansion appear there? Isabel's smile faded in the first week. Second stage, anger. How could he while I was hospitalized? Someone cut apples every day and fed them to me. After putting me in the hospital, he never once came to visit. From this point on, except for priests who came to visit for nursing, no one else attempted to enter Isabel's hospital room. The anger of a knight who has just stepped on the threshold of a giant sometimes creates physical phenomena. It's becoming possible to kill a person just by being alive. Sadly, this was as far as Isabel got. Her anger did not progress to the negotiation stage until the end of the vacation. The first person to reach the negotiation stage was Ecdysis. To father, I am doing well. I'm hospitalized with a few broken bones, but Lady Saint is truly gentle. Oh, if you're curious why I am like this, it's nothing serious, just a victim of domestic violence. I was brought to the emergency room by my husband's merciless violence. But it's okay. I'll overcome it with the power of love. Don't worry and come visit sometime. Love, Ecdysis. Ecdysis murmured with a gloomy face as she sealed the letter envelope with wax. A few days later, receiving her letter in haste, Einar summoned Mordred to inquire about the details. Oh, Ivan said he did some training. Apparently, he went to the mountains and let some orcs loose. Orcs, how many? About 30, as far as I know, sir. Ecdysis alone. No, sir, Oscar, Elfiera, and Isabel, they're with him. Einar set the letter down quietly and chuckled contentedly. Memories I had those days, too. Haha, peaceful times, just 30 orcs. Do you know? In the battlefield where Maximilian and I first fought together, the basic formation of orc fellows was 300. Oh, right, it was like that back then. Nowadays, the youngsters are. It's a good thing Ivan is watching over them. Otherwise, the kids would have become too soft. It's fortunate. Yes, sir. Ecdysis' negotiation stage would be declared a mistake in choosing the negotiation subject. She had forgotten that Drovian's warriors don't negotiate. She should have negotiated with the saint instead. Afterwards, Ecdysis sent several unanswered letters to the homeland and trembled in loneliness. However, the elves, who think differently from foolish humans, had already surpassed that stage long ago. The fourth stage, depression. At this stage, Elfiera was busy filling one side of the hospital room with books. They were mostly books on training methods for different breeds. Most of the dog's behavioral problems are due to the guardian's fault. That's the latest conclusion in the academic world. Yes, Miss Grey-Kenkos. So, when a dog bites a person, pees anywhere, or invites its guardian into the mountains and throws them in front of 30 orcs, it actually means it's the guardian's fault. Is that so, even for dogs? Yeah, if you take them for walks often, prepare their food yourself, and manage stress by playing games like fetch or tug-of-war together, those things won't happen often. That was the conclusion of this book. I see. Elfiera's nodding soullessly. For several days now, Elfiera had been murmuring, "That's right, it's my fault. I was bad. Dogs shouldn't be raised like that. There are no bad dogs in the world," in a low voice. Though the topic was sensible, the atmosphere was strangely chilly, so inadvertently, the soul cast a warming spell. Unlike Callian, Krasilov's summers seemed to be on the chilly side. And finally, as the vacation was nearing its end. As the discharge date approached, the three people simultaneously reached the final stage. Sadly, they regressed back to anger instead of acceptance. "Uncle, you are late." To the man who never visited even once. "At this pace, are you going to make me wait until I become an old woman?" With a conclusion that a clear alternative was needed. Talk, talk, talk. It always rained at times like these. Ivan, now recalling the blurry memories of Kim Sun-woo's movies, stood in the rain. It's a Hollywood movie click. When the protagonist stands in front of a grave, the weather turns gloomy and it starts raining. In fact, it often rained in Frechenkaya at this time. The last drops of rain pouring at the beginning of autumn, then it would start snowing. "Senior, what are you doing out here without an umbrella?" "Dmitri." Ivan glanced briefly at the umbrella over his head and then bowed his head again. Raindrops were hitting the gravestone. The National Cemetery for Fallen Soldiers, located in a section of Frechenkaya Central Park, lay quietly shrouded in dense mist. Ivan Petrovich. Minus 1236, 1268. All fallen members of the cleanup unit are buried in an unnamed cemetery within the counterintelligence headquarters, including cases where the bodies couldn't be recovered. They don't leave gravestone names. The records of cleanup unit agents are erased simultaneously with their deaths. Since even their families didn't know about their achievements, the only way to prove their existence is through the memories of their comrades. So, it can be said that Ivan had a lot of help in leaving behind this gravestone when he faked his death. Since then, Ivan had visited his grave once a year, his official date of death, but it was for the remembrance of the deceased, not for himself, with guilt for being the sole survivor and the sin of leaving behind a name alone intertwined. His empty grave was the only place for those who died during that time. There was only one name left here, but underneath the empty coffins, the names of 700 agents who had fallen together were written densely. This is hypocrisy. Ivan stood there for a long time, watching the rain pouring down on the gravestone. I received the report, sir. You put the period nicely. You should smile. Tick, tick, a sound of flicking a lighter was heard behind him. Soon, a sharp smell of tobacco filled the air. Dmitri took out a half-crushed pack of cigarettes by Ivan's side. Would you like one? I quit. These fellows haven't quit yet. At those words, Ivan quietly looked at the cigarette. It was a standard-issue military cigarette stamped with the Krasilov emblem. It was harsh, bitter, tasteless, and had a strong smell of tobacco. Cigarettes were the agent's poison. During infiltration missions, the cigarette flame was incredibly convenient, and the smoke posed a threat to the keen senses of the vampires. But at the same time, it was the agent's only solace. Having survived for years in enemy territory, where not even family, let alone kin, could be seen, agents found solace only in cigarettes. Alcohol severely affects physical responsiveness. Agents never drink during operations, but cigarettes remain the only comfort for agents in secured areas. So during those times, every agent carried cigarettes. In fact, not only agents, but every soldier of that time did. Without these sturdy sticks, the war would have been unbearable. Ivan plucked a cigarette from Dmitri's hand and placed it in his mouth. The lighter approached his face courteously. Dmitri gently held the flame to Ivan's lips with gloved hands. The cigarette smoke heated Ivan's lungs. Phew! The white smoke mingled and disappeared into the mist. The sensation of nicotine seeping into his brain was dizzying. The cheap tobacco leaves burned, emitting acrid smoke. After inhaling deeply twice more, Ivan exhaled deeply and placed the cigarette in a corner of the gravestone. Kathik, the cigarette, soaked in rainwater, soon extinguished, emitting a faint smoke. It was a momentary combustion. Ivan looked up at the sky following the last strand of smoke from the cigarette, and for a moment, he squeezed his eyes shut in the rain. A few seconds later, Ivan lowered his head again. His voice that followed was as dry as before. I have something to report. Yes, sir. Baron Valika has completed the rebel extermination in Angrind. He complained that negotiations with the secretary were faltering. Other than the obvious, the Baron requests to see you once. Baron Valika. Most likely, Duke Volanovan. You expected that aristocrat to notice, didn't you? One of the 3 dukes of Krasilov, the commander of the 1st Northern Division, and the military governor of the Northern Maquis, General Volanovan. Ivan nodded his head as if unfolding an old file, pondering the old name. What else? Thave unearthed the sky vault of Abaditas. As initially negotiated, the negotiation results in Angrind are entirely for the 2nd Northern Division, and the sky vault of Abaditas is decided to be received by the counterintelligence headquarters. Are you all right? The treasures collected by those lizards are usually not ordinary items. Not needed. Dispose of what can be disposed of and incinerate everything that cannot be converted into cash. Yes, sir. All kinds of goods acquired by agents during operations are naturally incorporated into the royal treasury. However, if it's called a report from the Septime Chamber, it's not an exaggeration to say that its value is astronomical. They were leaders of an entire nation. In their treasure vaults, all the wealth that one nation could possess throughout history is piled up. As for Abaditas, he was the leader of the necromancers. Even among the countless treasures, most would likely be contaminated and unusable, but even so, there would be enough remaining to establish a new lineage. Ivan briefly nodded. Wealth was not needed. The operating expenses of the orphanage are fully supported, and his operational expenses can be received from the national treasury. Other than that, what meaning does it have personally? Lastly, the princess said something strange. What is it? That you will be a professor. Is that true? Teaching whom? Students, seriously. It's a disaster. Is there room in the graveyard, should I ask? From the tournament hosted by the princess to the Angrind War, Ivan's activities were already too well known externally. There are still few who realize who that Ivan of those days was. The name Ivan Petrovich itself is too common. But externally, Ivan could no longer operate undercover. He flew too high in the limelight. So, it must be utilized. In the current situation where his name value has skyrocketed, it's the most rational thing to do. I felt like I needed to prepare. This game seems to have a slightly strange difficulty design. On the first day back home, Ivan sat at his desk, opened his notebook, and got lost in thought. Since the tutorial event began, Ivan had been organizing the stages by timeline, and he felt uneasy. The field internship assault, where most playable characters would die without external assistance, was one thing. But Enrique was nearby, so maybe the stage completion condition was simply to defend for a certain amount of time. The subsequent Frechinkaya underground assault was also reasonable, except for the boss. Then it became a problem. The boss of the Academy's secret room that Ivan solved was an entity beyond the norm. Although sealed and lost all powers except divine, it was a situation created by coincidence. If Ivan's role is removed from the equation, what would have happened? The boss, who had steadily gathered strength in the Frechinkaya underground, would probably have appeared in the latter part of the story and set the entire city on fire. Even if the boss for the latter part was dealt with beforehand, doesn't that mean that Frechinkaya would suffer damage to the extent of being burned down in the original storyline? And this time, the Andgrind Civil War. If Ivan hadn't been there, Enrique would never have intervened alone in the Andgrind Civil War. Given the circumstances, the secretary would have been defeated, and the anti-human dwarves would have unified the underground city. And then, they would have fully restored Abadidas' power, and perhaps even acquired the divine. With a new dragon general, they would have begun to dominate the northern regions of Krasilov. At that point, the Northern Legion would have been unable to stop them. By chance, Ivan, who had once tried to kill Abadidas before the end of the Civil War, intervened in the situation and cut off the foundation of the latter part of the story. But if the storyline had progressed, as originally planned, Krasilov would surely have perished at that point, having lost Frechinkaya and the northern base. And the fall of Krasilov would have inevitably become a fatal blow to the Northern Alliance. It would have meant the collapse of the last bastion defending the Northern Front. If such a situation were happening across the entire Northern Alliance. With a grave expression, Ivan looked at the map of the Northern Alliance. The three fronts of the north, west, and south. All the waters except for the Callian Gulf and the other countries bordering the Demon Lord and the monarchies. Would there be any organization left to bear the burden of a second Great War? No, there wouldn't be. All indicators were pointing to a new war. Ivan was a rational person, so he did not interpret the situation hopefully. When there was clear evidence of a situation, Ivan didn't resort to persuasion or rationalization. He wielded axes and pistols. This situation was clearly a precursor to war, and war was something Ivan couldn't handle alone. After careful consideration, Ivan was appointed as a professor at the University of Jans. Fortunately, Elizaveta fully supported his appointment, except for the war part, in terms of being a university professor. Because the curriculum of the professor's lectures could be suppressed by the dean's authority, but it was difficult for the princess to suppress the operational plans of the cleanup unit. Thus, in the first semester of the second year at St. Jan's University, 3 liberal arts courses unrelated to majors were established. Thanks to the full support of the dean, they were perfect courses with unbelievable grades attached, announced to be graded only as PF. This feels like a trap. The students who completed Ivan's course in the summer semester realized it as soon as they saw the course description. Author's note, author's afterword, holiday vibes. Finally, an academy professor story, I thought. But when I think about it, there hasn't been a time when it wasn't an academy professor story, has there? When did I start thinking I wasn't writing an academy story? Read fellow novels online at 121. Chapter 121. All intelligence agency operatives, such as those from Krasilov, share a common trait. They are elusive when actively sought, yet faintly visible somewhere in the periphery when ignored. Drovian is an exception. Therefore, despite the students, including Isabel, incessantly scanning their surroundings with wide-open eyes, they never succeeded in locating Ivan. It's a story from the first day of school. Why is it that the person who is always absent-mindedly peeking out from somewhere is suddenly nowhere to be found? Ectasis. Eshi, calm down a bit. Elphira, can you use the tracking spell? Isabel. I am casting it, but no matter what, his presence isn't detected. Elphira. Is he absent from school? Isabel. No, the range is definitely around here. Elphira. Elphira closed her eyes tightly, continuously reciting spells. Having experienced Ivan's magic several times before, casting a short-range tracking spell shouldn't have been too difficult for her. But even though he was definitely around here, as Elphira was pondering, Rundies, who was munching on a waffle nearby, cheerfully interjected. Oh, that's probably because of the item my father gave him. Rundies. Your father, Elphira. Yes, he. Even the sharp-eared have to succumb to the wisdom of our illustrious ancestors, right? It's a distortion stone. When thrown, it disrupts magic. Just by having it, it provides some magical protection. Isn't that amazing? Rundies. Why would he give you something like that? Isabel. Oh, if I start talking about that, the story will get long, but way back when. Rundies. Rundies began explaining the tradition of ancient rites and gift-giving among the illustrious ancestors. The rest of the hero party began ignoring Rundis words and started scouring the surroundings. All right, Elphira is useless now. What should we do? Maybe try Drovian's method, Eshi? Isabel. My hometown method, what's that? Ectasis. Well, once you start a fire, even hidden people will show up. Isabel. Why is that my hometown? Ectasis. Is it right? If someone were to stab a thief and they ran away and hid, everyone in the village would rush out and set a fire nearby, as if it was part of a traditional game. Those caught like this usually moved on to another traditional game. The most commonly chosen game was the blood eagle. When Ectasis, overwhelmed with anguish, quietly lowered her head, Oscar appeared in the distance. As usual, he was being forced to eat snacks amidst a group of women. Oscar, have you seen Unli? Isabel. Oh, Isabel, I was just looking for him because of that. Have you seen the schedule? Something weird popped up for classes. Weird class. Go to the night department's first-year lobby. No, wait, come with me. Ignoring the women's complaints, Oscar joined the hero party. Elective, study and response to demons. Professor, Ivan Petrovich Yermov. 5 credits, pass-fail evaluation system. Uncle is even teaching now. What's with the 5-credit elective? And it's pass-fail, just showing up should be enough, right? Elphira. Wait, look at that, isn't there another one? Isabel. Isabel turned her head at Elphira's words. Among the schedules and syllabi plastered on the bulletin board, she found another familiar name. Elective, basic survival skills. Professor, Ivan Petrovich Yermov. 5 credits, pass-fail evaluation system. Goodness, he's teaching 2 classes, for a total of 10 credits. Does he have 2 bodies or something? Given Yermov's usual behavior, he might just not sleep. Oscar. Ectasis nodded at Oscar's words. It was hard to argue. Elective, anatomy and magic structure. Professor, Ivan Petrovich Yermov. 5 credits, pass-fail evaluation system. 15 credits. Just by taking Uncle's classes, you can fulfill more than half of the required credits. Isabel. Wait, Isabel, something's not right. Elphira. Huh, Isabel. A trap, isn't this a trap? Elphira. All of a sudden, Isabel. Elphira scanned the hero party with a grave expression. Except for Rundies, everyone present had been essentially graduated from those classes during the first week of vacation. Understanding demons, thrown into the midst of an orc herd and told to deal with them. Survival skills, plunged into a forest full of traps and tormented day and night. Anatomy and magic structure. It feels like they'll be saying things like if you get hit here, it hurts, and if you get hit there, it hurts more, while shooting bullets into students' bodies. At Elphira's words, the audience fell silent. It wasn't wrong. No, other explanations seemed impossible. The sight of Ivan calmly unfolding textbooks on the podium and conducting lectures was unimaginable. Wait, did he experiment with what he's going to teach next semester on our bodies? Isabel. Let's not have such terrifying thoughts, Bella. It's too sad. Ectasis. If it's Yermov, wouldn't he just go home? That's reasonable. Right, everyone? Oscar. I can't argue against that. Elphira. In response to Elphira's words, Oscar quietly nodded his head with a smirk. Why is everyone acting like this? Wasn't it a really useful class? Even if this semester's content reflects what we experienced, isn't it like getting a semester's worth of credits for free? We did the prep work, after all. Oscar. This one always looks so positively at things. Elphira. Are you crazy, Oscar? Isabel. Why would I be? I liked the class. I gained a lot and learned a lot. Oscar. This one always looks so positively at things. Elphira. Isabel ignored the twinkling-eyed Oscar. Come to think of it, this guy had received the most authentic night training in Tyles. Maybe dealing with orcs while camping in the forest was part of the basic education curriculum. Then Rundies suddenly woke up. Wow, so we can meet Ivan and attend classes for 15 hours every week. Count me in. Rundies. At Rundis' exclamation, the three's gazes turned to each other. They simultaneously scanned the class schedule. On the timetable, those 3 classes were positioned on different days each week. In other words, they could spend at least 5 hours with Ivan every 3 days. They looked at each other again. Despite having different iris colors and eye shapes, the gazes of the 3 were remarkably similar to those of the others. If one of these kids takes this class, these brats might end up being trained by Uncle every week. Even if they all attend the lectures, humans can't possibly beat elves in the field of dog training, right? What they gain is 15 credits and Ivan not. What they lose is just the shackles. The 3 simultaneously chuckled and tucked the class schedule into their bags. Their movements were so discreet and swift that it would have earned applause from the intelligence headquarters operatives. The credits are substantial. Oscar isn't wrong either. Actually, we all did the prep work, didn't we? Isabel. That's right, and survival skills. It's basically a hobby for Drovian. Ectasis. Well, it's an elective, right? Let's attend the orientation once and then decide. Elphira. With warm smiles, the 3 looked at each other and headed towards the classroom. Welcome. The classroom fell silent at the completely unwelcoming voice. The protagonist of 15 credits, a man who had captured the attention of all first-year students at the current moment, stood on the platform. His tall stature and sturdy build effortlessly carried the ordinary coat with a hint of magnificence. Beneath the cuffs, His robust hands revealed numerous scars, emanating a sense of presence. His posture at the lectern was straight out of a painting, a motionless, piercing blue gaze, and below that, a neatly trimmed, lush beard. He looked like an officer who had just emerged from war propaganda, and that's the truth. He began writing on the blackboard behind the lectern. The angular script slid smoothly across the board. My name is Ivan Petrovich Yermov. If you've heard my name before, it's likely from the last tournament. His words elicited murmurs from the students. The tournament, hosted personally by the princess, was the biggest event in Frechenkaya just before summer vacation. Naturally, everyone present had been there. The Black Knight, the Butcher, the Human Tank, such whispers echoed among the students. Ivan continued without bothering to interrupt. I want introduce myself. It's meaningless. I want listen to your introductions. It's meaningless as well. With a dry tone, Ivan finished speaking and turned to continue writing on the board. Thud, thud, the white letters appeared on the blackboard. I will teach you demonology and response strategies in this class. I believe you've all confirmed the course name before coming here. Therefore, I want elaborate. Ivan scanned the students again. Some had interested gazes, while others yawned freely. No one seemed serious about the class itself. It was natural. These were kids who hadn't experienced war. It was to be expected. When he recalled his days as Kim Sunwoo, the high-credit electives were simply time for sleeping while attending classes. But that wouldn't do. Unlike South Korea, where war was just a distant tale, in this world, war was like a looming shadow. Unavoidable, suffocating, inevitable, always lurking behind, growing steadily. Ivan pressed his desk firmly and spoke. All demons with physical forms share a common weakness. Does anyone know what it is? He never expected an answer. Ivan simply nodded silently and continued speaking. They die if you decapitate them. Geez. Laughter erupted among the students. It was an inappropriate joke, and they looked at him as if to say, "Really, sir?" Ivan spoke bluntly. It's an obvious statement, but it's also true. All demons have different characteristics, threat levels, ecologies, and tactics. In this class, you will learn how to sever their heads regardless of their individual traits. Any questions? A student raised his hand eagerly at Ivan's words. When Ivan gestured for him to speak, the burly male student chuckled and said, I am curious about the professor's experience. Have you ever faced all the demons you mentioned? Laughter erupted among the students. While Jan's University's lectures were known for their quality, everyone present here were nobility. Naturally, it meant that they were all prodigies who had completed basic education in their own territories. From the perspective of such students, a professor was nothing more than a salaried worker, except for a few very famous ones. The authority of a professor in a noble school could never be very high. Most of the nobles of this era belonged to the high-ranking officer class with military experience. It was a characteristic of feudalism. Since the last war, the authority of the surviving nobles, especially those who survived, had become even higher. Even in the Allied kingdoms, it could be said that only the most outstanding individuals were meticulously gathered. In the eyes of these students, Ivan's status as the third son of the emerging northern noble was nothing more than external recognition. It was because he had already become famous in the last tournament. An emerging noble ultimately amounted to nothing more than a mercenary group that established a major. And being the third son meant being pushed out of the inheritance and driven out of the territory, becoming a wandering knight. Therefore, he was just a mere mercenary. In such a situation, even as a professor, one cannot command respect from the students. It was almost an open confrontation. Ahead of the coming semester, the plan is to groom this new instructor and comfortably take the class. Of course, Ivan doesn't care about any of that. If there are the types I can deal with, all of them. From goblin slaves to wyvern commanders, all of them. I've killed them all at least once. Ivan looked at the student with impassive eyes. The male student who had raised his hand hesitantly sat back down, startled by Ivan's demeanor. Silence descended again. The students who had been idly passing the time were no longer there. They momentarily felt a sense of dread in the face of Ivan's grim answer. Such fears tend to dissipate easily. Ivan, having been in charge of recruit training, didn't easily believe in fear stemming just from words. Instead, he prefers wielding an axe and a pistol. This class wouldn't be much different. Any other questions? I have one question. A student hesitantly raised his hand. The burly male student glanced at the syllabus and asked, "The syllabus says all the classes are practical, but how do we practice the ecology of demons? Keeping demons seems impossible, doesn't it?" "That's a good question." Ivan nodded briefly. Watching him, Isabel clenched her fist with tension, swallowing hard. This doesn't feel right, she thought. I will take on the role of the demons throughout all the classes. Excuse me. You will learn about the ecology and countermeasures of demons through me. Any other questions? I understand. If there are no more questions, I'll end the lecture here. Come dressed more casually next week for easier movement. There's no need for weapons. They will not be allowed. Ivan cut the conversation short and left. In the chilly silence, Ecdysis whispered softly into Isabel's ear. I knew it would come to this. I'll look into the escape routes, so we can flee together whenever he decides to slaughter the noble brats. Just by listening to him, it doesn't sound like a joke. He's not even someone who knows how to joke in the first place. No one's really going to die, right? Isabel lifted her bag, lost in distress. This was just Ivan's first class. Since Ivan had to digest 15 hours of lectures in a week, she would face him again the next day at another class orientation. Author's note, author's postscript. Writing academy-themed stories set in a school background is really tough. It was easier when it was set in places like underground dungeons, deserted forests, or terrorist-ridden abandoned buildings. Was it a bad idea to set it in a school background for an academy-themed story? Read fellow novels online at (122). Chapter 122. Ivan stood at the lectern, scanning the countless pupils' eyes staring at him with a free gaze. The attendance overlapped with the Demon Ecology lecture, quite a significant number. It was clear that they had decided to spend the semester comfortably with this 5-credit elective course. The important thing is not the student's thoughts, plans, or will. The educational curriculum of the 21st century pursues ordinary education. It means providing an equal education system to everyone, regardless of the quality of the students. Even in this primitive world, there is a need to spread the beautiful culture of modern civilization. It is something that must be done as representatives of the earth. In this class, you will learn survival skills. He glanced at some of the trembling students, participants in the summer camp, and continued speaking. The most important concept of survival is choice and focus. In other words, it can be called sacrifice. You must choose what is essential for survival and sacrifice everything else. Ivan turned to the board and began writing. Resources, body, comrades. When exposed to a hostile environment, individuals must sacrifice the following things in order. Resources, the possessions they currently have. They leave behind essential items to sustain life and gradually give up unnecessary ones while seeking a safe area. Body, it is the last personal asset that can be sacrificed only after all resources have been depleted. It can be considered the things that must be sacrificed last in practice. Comrades, in survival, individuals with physical impairments are more advantageous than those with intact limbs. Assuming survival as a task, all tasks can maximize efficiency through role allocation. Ivan turned back to the board and looked at the students again. The students' expressions were somewhat weary. Words like survival skills and comrades may not be easily understood in a peaceful world. However, it is a necessary lesson to consider the future. Ivan nodded briefly and said, "In the previous war, the average survival time of soldiers who entered the demon realm was 17 minutes. Through this class, you will learn how to turn those 17 minutes into 17 days. Any questions?" The audience remained silent, their thoughts mostly uniform. Do I really have to take this class? But it's worth 5 credits, it's an elective. The pass-fail credit system is so tempting, though. If there are no questions, I'll conclude the lecture with this. Please wear attire suitable for activities next week. Before leaving, Ivan calmly scanned the students' faces one last time. The attendance overlapping with the first lecture is 47. Body structure and mana. After finishing his notes, Ivan addressed the students. As there are magicians, knights, and priests here, I want to elaborate on mana. Those who cannot use mana should not take this class. Ivan looked at the students from the visual and performing arts department. Of course, most of them were nobles, and mana manipulation was just basic knowledge for nobles, so there was no resistance from the students. He nodded satisfactorily and continued speaking. The human body consists of bones, muscles, tendons connecting muscles to bones, nerves, and blood vessels. And with sufficient training, you can channel different types of mana into each of these components. He quickly drew a schematic forearm on the board. Depending on how you use it, mana can replace all these types of components. Even if muscles are torn, bones are destroyed, or nerves malfunction, mana regulation can maintain bodily functions. The students' expressions became grim. It couldn't be helped. In this primitive pre-modern society, the concept of anatomy was almost primitive. No, it wasn't. In this class, you will learn how to replace and utilize each part of the body with mana. From fractures to nerve damage, and eventually, until self-rescue is possible even in a state of cardiac arrest. Cardiac arrest. One student sighed blankly. In this class, theory is only supplemented by embodiment through practical exercises. It's more helpful to feel the body structure rather than just seeing it. After the 5 months of this class, you'll be able to continue fighting even if your arms and legs are broken. The students' murmurs grew louder. Is this guy insane? Ivan paid no attention to such trivial noise. He was a rational person. It would be good if those who didn't want to attend dropped out. Teaching time was always scarce. And reducing the number of doubters would help with this operation. Any questions? How are the practical exercises conducted? A good question. Ivan silently nodded and looked at the student raising her hand. She was a petite female student, trembling as she looked at Ivan. We control specific areas' sensations through verified drugs and train them to function again through mana. A saint will be present for all procedures, and only drugs that leave no aftereffects will be used. Completely safe and even beneficial. Ivan felt proud as a civilized person. In the 21st century, considering student safety when designing the curriculum was common sense. The students in the fantasy world couldn't help but admire the systematic educational process of Earth. Is he really crazy? What should we do about this class? Just drop it. But still, it's worth 5 credits if you just attend. What about the priests? Aren't they supposed to do something about that guy? As Ivan heard the murmurs, he quietly nodded. If there are no further questions, class dismissed for today. See you next week. Prepare attire that allows easy movement starting from the right arm. Eugene Nabokov Karamzin. Follow me to the professor's office. Yes, yes or oh no, professor. As Ivan left the classroom, confusion erupted among the students. Since the incident with the Kalyan airship incident, Ivan had memorized all the enrollment information of Jan's university students. Therefore, attendance verification was unnecessary. By examining the personal information of those who enrolled in each class and those who attended, it was not difficult to deduce the absentees. The common attendance among the three classes is around 23. As Ivan scanned the list of enrollees, he was lost in thought. The reason for opening 3 subjects was this: to produce doubters within a specific group, at least 3 classification indicators were needed. In the classes of Academy protagonists, there were always infiltrations of demons or demon proxies. It's such common sense. The reason why the protagonists' classes are always involved in terrorism is not otherwise. There were spies sitting in the classroom from the beginning. Preparing 3 classes with 5 credits each was nothing more than a modest effort compared to the reward. Think of it as the instructor version of what Hermione has been doing since elementary school. However, unfortunately in this world, without a time-turner, Ivan had to use a more realistic approach. Minimizing leisure time, including sleep time, to the extreme. This, too, I would say, is the basic principle of survival. If you maximize choice and focus, it's not a difficult task. So, as a result, Ivan was finally able to gather all the protagonists in one place and design a perfect trap. Isabel, Oscar, Elfira, Ecdysis. He succeeded in putting these students in all 3 subjects. The reason for structuring the content of the classes the same as the last summer training camp was precisely for that purpose. It was to make Ivan's classes attractive enough to these students. If a class that is already easy because they have experienced it before, and moreover, consists of a total of 15 credits, first-year university students like Kim Sunwoo would never make another choice. And Eugene, Oswald, Yuri. Putting these 3 together in the same class was no problem at all. This side was just a matter of command. Individual consent didn't matter. It was such a useful opportunity to take a class for free. Now, protagonists from different departments have gathered in one place. With this condition, demon proxies can't help but infiltrate. Such opportunities won't come again. Such classes are 3 subjects. It's generally possible for overlap between 2 subjects, but individuals simultaneously enrolled in 3 unrelated elective courses are inevitably suspicious. To minimize the nonsense, he gave some fear during orientation. But at the same time, he prepared a lecture schedule to ensure that all students attending the class are at a useful training level. To be able to respond whenever war or special situations arise, to navigate through academy common sense events with minimal manpower loss. Trained agents don't devise operations for just one goal at a time. That's the truth. And that guy, Ivan. He's human, sir, Eugene. Him. On this side, there's a race detection cheat key, a status window. Eugene chuckled slyly while wiping his palms. So does that mean I'll be excluded from the practice? Eugene. Did we make such a promise, Ivan? Eugene. Author's note: Muggle-born wizard's credit management technique. There are traitors among the Academy undergraduates and staff. The Academy always harbors supporters of demons or demons themselves. Episode 3, there will always be a terrorist attack on the Academy entrance train. 1. Ivan remembers the personal information of a total of 2429 individuals, including undergraduates, staff, dignitaries from various countries associated with the university, and each student's family. Episode 6, the status window opened on the first day of school. 3. The status window shows the information Eugene can access at the moment. Eugene was born for espionage. Eugene is specialized in spy detection, limited to the school. Read Fallu novels online at (123). Chapter 123. As mentioned in retrospect, there are no seasons in Krasilov except winter. There exists a slightly less cold winter, a warm winter, a cold winter, and a freezing winter. If each is equated with spring, summer, fall, and winter, respectively, they roughly mean the same thing. Therefore, university vacations are conducted under a different concept from Earth. From the perspective of South Korea, summer vacation means rest at home when the weather gets too hot. From the perspective of Krasilov, summer vacation means spend some time with family when the weather is tolerable. Therefore, starting from the end of summer vacation, based on the autumn rain, Krasilov was entering winter again. Autumn in Krasilov lasts for a week. Wow, the weather is insane. How do people walk around outside in this weather? Does time fly in this country? Why is it already winter? Our maids were saying that if you hang out laundry, it freezes after 2 hours. Such lamentations could be heard throughout the correctional facilities. Naturally, they were foreign nobles and elves. Kalyan, Tyles, and other nobles of small countries had come from warmer lands. Nations with harsher climates than this were all destroyed in the previous war. That's why Krasilov serves as the northern barrier. Hee, don't you know, this is autumn. Oh, how refreshing. Makes me want to go tanning. Any mages here who know freezing spells? I want to drink some frozen vodka because it's too hot. Selling sherbets, perfect for hot weather like today, we have strawberry, grape, and lemon flavors. The reactions of Krasilov citizens looking at foreign freshmen during this period were usually like this. Those who had such strange pride would often jeer at students bundled up in coats. Rain falling, rainwater freezing in the early morning, and always looming thick clouds above. In this bleak autumn, a student sat trembling on the outskirts of the correctional bench, clenching their teeth with hardened eyes, occasionally rubbing their arms and legs. No, it wasn't just one student. My arm is moving. Is this the nerves? Successful nerve connection, activating termination mode. How do people move their arms and legs? I can't understand anymore. How do they naturally swing all those blood vessels, joints, and muscles? I will reveal the National Bank savings account password. If you need more, please stop it now. Though their appearances were different, these individuals occupying benches, crouching, and murmuring were behaving similarly. They were monsters that had been appearing frequently in the correctional facility lately. Their commonality was that they were all first-year students, and what on earth is being taught to produce such? Looks like another case of Yermov syndrome. What did we do in class yesterday? They said to paralyze the right arm nerves with medication, and then try moving them with magic. Crazy. It was the fact that these students had attended more than 2 of Ivan Petrovich Yerimov's classes. Other undergraduates encountering this group of students, known as Yermov syndrome patients, ESB. Syndrome patient, for the first time had to be grateful for their decision not to register for the course amid their eerie sensations. Eek, that window on the window. A student, upon seeing a branch shaking outside the window, grabbed their head and collapsed. The dangling conifer leaves almost resembled beards at first glance. Watching the scene unfold, Isabel muttered with a chilling expression. It won't do, everyone gather around. They had to resort to the final weapon to stop Ivan Petrovich Yermov's rampage. They couldn't afford to produce any more ESBs. In the eerie September of the corrupted St. Jan's University's correctional facility, Isabel finally called for a hero party. We'll have dinner at my place tonight. Hey. The magician of the hero party, Elfera, grimaced and retched, ears drooping, but she didn't oppose it, as she too realized the seriousness of the situation. Why, what's wrong? Stew and risotto. That sounds delicious. Do you have beer? If you want to clear your palate, you'll need something stronger than beer like lemon soda. Rundis, who had never experienced that food during the festival, quietly nodded in agreement. Stew and risotto, what Eugene called kimchi stew and kimchi fried rice. Tofu, kimchi had to be excluded as it was simply inedible. Feta cheese doesn't go with kimchi. Side episode: Winter is the season of kimchi making, Krasilov is always in winter. It was a few weeks from after the festival to the tournament period. Isabel, after attempting to sell weird food during the festival and accruing significant losses, invited the bankrupt chefs of the Michelin fine dining that had sunk. Yuri, Eugene, and Oswald admired the courage of these fantasy residents and chuckled grimly. Hee, trying to exploit our secret recipe we've discovered over the past few months for free, Eugene. Is this the average Russian attitude from pre-modern times? Yuri. Tyles is closer to France, so I'd appreciate it if you referred to it as French manners. Oswald. These three lunatics, halfway from each faculty, made strange sounds, chuckled, and actively cooperated in spreading culture. Occasionally, they would say things like, "Try wrapping spam in kimchi." Since that day, the stench in Isabel's kitchen never ceased. The maids, with mournful expressions, attempted alcohol disinfection every night. They conveyed that they understood the feelings of the large monster debris cleanup crew. After a few days of starting the operation, Isabel finally realized. There are countries where they eat this and find it delicious. Are they demons? Isabel. Well, Eugene. No, I suppose. Since Uncle served in the demon army since the war, his tastes might be somewhat altered. But what about you? What on earth are you eating? Isabel. Insulting kimchi. Yuri. The three of them growled menacingly. Isabel looked at these monsters with pity and said, "Well, since Uncle likes it, there must be some good points to it. Honestly, while I am not sure if one could find his tastes agreeable, well, Isabel." Watching Ivan's usual meals, it was as if he was chewing on greasy, foul-smelling lumps of bricks coated with magic. To Isabel, it seemed to be a sort of wartime habit. It was true. It could be considered a cuisine born out of the direness of war. Nevertheless, love conquers all obstacles. Except for those bricks, Elfera unhesitatingly called dog food. She wanted to feed him warm, genuine food. The first button was this rotten vegetable series. Dishes with a grotesque mechanism of mixing already decayed ingredients with fresh vegetables to rot them again. It's ambiguous whether to call this cooking or alchemical experimentation. There's a theory that alchemy began in the kitchen. Still, aren't you guys a bit odd? Think about it. There's no Krasilov cuisine in Tyles, or no Tyles cuisine in Krasilov. Isabel. Yuri. Food naturally evolves according to the culinary culture of that country. That's common sense. Isabel. No way, Oswald. Are you trying to teach us Earthlings about culture? Eugene. Isabel couldn't understand why Ivan had gathered these lunatics in one place. Could there be some sort of magical force that attracts lunatics to each other? But right now, she had a mission to guide one lunatic into a brighter and healthier path. Being a hero doesn't necessarily mean being the strongest. After all, a hero is a title bestowed upon the bravest. Isabel had never felt true terror even for a single moment since the train bombing. She delicately picked up a piece of pickled cabbage topped with smoked, dried chub. The essence of this dish you call kimchi is this. Salting and fermenting vegetables, seasoning with seafood, chili, and garlic, and letting it ferment for several days is the basic idea. Isabel. How do you, Oswald? We incorporate it into Krasilov cuisine as a base. Anyway, you people seem like you've never cooked in your lives. Isabel. The lunatics shuddered collectively. Eugene and Oswald, who were just ordinary Korean men who had tried instant noodles at best, were now high-ranking nobles in this world. Isn't it usually the maids who handle cooking for the nobility? Yuri, from an Earth perspective, was a game illustrator. Unfortunately, people in this profession didn't have time to indulge in the luxurious hobby of cooking, and in Krasilov, there was no money to afford cooking. She was an orphan. Except for the Basilica orphanage, Krasilov's orphans lived in the slums. The pre-modern fantasy residents, who glanced at them, sighed pitifully. Well, you are nobles, so it's understandable, Isabel. No. me noble. On the other hand, before the hero's status was elevated, Isabel was a troublemaker in the Tyless Palace. After her father, the hero, killed the demon king, she was treated as special by the kingdom. But when the hero went into hiding, she was treated like a parasite. Living near the palace, even she couldn't trust her own maids and had enough opportunities to learn cooking directly from her commoner mother. Faced with the situation where modern people were receiving pity and being treated as lazy nobles by the locals of this world, the three lunatics were bewildered. Let's skip the anchovy, the smell is too awful, let's use shelled instead. Isabel. We've tried anchovy before, shelled is too bland. If we're going to use anchovies, it's better to use surstoming Yuri. If you're talking about that rotten fish from Drovian, then shut up. Isabel. Yes. Isabel glared at the glass jar of pickled herring with a disgusted expression. The pickled herring, crawling from the depths of hell, emitted an odor in the kitchen that wouldn't dissipate for 2 weeks once opened. Just match the seasoning with something else. After all, Uncle is from Krasilov. Would he eat something with weak seasoning? Isabel. Oh, oops. He's Korean? No, if he lived in Korea for 20 years and here for 30 years, is he considered Krasilov? But then he spent 20 years in the demon realm, should he be counted as a demon? Eugene, who was trying to determine Ivan's nationality, was confused. Now, let's prepare the basic ingredients and start with the stew. Isabel. Isn't that just pouring water and boiling it? Sigh. As a Tyless person who blossomed a brilliant culinary culture, Isabel looked at these pathetic Krasilov nobles just like the pathetic Kallian elves. The Kallian guys are good at making desserts, but they've made no progress in cooking. What they proudly present as cooking is just fish pie, isn't it? No. On the other hand, Tyless was a powerhouse of culture and art, so she had to teach these clueless non-gourmets what food really is. Watch closely, start with the most common stew in Krasilov and mix in these rotten vegetables. Let's start with borscht. Isabel. In front of the pre-modern people of this world who possessed cultural relativity, openness to foreign cultures, and even creativity, the 21st century noodle purists quietly sank. Several weeks passed like this. At this point, the end of the vacation. Isabel decided there was no longer any reason to continue her culinary research. Finally, it was complete. A Krasilov demon realm fusion cuisine that had suppressed the stench to a level where it could be eaten. It's edible, Oswald. This is cultural victory and nationalism. Eugene. For heaven's sake, please stop, everyone. I'm getting embarrassed too. Yuri. The lunatics thrilled. Was this the talent of the hero's daughter, the prodigy of his talents? Read Fallu novels online at 124. Chapter 124. Ivan was generally a deep and warm person, but when it came to self-objectification, he was extremely pragmatic. So he knows he's not a good teacher. He can never teach a disciple like Enrique. Kill me. Don't say that, you're not going to die. This monster, I am canceling my enrollment. Felix von Eswill, second son of Count Thiels Eswill, residing at 21 3rd Avenue, 3rd District. Has 3 maids, 1 butler, 1 servant, 2 horses, and sends a letter home once a week, but the recipient is a common girl in the Count's domain, Irina. Is that correct? Weak. There's no early dismissal in my class, so focus. Ivan is someone who has directly experienced the advanced educational curriculum of the 21st century. And in the 21st century, South Korea is an advanced country that implements modern standard education. Enrique's method is closer to an apprentice system. One-on-one teaching, pouring all the knowledge one knows into the chosen disciple with all sincerity. But standard education is different. The quality of the student doesn't matter. Its aim is to raise the average level of all students through an adequate level of education. South Korea operates a social security system called compulsory education. It means providing equal educational opportunities to students regardless of their will and circumstances. He has already sent enough warnings through orientation. He was an unimaginably kind prelude, considering the execution of the eradication unit does not involve preludes. So students who take his class have signed up to bear all the risks that may arise in the class. It was an excellent attitude towards learning. Ivan decided to become a teacher who provides educational opportunities for passionate students and those who want to learn. Since he already memorized all the personal information of the students, it wasn't a difficult task. Since humans are animals with rich imagination, they often mistake trivial truths as threats. From Jean-Jacques Rousseau to Pestalozzi, the shining educational philosophy of the 21st century will illuminate this primitive pre-modern society. My arm. SHH, screaming won't help you survive. Remember the anatomy and mana, class, and deal with it. If the nerve in your arm is severed, remember the emergency treatment method and reconnect the nerve. Gaia. Your nerve hasn't been severed. It's just paralyzed, and the pain you feel is nothing more than an illusion. Focus slowly. Ivan's teaching method has already been validated many times, mostly when educating new soldiers on the battlefield. Seeking to equalize performance regardless of individual talent, the spirit of compulsory education is not much different from military training when viewed from a slightly different perspective. At least in that field, he is superior to Enrique. No, he boasts that he is not inferior to anyone in this world. He is someone who is so adept at self-objectification. Grrrr. It's broken, Patricia. I am counting on you. I can't really open my eyes and see. I didn't take on the role of the department head of theology to see this. Wasn't it brother's request? I have no reason to do this. Do I look like a health teacher? You look like a saint. After briefly responding, Ivan looked around. About 50 students were all scattered with their own unique postures. It's okay. Survival skills have only just begun. These students were sure to receive excellent education. There is no F in his class. However, there is one unpleasant aspect. If there's a reason why Ivan's teaching method has become somewhat, very slightly rough, it's because even Eugene's status window couldn't detect Academy Demon Agent. Was my prediction wrong? Ivan briefly pondered this question and then erased it cleanly from his mind. That couldn't be the case. Since Pavel led the uprising during the past Academy Festival attack, the internal espionage network of Frechenkaya is the most densely spread in history. Because the rebels were allies, they were able to address all known vulnerabilities. Therefore, according to the common sense of this world, there can be no more threats in this city, unless the Demon King or the 7 dragons directly descend. The rogue of the hero party is patrolling the rear. The counterintelligence command tightly controls the internal espionage network. The Crown Prince has fallen, and all government agencies have pledged allegiance to the princess. Since the alliance with the dwarves, even the northern military leaders are favorable to the princess. The rewards they received were not insignificant. In this situation, how on earth could send spies to Frechenkaya? That was the common sense of the residents of this world. Of course, that's not the common sense of modern people. There must be spies in the academy. All the virtual countries are salivating over the students who will be targeted, even though they have different majors. There are 3 such classes. Moreover, since they are elective courses unrelated to majors, it is easy to infiltrate. Under such conditions, it is natural for spies to come in. If all species are human, it means there are guys who have made deals with demons among humans. And if he can't be from Krasilov, then he's excluded. Ivan sighed as he scanned the foreign nobles among the students. The situation where suspicious characters abound is well beyond 20. It won't be easy. Uncle. On his way out after class, a foreign nobleman ran up to him. Soon, other foreign nobles surrounded him. Isabel looked up at Ivan with fiery eyes. Eyes from the era when heroes formed parties to overthrow the demon king. The resolute members of the hero party, their determination burning brightly, surrounded Ivan. Ivan slowly scanned the group. Professor, Ivan. Yes, Isabel. Please use proper titles at school. Ivan. This could potentially send the wrong signal to other students that he favors certain students. This goes against the educational philosophy of standard education. In response to Ivan's words, Isabel snorted. What between us? Between us. Just like all professors in the world, Ivan remembers the students he gave A+ to. Even more so if the student who received an A+ still wrote that it was the worst class in the course evaluation. Since Ivan was a warm-hearted person, he didn't easily get hurt by such incidents. He was just being rational. He replied brusquely with reason. So what's the matter? What are you doing tonight? Preparing for class. Other than that, you don't have anything else to do anyway. You're just going to do the same thing you did with us. Isabel laughed haughtily and lifted her head confidently. Let's all have dinner at our house tonight, okay? That's not possible. Ivan, being a principled person, does not extort money from students who approach him with the aim of achieving grades. That violates the principles of standard education. Even though the dinner menu is kimchi fried rice, Isabel. Since the counterintelligence command was a curious group, they followed the principle of resolving any curiosity that arose. Ivan couldn't hide his intense curiosity from the words that came out of Isabel's mouth, nodding his head in response. Smell. Enjoy your meal, Isabel. Wait, why does this look delicious? Eugene. What did you do? Is this cabbage in here? Is it that one? Oswald. Wow, amazing. This is completely different cuisine, isn't it? Yuri. A familiar smell. Clink. Ivan cautiously lifted the spoon. It's unfamiliar. Handling utensils itself felt unfamiliar. This was because most meals consisted of sloppily cooked porridge scooped into a bowl or nibbling on nutrition bars, as eating was primarily about supplying essential nutrients. It wasn't much different from basic weapon maintenance for maintaining the constant performance of the body. Swish. Bubbling stew, chunks of well-prepared meat and potatoes gently collided with the spoon, softening. It was a carefully cooked, heartfelt dish. Ivan inadvertently sniffed his nose as he smelled the steam rising from the stew in his bowl. No matter what, he didn't completely lack the ability to taste food. No matter how unimportant, he wasn't unable to distinguish taste. However, taste, in the end, is just a kind of nostalgia mixed with stimuli created by learned environments and universal human taste. And in this world, there is no stimulus to evoke his nostalgia. So, swallow. The hot and textured swallow of the stew, the sensation of the well-cooked lamb tenderizing on the tip of the tongue. The vegetables sufficiently roasted to bring out a hint of sweetness. In between, there's the spiciness of the seasoning sprinkled on top, the lime and sour cream perfectly mixed to balance the flavors, down to the last taste. It's somewhat altered, but to some extent. How is it, Isabel? Isabel looked at him with sparkling eyes. Hands clasped over her chest confidently, yet cautiously with a hint of anxiety in her eyes. There was a moment of silence. Ivan silently moved his tongue to clean up the remaining food in his mouth. Kim Sunwoo bowed his head. It's delicious, Ivan. His gaze fell outside the window, since Krasilov's seasons were always winter. Unlike in other countries, Krasilov only had winter. Ivan moved his spoon again and took a large scoop of stew into his mouth. Mechanically, without stopping, continuously. Finally, clink, the end of the spoon scraped against the bottom of the bowl. Would you like more? I made plenty. Isabel. If possible, Ivan. Anytime, as much as you want. Isabel. Isabel stood up with a warm smile. There was a cheerful energy in her brisk steps towards the kitchen. A slow and gentle conversation spread across the table. The hero party and the possessed individuals. A completely mismatched combination, the protagonists. Different from them, the protagonists leading the story of this generation. These kids joked with each other with silly stories, playfully grumbled, and affectionately continued their meal. Ivan quietly gazed out the window amidst it all. This is unexpected. Kim Sunwoo whispered quietly. Ivan briefly agreed, it was unexpected. Feeling nostalgia in this primitive world was not logical. However, sometimes, illogical things aren't necessarily bad. It's all right. Ivan murmured quietly, gazing at the first snowfall outside with an unusually soft voice. He didn't realize that the cloudy sky with falling snow would evoke a different image than the northern front. Big brother, am I dreaming? Eugene. Wait, did he actually give a compliment? Oswald. This is incredible. Is this the skill of a hero's daughter? Yuri. Amidst the bustling and lively atmosphere at the table, Ivan glanced down at the new bowl of stew that appeared before him. Isabel carefully pushed the bowl towards him and smiled brightly. Eat plenty. Ivan smiled back. Side chapter, Winter is the season of making kimchi. Read Falu novels online at 125. Chapter 125. Is this a dream? Am I dreaming right now? This couldn't possibly be happening to me. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Oh my. Elphara looked at Ivan with a vacant expression, then quickly lowered her head again. It's because of the incredible destructive power of Grey Kenko's fantasy scenery. She simply couldn't bring herself to look directly at Ivan's face. What a cruel twist of fate this is. Oh, Lord, please save this poor elf. Even though they finally have a chance to be alone, it's difficult to even look at each other's faces. Elphara drew a sigh and quietly closed her eyes. Isplash. The gentle sound of the water hitting the bow was cheerful. The surreal moon hung high, and the mist faintly rose, diffusing light under the starlight. It's so perfect. There couldn't be a more perfect timing than this. Elphara looked straight ahead, tears welling up in her eyes. Ah. A small boat, illuminated by the moonlight, the figure shining white, the neat coat, and even the muscles that surged firmly with each stroke of the oar. As wish. As soon as Elphara felt her nose bleeding, she used her magic to block the blood flow. It's a sharp manipulation of magic that doesn't allow a single drop of blood. She feels like she's reached a new level of physical control. Of course. It's the result of her innate talent, Ivan's amazing teaching methods, and her diligent learning attitude to please Ivan. All her efforts have paid off now. Here they are, enjoying a boat ride on the lake on a moonlit night. All right, the atmosphere is nice, and there's no one around to disturb them. As all Callian elves acknowledge, the one who raises the flag first in the unclaimed territory is the owner. And elves are masters of raising flags. Sir Yermov. Ahem. Ivan whispered sweetly in a low voice. Ah, is this really not a dream? Elphara suppressed another burst of nosebleed skillfully and spoke again. Do you remember 12 years ago? Ahem. It's a story from when I first met this little one. Ivan nodded without much thought. I've wanted to thank you ever since then. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't be here right now. I was too young back then. Elphara spoke with a face redder than ever. Her gaze lowered about 45 degrees as she continued speaking. Of course, it wasn't a necessary story to tell. Ivan doesn't enjoy reminiscing about the past. What's important is dealing with the future through the lessons of the past. Ivan is such a rational person. He casually listened to Elphara's words with one ear and glanced at the clock. It was about time. So I've been wondering how to repay that debt. If it's a debt of life, it should be repaid with life. As an elf of the Callion, the most valuable thing I can offer to you, sir, is myself. Ivan rowed towards the dock. Even as the boat slowly approached the shore, Elphira didn't seem to notice. She just continued fervently speaking, tears welling up on her flushed face. In the Callion County, there are various spells that can dramatically extend human lifespan and thought. The only flaw of a being human is their humanity, but now even that flaw can be remedied. It's time. Yes. You've done well. Ivan stood up and blew his whistle once. A man who had been fishing at the dock put down his fishing rod and stood up naturally. Escort Elphira to the Elven residential zone. Yes, Commander. The intelligence officer saluted crisply and quietly approached Elphira's side. Elphira was staring blankly at Ivan. What are you doing now? Where are you going? This operation is over. Yes, operation, Elphira stood on the dock, watching Ivan walk away for a while before lifting her head for a moment. The moon was shining beautifully. Covering her forehead with her hand, she let out a heavy sigh before speaking. Just tell me it's just a dream. It's reality, Lady Greykenkos. At the cautious tone of the agent, Elphira's ears twitched before perking up again. Her ears, now redder than ever, began to tremble with fury. Human those humans. The agent looked at the trembling Elphira with anger and thought for a moment. Assuming that the daughter of the fortress destroyer, Vialgreen had at least half of her father's abilities. A 1/2 fortress destroyer, expressing anger out of hatred for humans might become a threat comparable to a 7 dragon generals. He thought so. This was the story of the first day of Ivan's spy search, Operation. Vanka, am I understanding this correctly? Did I understand it well? Yes, Your Highness. No, wait, let me organize it. Elizaveta quickly skimmed through the thick stack of reports. And she had to read it twice more because she simply couldn't believe it. First, we need to confirm this. A spy at the university, and it had to be in your class. Yes, Your Highness. How on earth? Why in your class, of all places? And asking what purpose they attended your class for was meaningless. How had to come first in this situation? Right now, Frechenkaya was seeking unprecedented safety. It was only natural. With the vigilant counterintelligence command near Frechenkaya, all the nobles of the prince's faction were expelled, and all the departments of the royal administration willingly obeyed the princess. Meanwhile, one of the effective commanders of the counterintelligence command was a former rebel. And not just any former rebel, but one who had directly infiltrated Frechenkaya. Since he turned to the Allied side, all the existing vulnerabilities had long been eradicated. Frechenkaya was prospering in absolute safety. And suddenly, she was asked to approve a spy detection report within his own class. How should she accept this? Moreover, Ivan was not someone who would speak falsehoods. He was someone who proved himself with results rather than lies. He had been like that until now, and he would continue to be so in the future. That was the trust Elizaveta had in the cleanup units and in Ivan. How reliable is the vague information you've confirmed? Elizaveta. Personally, about 90%. Ivan. Ivan stopped there for a moment. Over the past few weeks, during the interrogation sessions disguised as classes, Ivan attempted to extract information through 3 individuals who could share common sense with him. First was Eugene, who was the most competent in this aspect. You see, as you know, if the intimacy is lacking a bit, the information won't be unlocked. What you see now is just the name and level, which is the same as personal information. Eugene. Useless, Ivan. But then, if we just get closer, won't that be enough? Just wait a moment. Who am I? I am Yevgeny from Karamzin. Eugene. With that proclamation, he confidently joined the crowd of students. Hey guys, I've come to deliver some good news. Eugene. Oh, it's from the theology department. Thanks, but I'll pass on joining your church. This impure person. And with that flow, he was driven away. After that, Eugene usually stayed humble within the theology department. The next one to step forward was Oswald. Don't worry, you know my major, mind sorcery. Since I've been experimenting a lot with Eugene lately, I can't afford to make mistakes in this area. Oswald. Isn't it strictly prohibited to cast mental spells on students? Yuri. Well, Yuri, do you know why Romeo and Juliet committed suicide? Oswald. Why, Yuri? Because they got caught. Oswald. It was an elvish-like speech pattern, having the mentality that it's legal as long as you don't get caught. Naturally, Oswald was Korean. His attempt was thwarted the moment Elphira caught wind of it. Why are you looking at me? Are you asking me to try it too? Yuri. Ivan. Yaudo, you remember what genre I belong to when I am dropped into this world. Yuri was an illustrator of works that minors under the age of 19 couldn't even attempt to play. Using someone from such a genre as an informant was not the taste of the cleanup units. The cleanup units didn't handle information obtained through the beauty industry. After reminiscing, Ivan responded with a somewhat cautious tone. Factually, it's about 50%. Ivan. Elizaveta. It seems he was using a very unreliable informant. Elizaveta shrugged her shoulders as she replied. I'll reject this operation plan, but Vanka, I am greatly pleased that you finally came to see me before the operation commenced. Elizaveta. Yes, Your Highness. So, how about taking a break for a while? The intelligence department is competent and the university is safe. Even if there is a spy, we'll definitely detect them in the process of transmitting information back to their homeland. Vanka, there was only one thing you wanted from me, wasn't there? Yes, Your Highness. The children of Hero Party. They will safely escort the VIPs back to their hometown. Minor injuries are acceptable. Ivan can persuade the parents because of it. So take it easy a little longer. I trust you, and you've been doing splendidly so far. At this point, Elizaveta paused for a moment. She wondered why she felt so frustrated despite everything going so well. You've performed admirably. If you can spend another 2 years safely, your mission will be complete. I hope you'll serve as a bureaucrat. The bureaucrat she envisioned would sit comfortably in a warm room, manage the royal treasury and coffers, occasionally dine with her, enjoy tea time in a pleasant palace courtyard, gently massage her shoulders when she complains about her piled-up workload. And then their eyes meet, and their lips meet. A bureaucrat who performs such duties is called a gyukyo. So take it easy a little longer. Do you understand what I am saying? You understand your orders, right? Yes, Your Highness. But that's not the expression at all. Ivan thought as he stared silently into Elizaveta's eyes. It's better to go with the cleanup unit's way. It's common sense, but infiltration teams don't report every operation to the commander. For the security of the information, all operations are conducted at the discretion of the on-site supervisor. This demonstrates how strong the trust relationship between Elizaveta and the cleanup units is. Whatever the case may be, it's always for the nation, and the cleanup units will never betray her. With such mutual trust as a background, the cleanup units also fully accepted Elizaveta's rear command and executed the operation. At that time, the cleanup units boasted the most efficient handling among all infiltration units. Ivan is a person who prepares for the future through the lessons of the past. He bowed deeply and withdrew. Read Fallow novels online at 126. Chapter 126. Before carrying out the operation with implicit permission from Elizaveta, Ivan had to deal with the second most important part of his daily routine. It was Isabel's dinner. The first most important thing is grooming time. Since last night, Isabel had been holding a kimchi pasta party once a week. For example, this week it's pasta dressed with stir-fried kimchi. Wow. Or This week, we'll have beef tenderloin bourguignon with wine-marinated kimchi. Kimchi stew. Or, this week, we plan to serve bacon-wrapped kimchi risotto, which we had last time. Uncle, are you crying now? Ahem. It was truly a feast of hometown dishes, not. The kimchi he remembered was now different in shape, cooking method, and ingredients. But anyway, kimchi wasn't that, was it? Come to think of it, even on Earth, kimchi was roughly treated as a similar category made from vegetables and fermented. Whether made with carrots or cabbage, it meant the same thing. So, Isabel's kimchi, despite its primitive form seasoned only with salt and fermented fish sauce, with a white color reminiscent of beet kimchi, could still be called kimchi. Most kimchi becomes tastier when fried or steamed, even if it's slightly undercooked. This has been proven by frozen pork belly restaurant owners on Earth several times. Therefore, at this point, Ivan naturally began to think such thoughts. He wanted to implement the forbidden vision that contained the desire of all Koreans. Can't we wrap spam in kimchi and eat it? There was kimchi, and there was spam, wasn't there? Spam was actually a type of pressed ham, which was a compressed military ration made by mixing minced meat with flour. https://nm wikipedia.org/wiki/spam food. And there was a food product designed with a very similar concept. Nutrition bar. A product of this perfect nutritional design, where minced meat is mixed with grains and solidified in lard to increase preservation, just like spam. The advanced food, created by condensing the civilization technology of modern humans, can be considered a kind of pressed ham. The way it's made and the result produced aren't significantly different. So, what would happen if we fried or steamed it with kimchi? You uncle, you're trying to tackle me, all of us. Do humans also eat dog food? Or was dog food originally meant for humans? Then, wouldn't that be human food instead of dog food? If so, why didn't I stop that person back then? We could have just been happy together in the dungeon, couldn't we? The confused students were ignored. Ivan was an excellent agent, and agents must seek solutions before lamenting over failure. In operational situations, minor failures and resulting disruptions from colleagues are constants. It means things that can always happen. So, the solution Ivan found was like this. You want me to make this edible? Ahem. Do I look like an alchemist to you? You look like a hero. At this moment, you are greater than your father. With that sentiment, and a spoonful of reverence when the masses elevate the hero, who stands before the demon king. To the pioneer of K-food, who first established the concept of edible kimchi dishes, to the Thailand people. Let's give it a shot. Isabel resolved to create kimchi spam stir-fry by mixing Ivan's spam, not really, and kimchi, not really. That was last week. And today, they would taste the result. This feeling it's been 10 years. Ivan muttered absent-mindedly, lowering his trembling hands. Today's survival tactics class recorded only 13 dropouts out of a total of 42 students, ending successfully. It's inevitable that the class became somewhat hazardous. When full concentration cannot be achieved, this kind of class can seriously threaten the safety of students. Oh, big brother, Eugene. After class, among the staggering students leaving, Eugene popped out. He approached shakily and whispered quietly. Are you going today to Isabel's dinner? Ahem. Can I join in too? Ahem. If you're from Earth, you can't miss this opportunity. Ivan quietly sighed. It seems he still doesn't miss the taste of home food, not long after being possessed. It's regrettable. If things continue like this for about 30 years, he'll end up lamenting on his own. Well, we're not the ones who want Isabel to feed. We can just ask her for some leftovers later. Eugene. You're supposed to eat food when it's warm to enjoy it. Ivan. Well, usually you eat something like a chunk of wood and say such things Isabel likes you. were just nuisances. Eugene. As Ivan let out a wry smile at Eugene's words. As he had reflected before, he epitomized self-objectification, embodying qualities of being unbiased, rational, and reasonable. Among the few flaws he had identified in himself, there was no excessive self-consciousness. I keep getting nagged by my dad's friend, or the professor keeps asking me out for meals together. What should I do? He couldn't be the protagonist of such a story. Isabelle is 15 years younger than him, and on average, humans find it difficult to feel attracted to someone more than 10 years older within the sample population. Moreover, he had served in the military for a long time. Soldiers always tend to look older than their age. Even if commanding officers looked like they were in their 60s, they were actually in their 40s. Even if he had attracted attention with his long and full beard, the absolute age difference was still a huge barrier in itself. Ignoring these conditions and seriously thinking, does she like me? Over a small favor was already too much considering all he had been through. Even if the other person's affection was genuine, it was the same. Everyone who had liked him and whom he had liked had died, and he had no desire to experience such a situation again. Aren't they people who must eventually leave someday? Don't talk nonsense. You should also consider Isabelle's feelings. Ivan. Eugene. After shutting up the foolish possessed with some adult advice, Ivan wrapped up cleaning the classroom. Generally, the information displayed in the status window includes name, age, and race, along with level. Other information is gradually unlocked based on affection and understanding, as is typical with status window systems in general. So, from Eugene's perspective, it meant that he could now view the information of someone he had become sufficiently familiar with. Isabelle de l'Étoile. Here. LV 37. Magic detection LV 3. Survival instinct LV 2. Master of the blade LV 1. Swordsmanship style hero LV 7. Tilly's style cooking LV 9. In this way, if you know the person, you can roughly confirm the skills in the skill window, and if a bit more understanding is added. Isabelle likes you. Ding. Affection of the individual has increased. Individual, affection of Ivan Petrovich Yermov. 91, extremely friendly. It seems like I am right. Scratching his head, Eugene moved on. Well, there's no need to help Isabelle, and even if I did, it wouldn't necessarily turn out well considering the nature of my big brother. Does my big brother like Isabelle? Ivan Petrovich Yermov. Individual, affection of Isabelle de l'Étoile. 27, neutral. With a wry smile, Eugene organized his bag. Just before leaving the empty classroom, he suddenly stopped and looked into the air. Status window, what does my big brother think of us? Individual, affection of Yevgeny Nabokov Karamzin. 21, neutral. Individual, affection of Oswald Esperfin. 20, neutral. Individual, affection of Yuri Frank. 20, neutral. Wow. It's quite bland. Eugene chuckled and shook his head. Gender issues, being from the same world, weren't really significant factors, he thought. Does my big brother have someone he likes, someone with an affection level over 50? Without much expectation, he threw out the question, and the status window immediately flashed green. Individual, affection of Ivan Sergeyevich Krasilov. 99, absolute. Due to the target's death, this value does not fluctuate. Individual, affection of Rayla Cherenovika. 87, very friendly. Due to the target's death, this value does not fluctuate. Individual, affection of Alexei Bursky. 83, very friendly. Due to the target's death, this value does not fluctuate. Eugene stared blankly at the bright blue light, filling his vision for a moment. Carefully reaching out, he scrolled down. The list was arranged in descending order according to the affection level, and it continued down. Due to the target's death. Due to the target's death. Due to the target's death. Those sentences were always attached to the end of the names, which varied greatly in names and affection levels. After scrolling for a while, Eugene finally turned off the status window and bowed his head quietly. Well, it's okay to get to know more from now on, right? Nodding cheerfully, Eugene lifted his bag. From tonight, let's try to help Isabelle a bit. Well, things will change somehow, he thought. Author's note, author's commentary. I apologize for the confusion regarding the perspective at the beginning of this episode. It's been a few weeks since the last dinner with Isabelle in the timeline. I deeply apologize for the confusion caused by the lack of explanation. It's my own inadequacy. Chernovica, the last cleanup unit agent who died in Ivan's arms, 16. A person going to conflict areas for an overseas trip during vacation, 9. Chernovica liked roses, 8. A night of counting stars, 10. Alexei, Sasha, and cleanup unit agent who fought against Abaditas until the end with Chernovica, 6. The status window opened on the first day of school, 3. See the next episode. Read Falu novels online at (127). Chapter 127. The next afternoon, Eugene gathered all the people involved in the situation and headed to the clubroom. First emergency meeting of Ivan Petrovich Yermov. After finishing the scribbles on the blackboard, Eugene scanned the audience with a serious face. The cramped clubroom was filled with an incongruous crowd. A total of 9 people, including the 6 members of the Isabelle's hero party and the 3 possessors, looked at each other with serious faces. All right, everyone, please focus. Eugene. All eyes in the audience turned to Eugene at his words. Eugene cleared his throat and spoke. I have been granted authority by the god. I can quantitatively measure how much affection one person has for another. Eugene. At these words, Elphira raised her hand. Eugene ignored her and continued speaking. It's not magic, it's the authority granted by the god. If you want to argue, come at it with theology, not magic. Eugene. Elphira quietly lowered her hand. Unfortunately, there was no priest present at this gathering. Just as Eugene, the only priest in this clubroom, was about to speak again, Ecdysis raised her hand. What is it, Eugene? Is it not just talk but really quantitative? How do you quantitatively judge human emotions? How reliable is that? Ecdysis. As much as I believe in the existence of the god. Any other questions? Eugene. Ecdysis' sharp rebuttal was frustrated. Eugene nodded his head and continued speaking. Now let me show you some solid evidence. Isabelle, please. Eugene. Yes, Isabelle. Congratulations, 91 points, extremely favorable. Eugene. Oh my goodness, out of 100 points, does Uncle really like me that much? Isabelle. No, Isabelle, this is your favorability toward Big Brother. Eugene. Then what does that mean exactly? Isabelle. Isabelle sat back down, with a strange expression on her face. If there's good news, it's that Isabelle has the highest score. Ah, this is about his emotions towards Isabelle. Isabelle. Oh my goodness, how many points? I knew it would be like this. You believe in God's existence? Hallelujah, don't you all believe in God, atheists? Isabelle. 27 points neutral. Eugene. God is dead. Isabelle. The ecstatic Isabelle, who had stood up, sank back down, lost in Nietzschean philosophy. Eugene, scanning the increasingly gloomy audience, pointed to each person one by one. Ecdysis, 26 points. Eugene. Out of 30, Ecdysis. Out of 100, Eugene. Wait. Like this about people's hearts? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to just say it without permission? I am not prepared to hear it. Unlike humans, elves have delicate sensibilities, Elphira. Elphira, 25 points. Eugene. Aya, Delphira. With the shrieks of high school students checking their report cards, the three collapsed. So, after a round, the time for publicizing grades continued for a while. By the way, I am 21 points. Fortunately, you all have higher scores than me. By the way, less than 20 points is hostile. Eugene. So does that mean Ivan is on the verge of being hostile towards me and Oswald? Yuri. Let's be thankful it's not hostile. There was a time when he was almost antagonistic toward me as well. It's rare to find anyone who has a truly adversarial relationship with Big Brother. Eugene. Why, Yuri? Because they're all dead. I almost died within 3 seconds too. Eugene. Oh. That's not a person. It's almost like a beast, and a fierce one at that, Yuri muttered in fear. Oscar, scanning the heroes' party engulfed in frustration, asked calmly as if they were pathetic. So what's the point of all this? As long as it's not hostile, isn't it irrelevant? No, it becomes a problem the moment you realize there is someone he truly likes. Who is it? Who is that person? Is it even a demon? I doubt it. They're all human, and if there's one commonality. Eugene paused for a moment. He wanted to explain as kindly as possible, but it wasn't easy. It's the fact that they're all deceased. Everyone. Everyone. Everyone, almost everyone. Those who had a certain level of affection have almost all died, all the ones who were liked in his heart. The possessors and the facets of the hero party were momentarily lost for words. They had spent almost a lifetime on the battlefield. And not just any battlefield, but in the cruel fight known as the last war of humanity, where half the continent burned. How many humans lost their lives during the war? It was a war that literally erased half of the Allied kingdom. Those who lost their parents were common, and those who lost their siblings were even more common. In the midst of that, if Ivan spent decades on the battlefield, how many people did he lose? How could someone endure that? After all the people who had even a penny's worth of goodwill were dead, what kind of life would they lead? Was that what human life meant? What would a person living through such a moment feel day by day? Isabel suddenly bit her lip. The curse he received when Esli killed Dragon General. The wicked curse that suppressed emotions in a person's heart came to mind. Perhaps her father was in a situation similar to Ivan's. But even then, Ivan occasionally laughed and sometimes shed tears, even though all those moments were only when eating hometown food. On the contrary, that might mean there was still hope. The chance for him to live a better life. The chance to give him a better life. Perhaps and surely. Yes, that's the problem, I think we can all agree, is that he's fundamentally a lot broken. So, if he truly had no interest in anyone, we would all have scored 20 points. Eugene said confidently, tapping the blackboard. Look at Isabel's score of 27 points. According to her actions, that score can go up. Our goal from now on is 50 points, in other words, to raise our affinity to the level of friendly. Friendly. A subtly insignificant score. Elphira murmured with a slight frown. Ignoring the elf's words, Eugene concluded. If we can quantitatively confirm emotions, we can also understand what actions can gain or lose his favor. By using this, we will become important figures to him and restore his mental well-being. Wow. You're a hero. Ectasis and Isabel cheered. Lucia, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, raised her hand. So what's the plan? I mean, I get that he's in that state, but is there any solution other than just showering him with gifts like to that state? Especially when we hardly have any time to meet separately. Lucia. That answer isn't my job. Oswald. Well, it's my turn now. Please pay attention. Oswald stood up and approached the blackboard. He erased all the scribbles and began to write with elegant strokes. Everyone can do it. One-on-one date. Can I go home now? Oscar nodded with a neat smile. All right, let's just get away from these lunatics for now. And with that, His opinion was naturally drowned out by the cheers of the hero party members. As soon as they erupted in cheers, they looked at each other with skeptical expressions and sat back down. Oscar stood up, then hesitated, sat back down, and let out a sigh. By the principle of majority rule, the opposition was overruled. In this way, democracy cannot always be the solution. Big Brother believes there's a spy in this university. Not just believes, but is actively investigating. So, the three of us will assist in the search for the spy. For that, after class, Ivan noticed 3 people watching him among the students who were hastily fleeing as usual. The trio of possessors approached stealthily with sinister smiles. Leading the way, Eugene rubbed his hands together with a wicked smile. Big Brother, I have a solution. Why, weren't you looking for a spy? You said they would definitely be in this class. And you haven't found one. Ivan is someone who understands opportunity cost. It means there's no need to try the same method again in the same way after it's failed once. Even in Ivan's chilly words, Eugene continued to speak with a sly smile. Alone, that's true. But what if the 3 of us are together? Like, the 3 sovereigns trio did a lot of things together, didn't they? Spoiling the romance of the 3 kingdoms, Liu Bei ultimately lost to Cao Cao. Despite Ivan's skeptical gaze, Eugene continued without being discouraged. If I want to confirm someone's information, shouldn't we become close first? And we have an expert in becoming close right here. He gestured towards Oswald. Trying separately didn't work. If Oswald uses becoming close to make the suspect and me friendly, the status window will reveal information. I happen to play the role of kidnapping the suspect. How's that? Fairly. For these guys' standards, it was a pretty useful method. Even as a possessor, their taste was to exploit the loophole in the status window. As Ivan nodded silently, Eugene whispered with a sly smile. But it's just common sense. There must be a spy in the academy, right? But usually, the spy is exposed by the protagonist, and in the process, the academy is once threatened by the spy's conspiracy, right? That's not wrong. So, once we find the spy among ourselves and wait and see, then naturally lead the protagonists there. Want stage clear according to your words proceed smoothly. Oh. Ivan was somewhat impressed. It had been a long time, really, a very long time since he had seen someone discussing common sense. As Ivan nodded quietly, a smile spread across Eugene's lips. Let's tackle it one part at a time. Divide the students by their countries of origin. While we search for the spy among them, sir, you can take out the protagonists from those countries separately and buy some time. Eugene opened his notebook and started scribbling secretively. Tylis Isabel Oscar. Drovian Ectasis. Callian Elphira. Krasilov Lucia. In the clubroom, while listening to Eugene's explanation, Rundies suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a minute, why am I not included in the Ivan's date course?" Rundies, you've already had a date with Big Brother during the vacation." "No, that's different from this. This is cheating, I can't accept this." "Let's ignore the dwarf, keep going, sounds plausible, right?" "Please exclude me, I'm satisfied with just training with Yermov." Ivan nodded heavily and looked at Eugene. "Would it be okay without me? Searching for the intelligence agent of the enemy county is a somewhat difficult operation for a novice." "Haha, Big Brother, you're too much. Are we novices? With mind sorcery and the status window, we're invincible. To be honest, we seem more capable than most agents in the counterintelligence command. Mr. Ivan." "That's not wrong." Ivan nodded heavily. Although these 3 hadn't completed the exact training, frankly, this guy was useful depending on how you used him. All 3 were strong enough to detect spies to some extent. Plus, they possessed an ability beyond the standard, the status window. Yuri possessed a striking swordsmanship skill, even higher than Isabel's practical scores, while Oswald was the top among his peers in the mind sorcery faction. Indeed, they were impeccable as companions. Ivan nodded reliably. Then let's proceed according to your plan. Supporting someone else's plan is a rare thing, but it's not a bad instinct. After all, one can't handle everything alone. In the clubroom, Isabelle, who was listening to Eugene's explanation, raised her hand and asked, "But what if a real spy appears? Then won't Uncle go crazy and say, 'I must kill that guy'?" In response to Isabelle's question, Eugene wiped his hands together and chuckled slyly. Would that really happen? Logically, with the counterintelligence command monitoring around the clock, and the princess sitting directly in the school's principal seat, not to mention that the university had been recently exposed to terrorism. In such a place, a spy, especially a demonic spy, would hardly exist. That's what we call common sense. It's a matter of course. Why is this really happening? This was the scream Eugene let out on the second day of implementing the operation Anyone Can Do It, one-on-one date. Read Fallu novels online at 128. Chapter 128. An order must be established. Isabelle said with determined eyes scanning the audience. The resolute will shining in her eyes was as bright as the morning star. It was the persuasion of a warrior's bloodline. Shall we decide by strength? Elphira, daughter of a great sorcerer with a legend of destroying 3 fortresses in just half a day, stood up, her eyes emitting purple magic sparks. Strength, how about arm wrestling then? Ecdysis. Resembling Einar, who piled mountains with corpses and dyed the seas with blood, Ecdysis raised her hand swiftly. The slender white fingers holding the iron rod snapped with a crack. Stop the nonsense and let's roll the dice. I'll throw the last one. Lucia. While the disciple of the vampire queen, who killed elder vampire with mere sleight of hand and claimed the throne in the back alleys of Frechenkaya, chuckled in response. No, I really want to go home now. Doesn't this seem odd to you guys, the situation right now? Am I the only one who thinks it's strange? Oscar. What's odd, Isabelle? From a logical standpoint, if multiple individuals share an interest in the same person, it's unlikely they would be gathered here having this conversation, correct? Oscar, who inadvertently became responsible for the hero party's common sense, sighed deeply. I really don't know why I am fitting in here. Honestly, it would have been more constructive to hang out with my night school friends, mostly girls, at this hour, or rather, to swing the sword once more. Oscar. That's only logical in normal situations. In emergencies, extraordinary measures are necessary. We don't even have hope in Uncle's character right now. Isabelle scanned the audience. A deep sense of defeat loomed over the hero party like a dark cloud. They couldn't just leave it like this. They had to admit it. These guys were almost all competitors. Somehow, they had become cunning predators, sneaking in to target Ivan. But competition, at least, had to start from the starting line to have any meaning, didn't it? At least we have to hold hands until we reach a level of possibility. This was the only solution the hero party shared. Even if there's room for concubinage. At least, whether it's a concubine or a main wife, they should be able to drag them to the wedding venue first for it to have meaning. Still, the main wife should be an elf, right? Even in pre-modern fantasy worlds, concubinage wasn't something openly discussed. It was more like some high noble families sneaking in another concubine, being cautious, and then getting slapped by their main wife. Marriage among high noble families naturally meant the union of nobles. In this era, noble marriages were often more equal than in the 21st century. The moment a concubine was introduced, one had to endure the cooling of the relationship with the main family. Therefore, in the public eye, it was bizarre for several women to court one man simultaneously. Most often, it was met with condemnation. However, even the capitalist hegemon, the United States, had no qualms about forming an alliance with the communist Soviet Union to defeat the demon, fascist. Sometimes, for the sake of justice and macroscopic strategic goals, May-December romances become a rational choice. The Kettleshire hunters even adopted the 3-to-1 asymmetrical tactics as their standard manual. According to the Lancaster law, a sufficient number overwhelms qualitative superiority. It's not the time for us to fight amongst ourselves. Let's admit it, kids, I'll go first. Honestly, if we prioritize, I think I should go first. I heard humans have difficulty counting on the scale of years, but let's decide this for sure. After intense arguments between Elphara, encounter 12 years ago, and Ecdysis, encounter 8 years ago, the warrior 6 months after the first encounter decided to resolve the parties' turmoil with external advice. Here we go, Eugene. Eugene, the strategist who was dragged into the plan, sighed softly. Was this how Paris felt when he had to choose who is Miss Universe Greece, in front of 3 goddesses? At least the 3 goddesses brought gifts and made preemptive offers to choose, but the warrior party, unlike fate, didn't compromise. Drovian, Callian, Tyles, and Krasilov in that order. Yeah. Yes. Why, what's the criteria? Eugene quietly answered as he glanced over the heads of the women. Reverse order of levels. Ah. But come to think of it, don't we have any students from Drovian at our school? Oscar. The essence of this plan was to tie each student to their country of origin and then check the existence of spies one by one. However, there were no freshmen from Drovian. Even if they were to call themselves freshmen from Drovian, Mord and Ecdysis were the only ones, and Mord was Huskell. Moreover, this Huskell had a career of being beaten by the Drovian rebels until he was on the brink of death. It was a hurdle from the very beginning. When Oswald frowned, Eugene chuckled and replied, When did we try to capture spies? We're just trying to set them up for a date. Just tell Big Brother to take Ecdysis out first, that's it. Well, isn't that right? Yeah, you're worried about nothing. Ivan looked at Ecdysis with a somewhat perplexed expression. The plan was to have her come out separately to turn away his gaze, but Ecdysis' reaction seemed too natural. So what about me? By chance, quite surprisingly, I accidentally made a reservation for a restaurant I reserved for 2. Isn't it just perfect? Ecdysis chirped as she walked ahead briskly. The destination was a restaurant that was one of the top picks in Frechenkaya. In this era, there was no concept of fine dining. However, with the rapid increase in economic population and the emergence of a wealthy middle class, restaurants selling noble dining culture were not uncommon. Ivan silently ate the prepared dishes one by one. They were greasy and sweet. As usual with Krasilov cuisine, it consisted mainly of high-calorie diets typical of cold regions. All the dishes that came out were familiar. Ivan had already experienced enough noble dishes of Krasilov, mostly at victory banquets among the oily lips of high nobles. It was a menu reminiscent of those days. Ivan continued his meal silently, deftly moving the clinking upscale tableware. Oh no. Ecdysis couldn't hide her disappointed feelings. Uncle only expressed intense emotions at mealtime, so the plan to lead him to the city's best restaurant had completely collapsed. Moreover, unlike Drovian, this country was a neighborhood with a highly developed dining culture. After studying abroad for half a year, Ecdysis had compiled a list of the city's best restaurants. Among them, it was a carefully selected restaurant, but it was a failure. Ecdysis put down her spoon with a sad expression. It was a failure that was very Drovian-like, believing that if she liked it, others would too. Character, likability towards Ecdysis Einarsdottir. 25 neutral. Why did the score drop in just half a day? Yuri. They went to a restaurant, Oswald. If Big Brother liked it, wouldn't he have been eating that kind of food regularly? Eugene. Eugene sighed deeply, clutching his forehead. Let's not expect too much from the Viking, Eugene. Ecdysis is a second year in the orchestra conducting department. Oswald. Let's not even mention that the conducting department is worse than the Vikings. Yuri. A conductor must be proficient in all instruments of the orchestra and be able to coordinate all parts simultaneously. Naturally, for young freshmen who have just turned 20, it's an absurd task. To outsiders, students in the conducting department at this age are nothing more than magicians waving batons. Typically, in any industry, being a specialist who firmly follows one path is more advantageous than being a generalist proficient in various fields. For Eugene, who has firmly followed the path of theology, being in the conducting department is no better than being from Drovian. Fortunately, there were no music students present, so they could quickly move on to the next topic. Let's leave it to Elfera. She said she went boating on the lake, right? How far did we check? Oswald. Callian just finished and Tyles just started. But do we really need to take this so seriously? There's no way there's a real demon spy. Yuri. If we do it carelessly and get caught by Big Brother later, the relationship could become hostile, couldn't it? Eugene. Oh. Not wanting to die within 3 seconds, Yuri and Oswald silently acquiesced and left for the next students. Who are you people? Let go of me. SHH, Mr. Patrick. From now on, y'all be friends with this man from your hometown. Who is he? Let me go. You don't know who I am. SHH, quiet down. Focus on this coin. The kidnapped student nodded tearfully. Now, what's the name of that man? My friend Yevgeny, a childhood friend, who liked me. Since we were young, it's a mutual same-sex marriage in the country. Why do you keep making up such settings? Yuri. It's more fun that way. Oswald. Oswald, who had already become more than half an elf, chuckled as he shook the thread with the coin. Peaceful times followed. The hero party went on daily dates, and in the meantime, they got close with the students attending Ivan's classes. At the point when 2 weeks had passed, Eugene, who was investigating the 13th student who had come aboard the ship, paused, raised his gaze, and looked into the void. As the intimacy increased, the status window began to glow green. Quest added. Grade quest shadow looming over Tyles. You have detected a conspiracy circulating among the Tyles nobility. The seeds of a long-standing feud, dating back from the Eastern Front, are now beginning to ignite. Objective: prevent the civil war among the 3 marquises of Tyles. Optional objective: ensure the survival of Jill Bird at a creek. Optional objective: encounter Maximilian de Uchuel. Additional objective: maintain the total number of destroyed territories to 15 or less. Additional objective: survival of the Tyles royal family. Reward: extension of the United Kingdom's existence by 10 years. Wow, damn. Eugene chewed his lips and fell into silence. A demon spy. It's not even funny, but well, let's assume it's possible. But what? The existence of the United Kingdom. Jill Burr and Maximilian are, well, members of the hero party, aren't they? A. Grade quest. Isn't this difficulty rating similar to the quest to kill your brother? I don't think this is a problem we can solve among ourselves. Is it really serious? More than I thought. Call Big Brother. This isn't the time to be dating and having fun. Eugene sighed, clutching his forehead. It started with such a light heart. Why does everything have to get so complicated again? He wondered. Read Fallow novels online at (129). Chapter 129. Ivan stared silently at the club-room blackboard with a blank expression. Eugene finished writing on the board and turned around. He had neatly transcribed the words displayed in the quest window. Grade quest, shadow looming over Tyles. Tyles, huh? Ivan let out a short sigh. It was something that had happened within the expected range, and something he had secretly hoped wouldn't happen. All the nations of the United Kingdoms, harbored the risk of civil war. That was Ivan's tentative inference. Perhaps it was inevitable, with the demons no longer able to create any kind of threat solely with their power. About half of the Demon King and 7 dragon generals had died in the war, and the remaining dragon generals barely managed to regain their control and withdrew beyond the border. Perhaps until the advent of the crisis, necessitating the formation of a hero party again in this era, they would not attempt to seek dominance until the warrior party disappeared into the annals of time. Even those who called themselves gods had learned that they could die. So in this era, the dragon generals had to be cautious not only of the heroes, but also of each other. Since it had been revealed that the dragon generals were not immortal, they were beings too greedy to simply join hands quietly. Therefore, if another crisis requiring a hero party were to arise in this era, it would not be enough with just demons. Krasilev and Drovian also faced the threat of civil war. Although it felt like it ended too quickly, the Drovian rebels had attempted to kidnap Ecdysis. If they had succeeded, war would have broken out between Einar and Krasilev. In the meantime, if the Huskels of Drovian attempted a large-scale rebellion, Krasilev would have surely attempted to ally with them. Einar was too threatening an opponent to be left alone. After Einar's death, Drovian would split again. The current Drovian is a unified kingdom tied together solely by Einar's strong charisma. There is no future for the next generation. In the northern front of Krasilev, the dwarves would have revolted with the necromancers. If all situations had unfolded according to a series of scenarios, Krasilev would have collapsed within 10 years, just like Drovian. In that case, is it really speculative to assume that such events are happening simultaneously around the world? Probably not. Just before graduating from the academy, it's common sense to prevent world destruction. Unfortunately, based on the common sense of academy-themed stories, protagonists can never graduate completely unscathed. Until the academy established itself as a genre after Harry Potter's graduation year dropout, the probability of the protagonist graduating was less than 5%. You have detected a conspiracy circulating among the nobility of Tyles. The seeds of a long-standing feud, stemming from the Eastern Front, are now beginning to ignite. Ivan. The Eastern Front. While I have not directly participated in that theater, historically, it was a frontal clash of medium infantry, including orcs and Taurs. Ivan. Even Tyles's cavalry, which was considered superior in mobility and impact than any other army, could not easily repel the advance of the demon army during that time. Ivan. At least, it's highly probable that a scenario where some of the demon army at that time, as well as factions of nobles plotting treason, have joined hands, just like in this country. Ivan. Well done, Ivan. Ivan stood up from his seat and spoke briefly. Not only did you assess the situation, but you also confirmed its severity and grasped a more profound scenario, not simply stopping at demon spy. Ivan. It's all thanks to this guy's competence. Ivan looked at Eugene with renewed eyes. Indeed, the status window is more useful than expected. If this is the scenario progression as you said, shouldn't we take the protagonists with us? Eugene. Indeed, Ivan. All of them as they are, Eugene. There's no need for that, Ivan. Taking the entire hero party along would be too much, too difficult to manage, and meaningless. Lucia's growth rate far exceeds that of other party members. She has been training under Enrique's direct disciple. Therefore, Lucia is excluded. While she is the most reliable in missions where the two of them must go out, on the contrary, Ivan could handle everything Lucia could do in this type of group battle more proficiently. It's what they call overlapping positions. It's unavoidable since they both learned from Enrique. And Rundes is a dwarf. If it were Krasilev, it might be different, but dwarves are still part of the demon army in countries other than theirs. To take Rundes on an expedition to other countries, national-level support is needed. You should come too, Ivan. Me, Eugene. Because well need the status window, Ivan. In the current hero party, there is no priest. Although Eugene may not have many blessings to offer, the presence of the status window surpasses all those shortcomings and remains. So the party members are decided as Isabel, Elphira, Oscar, Ectasis, Eugene, and Rundis. Yuri can be replaced by Oscar, and Oswald is a direct substitute for Elphira, but Oscar is essential for this mission. Ivan. Having roughly finished his design, Ivan tidied up his place and stood up. Gather the personnel and prepare for departure. Ivan. And you, big brother, Eugene. I'll be right there, Ivan. This scenario goes beyond his jurisdiction. Even Tyles, a potential ally, was a problematic country for him to operate freely in. It's a situation where serious diplomatic issues could arise. Even if it's a eradication unit, in such situations, it was necessary to obtain prior authorization. Fortunately, it shouldn't be too difficult. Just as much as he trusts Elizaveta, she trusts him as well. After reading the report to the end, Elizaveta buried herself deeply in her chair and let out a sigh. After pressing her temples for a moment, she finally spoke in a soft voice. I will not condone it, Elizaveta. Your Highness, Ivan. I am not asking you to condone it. Vanka, I will not condone it. She concluded firmly, opening her eyes. Her usually sharp gaze seemed even more piercing today. I will discard this report. Do not resubmit it. Your Highness, Ivan. Are you still your lord's servant, Elizaveta? Yes, Your Highness, Ivan. In the future, Elizaveta. I will forever be so, Your Highness, Ivan. Then follow, Elizaveta. As if to signal that no further debate would be entertained, Elizaveta responded sharply. Despite Ivan bowing in front of her, he still hadn't stood up, as always. He is a man who will surely fulfill his intentions and obey commands once given. That's how he has lived, and he knows no other way. She loved such a man. In this ever-changing world, in this cold country, he was the only one who had always remained in his place, just like at the beginning. So Elizaveta couldn't reject him. Even if he misunderstood her intentions and carried out operations on his own, she didn't blame him. Ultimately, from his perspective, it was a task done solely for her. Only loyalty, only duty, only the country. Having lived such a life, even if only death remained at the end, he would walk that path. In fact, he never even protested against orders to fight and die. He simply marched forward. Therefore, in this world, no one could hate him as much as she did. She couldn't dismiss him, couldn't belittle him, because this country owed him a debt greater than victory. But how could she convince this stubborn man? If she just let him go, he would surely take matters into his own hands again. Ivan, look up, Elizaveta. Finally, in a tired voice, Ivan raised his head quietly. Against the backdrop of the sunset flowing outside the window in the splendid interior of the chief's office, Elizaveta looked down at him with a weary face. It's too risky, Elizaveta. I have never not done so, Ivan. But back then you didn't go alone, Elizaveta. Rebels from foreign countries and the unrest of demons. Why should Krasilov handle that? Don't they have people in that country? Armies. Even if it's Tyles, isn't it a powerful country with 2 members of the hero party? There's no need to say such things. Elizaveta never says something like, "Isn't the weather nice today?" There's no need to share obvious facts. Ivan has already addressed all the doubts she had, and he must be ready to refute them. This cannot be persuaded by such means. All I wished for from you was one thing, to stay by my side, that's all. Elizaveta. Your Highness, Ivan. Enough, listen to me, Elizaveta. She skips the honorifics, no need for formality. Elizaveta quietly walks up and stands in front of Ivan. In the dimly lit room, her silver hair flowed into ash gray. Subtly, like the remains of a fire that has burned out. She stood still and looked down at Ivan. When your will aligned with mine, I was happy, and when it didn't, I was pleased. Although your actions may have been frustrating, your resolve was never in doubt. That's who you are to me. Elizaveta. Your Highness, Ivan. So, even when you opposed my will, I smiled. No, I was rather glad. For the only authority must inevitably corrupt. Knowing that there was still someone in this country who didn't do as I wished, I could be relieved. Her hair cascaded down onto Ivan's head. The indoor light cast long shadows. You show that you're not driven by personal gain, you're loyal to our country, and you haven't pursued power just for yourself. That's what you mean to me. Even if we disagree or you go against my wishes, you'll always be my loyal subject. Elizaveta. Her white fingers descended along Ivan's cheek, pausing at his chin. So, this time, follow my words. It's dangerous. Now, everything happening in this country is under my control, so I can take responsibility and cover up whatever you do. If you head to war, I can support you with all the power granted to me by the gods. But if you leave this country, you're just another soldier. Your Highness, I don't overestimate my abilities. Ivan. But you are confident. I also trust in your abilities. I know what you can do, how far you can go. That's why I am more worried. Elizaveta. As much as she believes in him, he believes in himself to the point of pushing himself to the limits of his abilities. What remains after ruthlessly executing a successful operation? Who will be able to help him? In this country, Elizaveta can mobilize 3 legions using all her political assets, but not in Tyles. There's no way to retrieve the fallen Ivan and send him back to the homeland, even though it's obvious he could get caught up in such an event. If it had been an ordinary matter, something Tyles could handle on its own, Ivan wouldn't have planned his intervention against her will. Therefore, as she understands Ivan so well, she cannot let him go. If this man, still an active member of the hero party in a country where he is essential, judges the battlefield as dangerous without me, how perilous would it be? Get up, Elizaveta. Ivan rose without a word. Elizaveta's gaze slowly rose. He was slightly taller than her. His broad shoulders, firm muscles, and sturdy silhouette cast a shadow that seemed to envelop her. His azure pupils stared straight down at her. Remove your upper garment, Elizaveta. He still didn't answer. He had received an order, so he obeyed. His demeanor only revealed such emotions. Swiftly, his coat and shirt fell as he undressed. There was no sexual tension. He was a man who treated his own body as nothing but a part of his military equipment, and it was a lord commanding him to show his body. A torso with no trace of fat, just solid muscles and veins, and arteries clearly visible beneath the skin. The scars seemed to have increased. Elizaveta. I got them from the last operation. Ivan. His body resembled a canvas covered in countless scars. Like a child's random scribbles, densely packed. Worn, faint, but deep scars were densely clustered, like gold on a cracked window. Wounds, punctures, lacerations, burns, bruises, abrasions, contusions. All kinds of traces a person can experience on their body. They were a history of struggle, the decorations of past military service. Among them, a few distorted scars were of a type even she had never seen before. A deep burn in the shape of a hand on his chest. Did you get hit in the heart, Elizaveta? I lost, Your Highness. Ivan. Was that battle absolutely necessary, Elizaveta? Yes, Your Highness. Ivan. Didn't it hurt, Elizaveta? Yes, Your Highness. Ivan. Weren't you in agony, sad, or afraid? Yes, Your Highness. Ivan. Elizaveta placed her hand on his chest and smiled sadly. I am sad, I am in agony, I am afraid, and I am hurt. Ivan, your body is human. It can break, shatter, and scatter when worn out. It's human. Elizaveta. Yes, Your Highness. Ivan. Even though you know, you still have to do it. Elizaveta. Yes, Your Highness. Ivan. The answer was always the same. Yes, Your Highness. But within all those answers, Elizaveta understood the unspoken will of this silent man. It's human. I know I will die someday. But there are things I must do even though I know. So, Your Highness, please permit it. Within all those answers, there was no intention of returning safely. As always. Ivan, Elizaveta. Yes, Your Highness, Ivan. Call me as you used to in the old days, like back then. Ivan closed his mouth without replying. Elizaveta glanced up at his eyes for a moment, then lowered her head again. Soon, a low voice reached her ear. Eliz, trust me, Ivan. Ivan Petrovich, Elizaveta. She buried her head in Ivan's chest for a moment and trembled. After a few seconds of silence, she pushed Ivan away with trembling hands and turned around. I will permit your request, Elizaveta. Yes, Your Highness, Ivan. Go and come back, Elizaveta. Yes, Your Highness, Ivan. Ivan silently dressed and deeply bowed before leaving. The moisture that had been on his chest quickly dried, as always. Read Falu novels online at 130. Chapter 130. Want me to take over the class? Well, since it's a favor for my disciple, I could do a special lecture. How many weeks? Enrique. The remaining semester, Ivan. This guy is completely insane. Enrique. After reflexively spewing profanity, Enrique paused for a moment to collect his thoughts. He wasn't the kind of guy who would suddenly drop the entire class just because he didn't feel like teaching. No, he was more like the epitome of responsibility. What's going on? As her thoughts reached this point, something came to mind. Whenever something happened to this guy, it usually involved official duties. Did command give you another assignment? You're not exactly field material anymore, unless there's a civil war among dwarves. Enrique. Not certain yet, Ivan. If you're not certain, why is the commander heading to the field? Enrique. Because we're not certain, Ivan. If the mission's outline is clear and the direction of command is certain, there's no need for him to be directly involved. Allocating appropriate levels of manpower would suffice. As he had reflected before, it's impossible for him to intervene in every event in this world. However, in this situation where it's clear that it's intertwined with the main story and the distinction between friend and foe is not yet clear, it's not possible to entrust field agents. Utilizing agents for tactical objectives that even the commander isn't certain about was not the modus operandi of an eradication unit. Furthermore, there was one more advantage to the commander personally entering the field. Krasilov is vulnerable to external intelligence. Ivan. Wow, you ruthless bastard. Enrique. Understanding his meaning, Enrique exclaimed with his mouth wide open. If the commander of the intelligence unit personally goes to the front line and says, I came because our external intelligence is weak, what on earth will happen in that branch? Enrique expressed her condolences to the unknown field command headquarters. Well, if that's the case, I can handle teaching the kids. It's not that difficult. Enrique. Thank you, Ivan. What days, Enrique? Wednesday to Friday, Ivan. Enrique chuckled at Ivan's words. Why 3 days? Each worth 5 credits. I am counting on you. I'll send the course materials by this afternoon. Ivan. Wait, hold on. 3 classes, each worth 5 credits. Enrique. Yeah, and Isabel, Oscar, Elfera, Ectasis, and Eugene. They're planning to apply for credit substitution through external study this semester. I am also asking for your help with that. Ivan. Hey, wait, what? Enrique. Thank you, I appreciate it. Ivan. 15 hours a week. Including the journalism department class she's teaching, it adds up to 18 hours. It's almost enough time to fulfill the minimum credits per semester. As Enrique opened the door and left, she yelled back at Ivan. This is truly insane, Enrique. The door to the professor's research lab closed coldly. Autumn in Tylus. Clack, clack. Passing through the long tunnel at the border, unlike the snowy scene in Niigata, Japan, it felt like returning to summer after crossing the border of Krasilov. Beyond the car window, a vast expanse of clear noon grassland stretched endlessly. This is autumn, this is the weather, really. Isabelle. Isabelle, sitting across from him, had been grumbling like that since leaving the outskirts of Krasilov. It was a common saying among most foreigners experiencing winter in Krasilov for the first time. Ivan absent-mindedly turned his gaze out the window. The weather was clear, so the scenery was beautiful, he thought. It was common sense for bandits or robbers to appear when the main party of heroes moved to a new location for the next scenario. Being a sensible person, he was prepared to grab an axe handle at any time, conveniently placed by the window. Outside the window, the same landscape stretched endlessly. Tylus was a country with vast plains and shallow hills. This scenery would continue until they reached the urban area. Isabelle, who had been staring out the window with a somewhat bored expression, suddenly spoke. "Uncle, were you close with my father?" Isabelle. To some extent, Ivan. Maximilian was generally friendly to everyone, and Ivan treated everyone similarly, so it's hard to confirm if they were really close. However, since Ivan had spent a considerable amount of time with Maximilian, he subtly nodded his head. "If you were close, then what's to some extent?" Isabelle. Isabelle grumbled once and then turned her gaze out the window, as if recalling a certain point in the past. "Returning to my hometown reminds me of father. At first, I resented him a lot, you know? I mean, having an only daughter go abroad for studies and not even coming out of the mountains, I had so many bad thoughts, said so many bad things, Isabelle." Isabelle lowered her head with a gloomy expression. She remembered the conversation she had with Einar when he visited. The curse bestowed upon the killer of the 7 dragons about the contamination of the soul. Maximilian had personally killed 2 of the 7 dragons and the Demon King. Yet, until now, he had never shown signs of insanity. How remarkable that was. As Isabelle, she couldn't even imagine it. She couldn't fathom how bitter the end would be for the one who killed a god. There was no way to gauge the magnitude of the evil spirits pouring onto the one who killed a god. So she just thought it was foolish resentment. She had lived as the daughter of a hero, receiving more than just her abilities, but love beyond that. The daughter should not resent the father who saved the world, because what her father wanted to save included her world too. That was pure sacrifice, devoting oneself entirely. Someday she would have to follow that path, not as the daughter of a hero, but as a new hero. With that determination in mind, Isabelle lifted her head. Now, memories of the old stories father used to tell come to mind. Since I don't know when I'll see him again, I try to remember them forcibly. Because it's embarrassing to remember father's face only as a statue or memory as I become more of a daughter. Isabelle. Isabelle smiled brightly with a determined face. "It would be awkward if we met again someday. Somehow, I feel like we'll definitely meet again. And I feel like we'll see each other again if we walk together, mister." Isabelle. Ivan. Ivan nodded expressionlessly and turned his head. A reunion with Maximilian. It's not a situation he hopes for, because he doesn't know what state Maximilian is in. If his condition is worse than expected, or if it becomes a situation where he must be stopped, it could escalate into a problem. Eugene's confirmation quest was survival for Jill Burr, and for Maximilian, it was encounter. Simply put, it's possible to judge that Jill Burr faces a threat to his life, while Maximilian does not. But who could threaten his life? One might say it's only natural. However, if not for such reasons, if Maximilian himself is already an enemy to be destroyed. No, if that were the case, the quest would have demanded Maximilian's elimination. Ivan narrowed his eyes. Eugene's quest once tasked him with eliminating Ivan. In terms of difficulty, Eugene probably didn't see much difference between Ivan and Maximilian. Both would die the moment they became hostile. So, quests issue orders regardless of difficulty when necessary. If we understand it that way, it's still too early to conclude that Maximilian has definitely become an enemy. And decisively, Ivan didn't want to see the face of that man, devoid of his smile. Because the symbol of hope surrendering to despair seems to imply that humans can never progress beyond that. There are still 4 of the 7 dragons left in this world, and behind the facade of peace, the kings and ambitious individuals are preparing for the next war. A war unlike the past one, where the alliance kingdoms will face their final battle. But even at the end, humans can still live with hope. That's what the symbol of a hero represents. It's what Maximilian had, and what has been passed on to Isabel. Ivan looked silently at the chattering Isabel. The former kings perished before the heroes arrived. It was a battlefield where the righteous fell first, because those who carried the weak and volunteered to be a barrier against the onslaught of death always fell first. It cannot go on any longer. Peace built upon the bodies of the righteous should suffice once. The heroes of the era must arrive faster than despair. It must be so, and it must be made to happen. Fortunately, Ivan is well versed in common sense. With his guidance, Isabel can prepare more quickly. After all, Koreans are experts in efficient leveling optimization. Ivan glanced at the chattering Isabel and then turned his gaze to look out the window. 3 days later, Ivan arrived at the capital of Tyles, St. Mathilda. The train Ivan boarded stopped at Matalechuel Station, the largest train station in St. Mathilda. Matalechuel Station was one of the main trade routes that ran directly from the southeastern port city of Tyles to Krasilov, passing through St. Mathilda. The train station at midday was incredibly crowded. It was packed to the brim, filling the entire vast station. Isabel began to nudge and boast to Ectasis, who was gaping absent-mindedly. Unfortunately, Elphara, who had seen Callion's aerial port, and Eugene, who was from Earth, didn't show much interest. "How is it, Uncle? It's amazing, isn't? The Frechenkaya station is nothing compared to this." Isabel. Ivan. It's roughly equivalent to Seoul Station. A subtle comparison, but considering this era, it's quite large. Ivan nodded honestly. He had encountered countless military supply trains on the battlefield, but he couldn't help but feel impressed when he saw such a thriving train station. He knew many men who fought hoping that scenes like this would become commonplace. And in the distance, one of those men, standing slightly crooked, smoking a cigarette and staring up at the sky, caught his eye. "Just a moment." Ivan gestured to the lively Isabel and stepped forward. The man, who had been leaning against a corner of the train station, smoking a cigarette and exhaling deeply, weakly raised his hand. "You've come." "Pavel." Pavel looked at Ivan with tired eyes, then flicked his cigarette to the ground and shrugged his shoulders. "Why do I have to go through all this trouble? Why are you here?" "It was Her Majesty's command. She told me to go as a diplomatic envoy." He pulled out a notebook from his coat and handed it over. It was a simple identification document with the royal seal imprinted on it. Ivan Petrovich Yurimov, 3rd grade diplomatic envoy. Pavel brushed his hand and shrugged his shoulders. "I am your watchdog. They even gave you a diplomatic envoy title, worrying about what mischief you might get into." Ivan briefly recalled that scene and suddenly burst into laughter. Seeing that, Pavel let out a deep sigh and extended his hand. "Well, it's official business, so I guess I have to salute you. Take care, Assistant Ivan." "Yeah, I'll do my best." Historically, diplomatic envoys were often the most representative spies of friendly nations. A significant portion of the Foreign Intelligence Department's agents were dispatched as part of diplomatic envoys. Therefore, this meant that he could operate as a legally sanctioned spy for a friendly nation. Read fellow novels online at 131. Chapter 131. The diplomatic residence of Krasilov was located on a street corner in the administrative district of St. Mathilda, with well-paved roads and affluent citizens in sight. A coat of arms depicting a gray bear was roughly engraved. Unlike the elegant buildings of Tyles, the Krasilov diplomatic residence stood tall like a fortress with its characteristic sturdy facade. Stop, this land ahead does not belong to Tyles. A guard holding a spear in front of Ivan and Pavel growled roughly. It must have been difficult for those seeking the diplomatic residence to be treated in this manner, and Ivan's heart sank a little. For the record, he's a commander. A Krasilovian has come to Krasilovian land. What seems to be the problem? Are there identification papers? Take a look, lower your spear. You'll die if you're wrong. Consider this a warning. There was never any intention to kill. You. Pavel chuckled and grasped the spearhead with his fingertips. With a flick, the spear spun half a circle, and suddenly it was snugly held in his hand. Oh, the startled guard reached for the gun at his waist, but Pavel clicked his tongue and stopped him. The guard, quietly bowing his head, looked down at the identification badge in Pavel's hand. Your training is a mess, standing tall with a coat of arms and behaving like this. The future of the homeland is so dark. I apologize, Sir Pavel Sergeyevich Olubov. Surely, the appointment notice was posted in advance. Yes, please proceed. How absurd. Pavel arrived here one day earlier than Ivan. He spent the day contacting informants and preparing for the operation in his own way. And that day was to allow enough time by today's standards, where information transmission was slower than mail, to relax. Pavel and Ivan are spies dispatched from the Central Command. Diplomats must be aware of this fact unless they are fools. Krasilov was a civilized nation operating under a strict administrative system, and inevitably, there could be friction with other departments. The Foreign Intelligence Service is under the Counterintelligence Command, while foreign diplomatic residences belong to the Foreign Ministry. In cases where their duties overlap, there is bound to be tension. From the perspective of diplomatic residences, other departments could easily come in and muddy the waters under the guise of official duties, undermine well-established diplomatic relations, and disappear. In such cases, it would be reported as a mistake by the Foreign Ministry. Tusk. Pavel scowled fiercely. That's why he tried not to do the work of the Foreign Intelligence Service. There were too many ominous things going on. They're messing around with officials directly tasked by Her Highness. Not a fan of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They're pretty audacious. Those people used to serve under Alexander. Well, if that's the case, you should have uprooted them out. But doing that would have messed up the whole diplomatic channel. As he reminisced, until Crown Prince Alexander was ousted, the headquarters of the Crown Prince faction was the Foreign Ministry. While the scattered Crown Prince factions within the country could be suppressed, the locally appointed diplomats already in place couldn't be dealt with. Diplomacy doesn't just mean agreements between nations. If all the diplomats who have already established sufficient connections in other countries were eliminated, Krasilov would be isolated. Even if they were unbelievable subordinates, they had to be respected. Fortunately, the local diplomats had their families in the homeland, so they wouldn't easily dream of rebellion. Anyway, the state of the country is a mess, like in any other country in the world. Ivan pushed open the imposing gates of the diplomatic residence, lost in thought. I heard there was a disturbance with the guards. I am really sorry about this, Pavel. Don't worry about it. Pavel took a sip of his tea and waved his hand. The diplomatic envoy, Gregory Schmidt, lightly nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Ivan raised his cup in response. No poison. The reason for the field assignment being a team of 2 is this. so one person can identify the threat first and respond. Whether he didn't notice or not, Gregory continued to smile faintly as he spoke. Suddenly being sent from the central command was surprising. I was even more surprised because I didn't know you. Since Tyles is a major ally, the foreign ministry usually selects personnel to send. I was also selected in my own way. Haha, I apologize. That's not what I meant. That was exactly what he meant. A manager unheard of from anywhere appeared, not even sure if he's a noble, let alone a legal noble, and it said the princess sent him. If that's the case, it means he's under the princess jurisdiction. And if it's someone the princess can command, they must be under the counterintelligence command. So who are you, and what are you here for? With that meaning implied, Gregory smiled softly. One noble from Tyles who was studying abroad has disappeared. At first, it seemed like he just went off somewhere like those nighttime revelers, but he hasn't been seen for days. Oh dear, and then? It's uncertain whether it's the work of foolish individuals aiming for ransom from nobles, or if it's an attempt by some rogues from another country to shift blame to ours. We're investigating, but it's not easy. Pavel tilted his cup and drank. His green eyes gleamed sharply. So shouldn't we inform the student's family and ask for help before the situation escalates further? Will the student be safe? Well, probably not. We weren't such thugs. Until recently, didn't we have a policy of never taking hostages under any circumstances? You're making dangerous remarks, Consul. Hostage, doesn't that imply a return? Gregory backed away with a disheartened expression at Pavel's response. It was a strong statement with a scent of blood. They kidnapped the student, and they planned to kill him. It's not holding him as a hostage, because the student won't be able to return. The implications were serious. As someone who had worked for many years to plant human resources in the country, it was a statement difficult for Gregory, who had served in long-standing friendly countries, to bear. Gregory nervously set down his teacup and bowed his head silently. What do you want? I've dedicated over 20 years to planting human resources in this country, regardless of the central policy. I represented the homeland in this position. I want to thank you for your hard work, sincerely. Gregory's face twisted at Pavel's casual response. At that moment, Ivan, who had been quietly waiting, spoke up. For the homeland, you're not the only one who has devoted yourself. Like everyone else in this position, serving without expecting rewards. Was the past only spent by you? Did the past war only sweep you away? You are. I am Colonel Ivan Petrovich Yermov. I am the commander of the Counterintelligence Command and the person responsible for this operation. Let's stop this meaningless argument. What I need from you is all the human resources you've accumulated, the material resources you can provide, and all the intangible assets you've planted in this country. Gregory, who couldn't dare to meet Ivan's eyes, raised his head with a sudden movement at those words. What on earth are you trying to do? Are you preparing for war against Tyles? Of course not. Ivan chuckled briefly and leaned back on the sofa. Tap, tap, tap. After tapping the table with his index finger, he opened his mouth towards Gregory. We've come to save this country, so you could call us reinforcements. What's that? Enough, we didn't come here to satisfy your curiosity. Gather all the agents from the Counterintelligence Command and prepare for a meeting with Count Grandmarteau. The allegedly kidnapped student was Count Grandmarteau's son. Yeah. Crazy insane, and yet you say there won't be a war. Of course. What need is there for a war when we're going to find and handle the perpetrators of the kidnapping ourselves? This is Krasilov's diplomacy. Ivan looked at the consul with the demeanor of a rational diplomat. Gregory sighed and touched his forehead. Count Grandmarteau, he can't come to St. Mathilda right away. If you want to meet him, you'll have to go directly to his estate. If you come back alive, we'll prepare a train heading to the homeland for you. No need for that, consul. Ivan nodded briefly and stood up from his seat. There's plenty else to do, so I'll personally look into the return trip. As you wish. Indeed, may the Lord protect us all. Pavel stifled a chuckle in response to Ivan's answer, and rose with a face that struggled to contain laughter. He tapped Gregory's shoulder and said, "Thank you for the hospitality, Consul." This was the rhetoric of the counterintelligence command. Typically, the counterintelligence command was weakest when dealing with foreigners and strongest when dealing with domestic nobles and high-ranking officials. As an organization specializing in domestic intelligence rather than foreign intelligence, the counterintelligence command never backed down in power struggles with homeland nobles. Attempting to assert dominance over dispatched agents from such an organization itself was a problem. After the two left, Gregory sat back on the sofa, sweating coldly. Should I defect? He probably couldn't, because he had family left in the homeland. After splashing some cold water on his face, Gregory muttered quietly, "They're like rascals." Read Fallow novels online at 132. Chapter 132. Mommy. Isabel ran towards a woman's arms, shouting loudly. A gentle, warm-looking woman with soft blonde hair embraced Isabel. "Oh, my child, you've grown up but still act like a little kid." "Mom, how have you been?" "I am fine as usual." Isabel's mother, and the wife of the hero Maximilian. Maria de Ichuel appeared as if she were 10 years older than Isabel. She looked to be in her early 30s and could have been Isabel's older sister. Ecdysis stared blankly, wondering if Tyless Cosmetics would help with skincare. "Mrs. Echuel, have you been well?" "Oscar." "Oh, Etta Creek, please speak comfortably." "Maria." "How could I? Mrs. Echuel is like a grandmother to me." "Oscar." "Doesn't calling me a grandmother make me seem distant? Haha, it feels like time has passed so quickly." "Maria." Maria warmly responded to Oscar's greeting and quickly opened the door, gesturing inside. "Please come in. It just so happens I was preparing dinner." "I apologize for the intrusion." While the maid was setting up the dining cart, Maria, who was smiling at the group, suddenly spoke up. "So, Bella, what's been going on during the semester? Did you decide to drop out of school in the end?" "Drop out, Mom, I am an excellent student." "Why didn't you bring your last semester's report card?" "Since when do college students have to have their grades checked by their moms?" Isabel grumbled as she stirred her tea. As Ecdysis reached for the finger food, Elphira lightly slapped her hand and whispered quietly, "Eat moderately, aren't you a lady?" "Elphira." "I can eat all of it, Ecdysis. When pigs walk on two legs, they're kind of like humans." "Elphira." "I am sorry, but I only gain weight in specific places. See, Ecdysis." "Why don't you have any shame?" "Elphira." Elphira looked at Ecdysis's specific places, before reflexively lowering her gaze and biting her lip tightly. "Isn't shape more important than size?" "Isabel." "Oh my, were you sleeping during the economics theory class? You seem to not understand the economy of scale. It's usually small countries with inadequate scale that say such things." "Haha, Ecdysis." "I apologize for interrupting, but I am feeling embarrassed right now." "Eugene." Eugene's words were ignored. As Ecdysis and Elphira began to growl, Eugene sighed and glanced around. Maria de Echuel, wife of the hero. She was born a commoner in a small rural village. Known for aiding the hero who appeared from the heavens by teaching language and culture and helping him realize his mission. After removing some propaganda, well, it's like an advertising tower. 4 years have passed since the hero disappeared. The vanished hero now remains not as an individual named Maximilian, but as a symbol, as all symbols tend to be treated more as concepts than realities. The hero is a symbol of the end of an era, now more of an abstract notion than a person. Therefore, in the Tyless royal family's perspective, they would have entrusted that position to a commoner instead of the vanished hero. It would have been marketed as the hero's existence, being a Tyla citizen, and having the hero's residence and estate in the capital city. It would have a powerful advertising effect, both in terms of prestige and monarchy. So they must have built a mansion in this area exposed to ordinary citizens, rather than in the prosperous area. There would have been no place for that woman in the palace. In the midst of this bustling town, such a splendid mansion would inevitably attract attention. It's too heavy a burden for that ordinary woman who quietly wants to forget her vanished husband and live an ordinary life. Eugene inwardly clicked his tongue. I've been incarnated into a world tangled from its roots. Was there really a need for a world so meticulously constructed? Due to being thrown into the midst of the power struggles of political creatures, thoughts gradually become similar to the Lord's. That's why such thoughts arise. In a world like this, living for 30 years, especially in the midst of a battlefield, it's no wonder that person turned out like that. And then, the hero only saved the world for a mere 4 years. It's only been that short amount of time. For someone like a hero, it's a good time to consider they've just taken a brief vacation rather than disappeared. In just that short time, the hero's wife has become an advertising board for the monarchy, and the nations the hero protected are now tearing apart peace for their own greater interests. It's a pleasant neighborhood to live in, whether there's a demon king or not. Perhaps that's human nature. With that thought in mind, she sipped her tea. So why did you come to Tyles? Maria. Oh, we're not entirely sure ourselves. The one who knows hasn't arrived yet. Isabel. Who are you expecting trouble? Maria. Let's just say, whether trouble finds us or we seek it out, remains to be seen. Isabel. Isabel furrowed her brow and tilted her head. It seems like there might be some involvement, but she hasn't heard exactly what's going on. Maria's expression hardened as she looked at that face. It was a peaceful study abroad she had sent her to, where she could study and socialize with her peers. If this is how it's going to be when she returns in the middle of the semester, there's reason to worry. Who is it, Count d'Orleans, Count de Grandmartel, or Baron de Gramont? Maria. I think I know who's been bothering Mom lately. Isabel. Or is it the Krasilev nobles? They say those nobles are all thugs, so if there's any problem, it's okay to come back anytime. Maria. That's actually a good point. Isabel. Isabel chuckled and spoke. Even though they're from the noble family of Krasilev, Mom probably knows them. There are no known nobles in Krasilev. Who could it be? Dad's friend. Oh, I hope it's not boring if I tell you now. He's supposed to come by until dinner. Just a moment. Your dad didn't have many friends. As Maria was about to force herself to swallow those words, a maid approached her and whispered, "A guest has arrived, madam. Shall I escort them?" Who is it? Mr. Yurimov, he said. Do you know him? It's the first time I've heard that name. Maria's complexion turned cold. A scoundrel who approached her daughter pretending to be her father's friend, and yet dared to come directly to her house. She gestured to wait for a moment, then quietly got up from her seat and followed the maid to the reception room. On one side of the splendid reception room hung a large portrait of Maximilian, Maria, and Isabel. Sir Yurimov, as he was called, stood at the entrance of the reception room, gazing at the portrait. He had broad shoulders and a sturdy physique, that of a soldier. A strong scent of iron permeated the air, as it often did with soldiers who had been through battles. Maria quietly closed the door and stood facing him. This was her home. Regardless of who the man was who deceived Isabel, she couldn't show weakness. You've come. His voice was low, resonating like the grinding of rough steel. For some reason, Maria tilted her head at the strangely familiar voice. Soon, the man slowly turned around. Bruek. A frame fell to the floor. Maria staggered, grasping the shelf as she slipped. With trembling eyes, Maria stared directly at the man standing in front of her. Sir Petrovich. Marya. He didn't resemble the youth she remembered, but she could still recognize him from his ever-present blue eyes. The youth from her memories, always wearing a cold expression, now stood before her as a man with eyes as dry as the winter sky. I heard you were dead. It was necessary. Krasilov isn't any different from this country. Everywhere people live is probably the same. Ivan approached heavily and supported Marya. It was a careful and courteous gesture. Trembling, Marya rested her hand on Ivan's thin cheek. I am glad you're safe. I was worried after hearing from Bella, who dares to claim to be Max's friend. If such a person exists, they'll die. Marya chuckled at Ivan's words. Even the humorless jokes were just like those days. It had been about 10 years, maybe a little less. The memories weren't clear, but it must have been around that time. They say she cried for 2 days after hearing he had died. Because now there was hardly anyone left who could see that brilliant man as a person, hardly anyone left to remember Max as a person with her. And in the peace that finally came, it seemed that even he would eventually succumb to the hands of the nobles, who were eager to bury the heroes of the past in history. You've been taking care of my daughter. It was my duty, madam. Thank you very much. I've always felt a sense of indebtedness to those who were friends with him, like Sir Etta Creek, and now you too. It's simply the right thing to do, madam. Maximilian saved the world, so everyone who has a stake in this world owes him a debt. At Ivan's words, Marya smiled weakly. It's a world where the obvious isn't always obvious. Reflecting on the implications of her words, Ivan spoke softly. That's why I am here. Madam, what is Duke Gilbert doing right now, while you're being treated like this in such a house? Duke Edaric has done his best, but as you know, he's also part of the royal family. It's unavoidable. Marya. Gilbert is a patriot. The opinions of the royal family can't force him. If he didn't do it, it's simply because he didn't do it. Ivan. No, that's not true, Sir Petrovich. Marya sadly chuckled. There have been many things in the past 4 years. Tyles now is not just one country. The royal family is trembling in fear to the extent that they need the power of someone like me, a common noblewoman. She gestured towards the reception room door. The fragrant smell of food wafted through the hallway. Shall we eat? It's not a good story to hear before a meal, and there will be too many stories to tell before dinner. Willingly. As Ivan nodded quietly, a maid approached and took his coat. Marya stopped walking and glanced back at Ivan. As their eyes met for a moment, Marya smiled quietly and asked, "Will you help?" With no context or missing words, it was a question without a clear meaning of what or how. But Ivan nodded as soon as he heard Marya's words. Willingly. After all, that's why he came from Krasilov. Read Fallow novels online at (133). Chapter 133. As befits the renowned gourmand Tyles, Marya's meal was not only neat but also not simple. That is, it means that expensive items were scarce, frequent, and beautifully presented. How silly. Ivan was not accustomed to this kind of culture. He swallowed the thumb-sized filet mignon, disappearing with 2 stabs of the fork, and waited for the next dish. I mean, Mom, this person released those creatures on the mountain. They were orcs, 30 of them. My arm was nearly broken. Oh my. While listening to Isabel's vomiting words, Marya still smiled softly. Confirming Ivan's empty plate, Marya blushed slightly and tapped the table gently. Then a maid approached and cleared Ivan's plate and raised the next dish again. Blini with caviar, accompanied by a soft-boiled egg, was a small finger food. It was paired with good quality red wine. Once again, it was of a level that would disappear with one bite. Various flavors danced in the mouth. Ivan, who was very strict about taste, did not enjoy such complicated dishes. He preferred something simple. He began to miss the corn tea in his office. And suddenly everyone rushed out and applauded. Wow, really? Isn't it ridiculous? I almost died back then. Oh, is that so? So Ivan had only been watching you until the end for 3 days. That's it, he's the worst. Thankfully. Isabel's expression froze. What on earth did she hear? It was an expression of disbelief. Maria still smiled warmly as she turned her gaze to Ivan. So you made the preparation yourself? Thank you. It's my duty. Does the food suit your taste? Yes, I'm grateful for it. I hastily prepared it. If you need anything, just let me know. Yes, Mom. Confirming Ivan's empty plate again, Maria waved her hand slightly and called the maid. She whispered softly in the maid's ear. Even through closed windows, Ivan's hearing could catch the sound of a mouse's footsteps passing by. Even without magical reinforcement, a trained agent could not miss small conversations on this street. The table should be set before the guest's plate is empty, Lucy. I am sorry, Mom Biba, table manners. Etiquette isn't made to distinguish people. It's made to make people more comfortable. What are you saying to guests from other countries? Are you really going to embarrass me? I am sorry, Mom. Generally, the meal was like this. Dishes that could be eaten in one bite were served, quietly swallowed, served again, swallowed again. In Thailand, there is a dish called foie gras. It's a food supplement made in the same way as on Earth, forcing food into the goose's mouth by inserting a tube. Perhaps because of that. Unlike the elves who set out food generously, allowing guests to help themselves and clean up after eating, Tylus was dividing small portions of food into small dishes and tasting them. It's not very pleasing. Ivan put the food back in his mouth. And he didn't even visit us while we were in treatment. And all of a sudden, he was going to meet dwarves. Dwarves? Yes, and then he gets hurt all over and lays down for days. Oh my, he's really having a rough time. Time seemed to stretch out, segmented into syllables during mealtime, when the moderately full students were escorted to their bedrooms by the maid. Ivan also unpacked and waited for a while. He tidied up his weapons, set up simple traps near the bed, and was busy. Knock knock. Petrovich, Mom is looking for you. Ahem. After a reasonable amount of time passed on this early night, Ivan finally headed to the guest room according to the maid's prompt. Was the meal satisfactory? I wasn't sure what dishes Mr. Ivan likes, so I prepared them hastily. It was a perfectly hospitable experience. Thank you, madam. In the center of the modestly surrounded courtyard, on a white table, simple desserts and wine were served. Following Maria's gesture, Ivan sat opposite her. A maid standing by his side poured wine into his empty glass. Maria made a small gesture towards the maid. Could you step aside for a moment? Maria. But Mom's maid. It's a request. It would be inconvenient if bad rumors spread, wouldn't it? Shall we keep it a secret? Maid. Yes, understood, Mom. Maid. As the maid left with a light step and a slight smile, Ivan glanced behind and whispered softly. Do you need an investigation? Ivan. No need. I know who sent that child maid. By tomorrow morning, today's bad rumors will be circulating in Viscount Gramont's salon. Shall I handle it quietly? Is that the Krasilov's secret service? It's as terrifying as I've heard. Maria chuckled, covering her mouth. It's okay. The child is just a messenger, not a bad girl. She's not malicious. She's a child who has to take care of 3 siblings and a sick mother. Fortunately, leaking rumors to a certain extent is something that can be done on my terms as well. It's hypocrisy. Ivan tilted his glass, contemplating. There are so many small hypocrites in the world. Thanks to them, the world still seems, at least on the surface, to be peaceful. You must be curious about many things. Shall I ask? I'll tell you anything I know. What about Maximilian's final moments? He laughed. The state of Maximilian, and whether there was any metaphor in his final moments, was the most urgent issue. Wasn't he the man who vividly demonstrated how the aftermath of slaying the dragon devastates a person. He laughed brightly. Did he convey anything else? His words were always the same. Thankfully, what's there to be thankful for such a foolish man? Thankful that others didn't experience it. Thankful that the demon king is dead. Thankful that the United Kingdom didn't fall. He's a man who would say that even if half the world burned, as long as he could extinguish that fire. Thankful that half the world remains. That is, to the living half of humanity, he's the man who smiles. In every statue erected in his honor, he was depicted smiling with his sword held high. Then it's fine. At least it means that Maximilian didn't lose his sanity until the very end. If his sanity can hold out until the current generation of hero parties mature enough, it doesn't matter. He can hold it back. According to the Homeland's intelligence, 3 viscounts in Tylus are preparing for a civil war. Are you aware? Do you think there's any fact that I, a woman on the street, wouldn't know? It's such an easy question to answer with spy gossip. Maria chuckled, sipped her wine. Viscount Guillaume de Ottringe, II, Viscount Tyne de Grandmartel, and Viscount Jean Beltoire de Vermontper. It's a public secret that the 3 viscounts are preparing to challenge the Tylus royal family. The Tylus royal family isn't responding. Yes, because the 3 princes have different ideas. So our king probably wants to protect this city by setting up a spinster like me as a figurehead. If Maria were allowed to live freely in the royal court, the nobles who secretly contact her could not be restrained. So, if an incongruous mansion were built on a main thoroughfare where everyone could see, it would attract attention. The noble families who would check each other would not dare to approach her recklessly. At the same time, it could effectively advertise the continuation of the warrior lineage under the authority of the royal family. So it would be a win-win situation. For a king who has lost control of his sons and needs to restrain the greed of devotees, it could be seen as the best option. Of course, the best option in the political monster's playbook is no different from cruel torture to civilians. It would be such a harsh environment for this warm woman. Being the center of everyone's attention, receiving both admiration and jealousy from the citizens, and yearning for a husband who would shield her, a peasant woman from the countryside, for 4 years. Ivan remained silent for a moment. If he spoke now, he might startle his wife. After calming his mind once, Ivan quietly spoke up. What is Jill Burr doing? Before the prince's dispute escalates, he should have settled the succession. Of course, he did. Duke Edarik supports the first prince. If there is no standout talent among the princes, it is neater for the eldest son to succeed. So how? In the politics of this country, supporting one person means it becomes difficult to refuse that person's request. Refusing a request from a prince publicly supported could be perceived as shaking the foundation of internal support from an external perspective. In that case, it could severely damage the authority of the first prince, who had barely managed to control the situation. Other princes, supported by the great nobles, wouldn't miss the opportunity. Therefore, it's not easy to refuse the request officially made by the first prince, especially if it has legitimacy. The first prince requested the Edarik Duke to subdue a dragon. There were rumors of a dragon appearing in the northeastern Bernina Mountains. Several villages were actually burned, and the investigation revealed that a dragon had indeed swept through. I see. Hunting was both a hobby for nobles and the easiest way to elevate their authority depending on the prey. Although no one doubted Jill Burr's power, the carcass of a dragon would have a greater visual impact. The first prince wouldn't want to miss this opportunity to mark his succession. If he could subdue the dragon and claim it as his achievement, who would dare challenge him? So Jill Burr was dispatched. He and his retinue of homeland guards were sent out of the city. And 3 viscounts approached the 3 princes, all while the Edarik Duke was absent. The 3 viscounts now act as if they have this country in their hands. While constantly fighting each other as if they were each other's enemies, They also occasionally shake hands. How did the first prince respond? If he refuses, who will protect him? Who, until the Edarik Duke returns? What is your wish? There would be 3 main solutions. Ivan quickly organized his thoughts. Kill all 3 viscounts. Kill or exile all 3 princes. Or detain them all and hand over their security when Jill Burr returns. If Elizaveta had heard this, she would have sobbed and clutched her forehead. Ivan raised his head. You speak as if y'all grant anything. If that's your wish, then it will be done. Oh my, those aren't appropriate words for a married woman, Mr. Petrovich. You speak like a tieless person when you said the knightly thing. Maria chuckled and joked. Did you seduce my daughter like that too? Excuse me. Ivan rarely questioned, for he could hear even the flutter of passing butterflies. While there were those who misspoke in his presence, it was rare for him to mishear. Those who misspoke would usually become sincere through appropriate correction. But this time, he had to question. Such malicious rumors needed to be eradicated with firm facts. My daughter seems quite taken with you. Mother's eyes can't be deceived. You misunderstand. Really? Sincerely. The truth is, mother's eyes can be deceived. It may seem somewhat impolite to say to Maria, but it's just a jest. She, too, is an unavoidable pre-modern citizen. Generally, mothers tend to be quite insensitive to this kind of intuition. Kim Sunwoo can testify to that. Every time he walked with a girl, he'd be asked, "Is she your girlfriend?" He had a history of never succeeding in love, not even once. Kim Sunwoo shed tears and fell silent. Ivan readily agreed with him and nodded briefly. Maria chuckled at the sight. With a playful face, a light tone, and somewhat solemn eyes, she looked at Ivan. Please help the Edarik Duke. Help capture the dragon. Restore the balance of this country so that the hunt doesn't drag on any longer. It was such a difficult request that even if he refused, he would laugh it off as a joke. But still, with simmering sincerity. I will do so. It was such an easy request that Ivan didn't hesitate. Hunting was his domain. Jill Burr is a knight. He doesn't understand the process of tracking down prey by chasing it and hunting it down. If he were that kind of man, he wouldn't have split the sky in the midst of the enemy. Hunting was always his responsibility. Quietly stalking, sniffing out traces, and tightening the noose. The tedious and boring tasks that couldn't be done in a knight's party were always his role. Because he was a tracker. He was closer to the hunting dog of the knight's party. And even after that, although the hand holding the leash changed, his role remained the same. Someone's hunting dog, until retirement. Fortunately, his retirement came later than the knight's party. Since it wasn't so long ago that he was in the field himself, let's say he's still active. So, hunting is his domain. Moreover, fortunately, it's a less burdensome request than assassinating each aristocrat one by one. Are you serious about the dragon? I've tried. Ivan tidied up and stood up. Maria didn't blame him for his rudeness. She just stared blankly for a moment, then murmured absent-mindedly. It seems okay as a son-in-law. What should I do if Princess Krasilev opposes it vehemently? She thought. Read Falu novels online at 134. Chapter 134. As mentioned before, Maximilian, as remembered by Ivan, was a typical protagonist of a JRPG, bright, kind, and straightforward. He seemed like a character straight out of a 90s JRPG, drawn in a picture. On the other hand, there was Jill Burr Edarik. He was more like the protagonist of an old-fashioned hero tale. A country knight from a rural noble family, rising through the ranks, earning knighthood through his own strength and ability, joining a hero party after the king's declaration, and ultimately marrying a princess. If his life were portrayed in a fairy tale, it would have moments of grimness, Ivan sometimes mused. To depict this man's life in a fairy tale would be somewhat harsh. I Sai El Jilbur of Tyles, a member of the Eastern Knights, an initiate knight, appointed knight of St. Clovis, Sai. The place where Ivan first met Jilbur was at the entrance of a fortress, shattered under the invasion of the Tauses. The first scene in his memory began with the cry of a knight standing half-broken with half-broken armor, holding a shield and spear straight up. I pledge my name, my family, the name of my country and lord. Sai, today in this place I stake my life, Sai, I swear by my remaining honor. Jilbur roughly removed his helmet and threw it to the ground, sweeping his hair back. Tying back his sweat and blood-soaked hair, he shook his head a few times and stood straight. Around him were the bodies of the Tauses. Standing alone in front of the fortress entrance, he held up his spear and faced them head-on. Many Tauses snorted with excitement, as if eager to charge forward at any moment. Facing overwhelming violence that would make any man tremble, Jilbur shouted with burning eyes, "100 will surely die ahead." The spear sharply struck the ground. The confrontation between the Tauses, who invaded the shattered outer wall of the fortress, and the knight standing alone at the entrance of the inner wall continued. Starting with those approaching first, exactly 100. He wasn't sure about more than that, but he vowed to fill that number and die. The young and inexperienced knight raised his spear firmly, declaring resolutely, "In the battle that should have been recorded as the most terrible defeat on the Eastern Front, the fortress defended by Jilbur succeeded in holding out after 3 days of fierce fighting." When Ivan and Vialgrin arrived, Jilbur stood tall in front of the pile of bodies like a mountain, eyes closed and seemingly asleep. Because of that, Ivan only thought of him as a hero. Perhaps everyone else did too. Until Maximilian appeared, no one denied his nobility and strength. Who would dare to say any light shines brighter than the sun? Jilbur's tragedy began there. From a noble family in the rural countryside, he was a man who had dared to take a royal lady as his wife and had to constantly earn recognition for his worth. He was a husband who had cherished and loved his wife, who had become his own chains for a lifetime. He was a knight who remained loyal to the royal family that slowly condemned him as his worth declined compared to Maximilian. A knight so human, with a mix of nobility and inferiority, desire for recognition and diligence, bravery and timidity. So Ivan thought, this complex man, who couldn't be defined by simple sentences, would have remained a shining example of chivalry if he were a knight in a fairy tale. Unfortunately, this world was too cruel for characters from fairy tales. Even after killing the demon lord and returning as one of the strongest in the world. Even at the moment when his reputation, achievements, and his own power surpassed the authority of the royal family. In a situation where he had a wife of royal blood and a grown son. In a situation where he could demand succession to the throne of Tyles if he wished. Even when he was appointed as Edarrik, bound by the oath to defend the royal family against all arrows in front of him. It is my vow. Even when the sword of the royal family touched his shoulders and fell, he bowed his head silently and swore. He is a knight of Tyles. He is a knight of the hero party. He is a knight. That was the simplest sentence Ivan could think of to define that man. Nothing more, nothing less. Except for him, no one could claim to be a knight. Swearing loyalty, faith, sincerity, and chastity while suffering as a human from pain, agony, inferiority, and self-doubt, always tormented by conflicting emotions. Yet unbroken, swearing to do what is right and humbling himself. Jilbur was such a knight, always living to prove himself. EP 21, Duty and Succession. At the train station, there was Pavel with a tired face and even more tired-looking men. Ivan spotted them and approached the group for a moment. "Ah, our busy commander. Pavel, are we ready? Who do you think I am?" Pavel waved his hand, and the men standing stiffly beside him answered in trembling voices. "Our reporting. As ordered, we have placed surveillance on all bats near the estate of Lady Echuel." Quietly, Yes, why yes? It seems our agents, these days, don't understand the meaning of quiet. Ivan nodded briefly. Pavel chuckled at the sight. How can these kids answer comfortably when the commander himself is here for field command? Just hearing your name makes them tremble. Ahem. Didn't I tell you why I became the captain of the guard? No. Pavel chuckled at Ivan's indifferent response. I was too tired to have a diligent superior above me, so I planned to sit in the highest position and relax. And I suppose I'll soon become the commander of the counterintelligence command. Our commander is too diligent. By the king's decree, one cannot hold official positions, especially those related to the military. Therefore, after his marriage to Elizaveta, it was only natural that the position of commander of the counterintelligence command would become his. Everything was going according to plan. Pavel chuckled slowly and said, "We've even planted moles among the 3 snakes, and will personally manage Lady Echuel's safety. Soon, Count Grandmarteau will receive the sad news related to his son's disappearance. How do you plan to contact him? Well, guarantee support and persuade him, for now. What about the Eastern Front? We've loosened the leash a bit there too. Well, as always, we don't have much trust in our external intelligence department, but we'll have to believe in their effort. According to Eugene's findings, at least Count Grandmarteau has some kind of connection with the demons. We can't know the extent of it, but it's likely that the investigation's first lead will start from Count Grandmarteau." Pavel nodded silently, looking into Ivan's eyes. "So don't worry and come back safely. I'll personally report to Our Lady. Hunting dragons? Huh, what a joke. That's exactly what I should be doing." "You? Huh, what's that supposed to mean? Didn't you know my lance's name is Dragon Slayer? Once I use it, any dragon or whatever just goes down like that." Pavel. Pavel chuckled and patted Ivan's shoulder. Dodging his hand smoothly, Ivan nodded lightly and left. Watching Ivan and his companions disappear into the crowd, Pavel turned his gaze and said, "Assign someone fast." "Yes, Vice Commander." When that guy is in such a hurry, there must be something definite. He's unnecessarily tight-lipped. Pavel scratched his head and grumbled. It's exhausting to have a diligent superior in his final years. He's meticulous and thorough, but he's strangely unlucky, so he can't help but worry. As an older brother, he couldn't just stand idly by anyway. In an emergency, it's good to have at least one reliable person to support. When that guy comes back from wherever he's gone, the princess will probably be stuck somewhere, sobbing without anyone noticing, he thought. He should hurry up and get married and retire. It's nerve-wracking just to watch him dip his foot in the abyss for fun, even though he could easily take it easy if he wanted to retire. Pavel chuckled and shook his head. It's not his place to say. "Big brother, I have something to report." "Speak." Ivan nodded while reading the report. Inside the rattling vehicle, Eugene spoke in a low voice. "There's a new quest, remember? Among the bonus objectives is maintain the total number of destroyed territories at 15 or fewer. Do you recall?" "We're down to 2 now, 2/15. At least 2 territories have been destroyed." Ivan set down the report and furrowed his brow for a moment. Could such a thing happen even with Jill Burr around, just because of one dragon? Dragons are indeed incredibly powerful creatures, individually formidable enough to defy natural enemies. However, if there's one major flaw with dragons, it's their territorial nature. There's rarely more than one dragon per territory, so if one appears, it usually means it's the only one nearby. Just one dragon can never threaten Jill Burr. But there's the knight of the hero party, Mr. Jill Burr. One of the quest objectives was his survival. Could he have died? No, he's still listed as alive. But if maintaining survival means, it could mean he might die, I know. Then perhaps one dragon isn't the issue. Correct. Ivan nodded, it wasn't unexpected. The seeds of the long-running telephone calls from the Eastern Front are now just sprouting. That's what it must say. Yes. Tauruses. The telephone calls from the Eastern Front were from Orcs and Tauruses, the tribes ruled by the Tumors of the Tatans. Until Tumor was killed by Maximilian, they literally crushed all the countries east of Tylusy. After Tumor's death, they lost power and fragmented, but ironically, that made them easier to deal with. It was within the expected range from the beginning. Merely playing puppetry, behind the scenes of princes, want fundamentally overthrow the Tylus royal family. The core objective of this mission is the survival of the Tylus royal family. That is, it must be seen as an attempt by hostile forces to overthrow the Tylus royal family. To bring about the downfall of the royal family, the removal of the homeland border is the first step that must be taken. At least, it means diverting Jill Burr's attention elsewhere. The timing of the dragon's appearance is suspicious. If we assume this is also the intention of the three counts, roughly their objectives and actions would be like this. 1. Use the dragon's presence to keep Jill Burr and the Eastern Knights together in one place. 2. Form an alliance with the Tauruses tribe to create tension on the Eastern Front. 3. Take advantage of the distracted Eastern Front forces to seize the empty capital. 4. Drive out the royal family and seize control of Tylus. So, if the three counts are indeed acting to end this royal family, the overall strategy of those we can infer through Eugene's quest would follow such a pattern. Our tasks remain unchanged. Dragon hunting, wouldn't it be better to directly attack the counts in this situation? The risk is high, we are foreigners. There is a high possibility of internal interference. Unless their conspiracy comes to the surface, they are currently supporters of the princes. Assassinating such individuals directly would pose a serious internal interference problem. Originally, if the reward for this quest was the existence of the United Kingdom, in that case, the alliance between Krasilov and Tylus would be destroyed. Therefore, the only way to smoothly resolve the situation and land softly is ultimately one. Ending Jill Burr's dragon hunt early and returning to the capital will ultimately thwart their plans. Since the Count's plan begins with tying Jill Burr's feet, the moment that fails is when their conspiracy is thwarted in advance. From then on, they can hunt the nobles with the authority of the homeland defense. The struggle for the succession to the throne will end with Jill Burr's return, so there is no need to bear the burden of internal interference. What Maria asked for was such a meaning. It will be the most effective measure Ivan can take as a foreigner. The only variable is the factor that Jill Burr could die. It was meaningless to think about what that was now. There was too little information, and there was not even a way to think of a means to kill Jill Burr in this era. Unless the 7 dragon generals step in. Ivan shook his head as he scanned the group, either chattering, dozing off, or staring blankly out the window. That's impossible. Unless the 7 dragon generals go mad, they wouldn't set foot in Tylus, where Maximilian is perfectly alive. The only concern is the common sense side. These guys are still freshmen. Harry Potter didn't engage in life-or-death battles with the Dark Lord in his first year, so it's unlikely that the final boss battle is already set. By the way, Eugene, that guy, I thought he would be useful, but he's even more competent than expected, Ivan thought silently. If I teach him a little more, he could make a decent agent. The character's real name and race, as well as the life or death of specific individuals, provide more extensive information about the individual's status based on intimacy. Moreover, under specific conditions of a quest, briefing on real-time changing battlefield situations is possible to a considerable extent. When deployed to the operational site, as long as he can survive, this guy can be the best early warning system regardless of his training level. After a brief reflection, Ivan unfolded the report again, and began to skim through the summarized data on Tyles military facilities. Ivan Petrovich Yurimov. Person, likability towards Yevgeny Nabokov Karamzin. 29, neutral. What? In the now silent vehicle, Eugene jumped up in astonishment. Why did the score rise so much, he thought. The likability increased. Why on earth? Astonishment filled Eugene's eyes. He looked at Ivan with trembling eyes. Calm down, it's okay. It might be a misunderstanding, or even if it's not, so what? Even if it's that kind of preference for my brother. Yeah, I am from Earth. I can understand. Anyway, as long as I refuse, that's it. Eugene instinctively buried himself in the seat. What's wrong? Ivan's cold eyes stared at Eugene. Eugene chewed his lips and chose his words carefully. Maybe, just maybe. Speak. Is the situation changing? Ivan narrowed his eyes and waited. We are all from Earth, right? The 21st century. I am Korean, and of course, I don't discriminate against anyone based on their sexual preferences. Oh, of course, I am completely heterosexual, but that doesn't mean I discriminate against anyone for that. Eugene closed his eyes tightly and spoke. By any chance, are you homosexual? Isabel's likability towards Ivan is only 27 points, even after making kimchi for him and shedding tears. In a situation where the likability of women who follow him around, claiming he's good, stays in the 20s, the person with the highest likability is the deceased former king, according to the description of his statue, apparently a muscular man. Why didn't I even suspect this until now? Eugene cautiously opened his eyes. 5 seconds. In just 5 seconds of crossing gazes, he reorganized his thoughts. Ah, those eyes are definitely not the eyes of a man looking at a homosexual. He was convinced. It was a gaze that sent shivers down his spine to the point where he could feel it. Or maybe never mind. Ivan silently turned his gaze back to the report and started reading again. Eugene, sweating coldly, cautiously tapped on the status window. Ivan Petrovich Yurimov. Person, likability towards Yevgeny Nabokov Karamzin. 27, neutral. This judgment criterion isn't likability. Utility, perhaps. A deduction of 2 points then, maybe for saying something stupid that diminished his usefulness slightly. Then Isabel must have some utility level equivalent to making kimchi. Eugene sighed and rubbed his forehead. Wait a minute. Among the living people with over 50 points, there are only 2 women, then these people. As the train crossed the Tyla St. Mathilda, Eugene's anguish continued. Read Fallu novels online at 135. Chapter 135. The train that departed from St. Mathilda stopped after 3 days, passing through the eastern plains. Sorry, train service has been suspended. The shouts of station staff echoed throughout the carriage, but unfortunately, it wasn't a cheerful issue like a bandit attack. Ivan frowned slightly. Despite having prepared his axe, the reason for the track blockage was rational. Because Dragon is still alive, they blocked the tracks. Isabel grumbled as she gathered her luggage. On the train platform, the travelers were stretching their bodies after sitting on the train for a long time. The reason for the track blockade explained by the station staff was simple. Since Dragon was rampaging nearby, they stopped the train to ensure the safety of the people. A reasonable reason. As a train that stops even for bandit attacks, it couldn't possibly resist a dragon assault. Dragons were inherently curious and adventurous creatures, so if they spotted a train running across the prairie, there was a high chance they would attack. Is it near here, the place where Dragon appeared? No, if we were going to the Bernina Mountains, we would have had to go 1 more day by train from here. By train. It would take about 4 days on foot. That's rough. Isabel grimaced. Since this uncle wouldn't kindly detour through villages, taking the shortest straight route meant camping was inevitable. She wasn't unfamiliar with camping, but this time was different. As a woman, she couldn't afford to expose any gaps that could never be tolerated by Dragon. She certainly wouldn't show her face without at least washing and wearing clean makeup. As Isabel frowned, Ecdysis smirked. If it takes a day with a lot of effort, wouldn't it take only 2 days on horseback? If you put in a lot of effort, it could even be done in a day. Then how about riding a horse? Ivan looked at Ecdysis with renewed interest. She knows how to ride a horse. Though often overlooked in many contents, equestrianism is a highly advanced skill. It's not for nothing that horse riding isn't an Olympic sport. Riding a horse involves not only directing it in the desired direction, but also regulating its speed and maintaining balance and posture firmly on the horse. Horses are extremely sensitive and demanding animals, and they are intelligent livestock. They may not listen to someone they've never seen before, and due to slightly different personalities and habits, the horse one first mounts is not suitable for long-distance riding. A kind of taming process must precede. It's no exaggeration to say that the skill to directly control a horse without going through such a process belongs to the realm of specialized techniques. I've never ridden a horse before. I only know the basics. Isabel and Elfera murmured softly. Just in their early 20s, and city-born students at that, it's natural for them to find horseback riding unfamiliar. Oscar had received education from Jill Burr, and being from the Eastern Knights, he appeared indifferent to horseback riding. Ecdysis, being from Drovian, could understand familiar things. Drovian was too rough and vast to travel without horses. Ivan stroked his chin and soon nodded. Prepare the horses. It's a good skill to learn at this opportunity. Thinking about the future, indeed. Most of the places the hero party must go are deep in enemy territory, where they must organize expeditions in rugged mountains and fields, where even roads are scarce, let alone trains or carriages. As the infiltrators of this era, don't conduct high-altitude raids from airships. Therefore, learning equestrianism will be helpful once acquired. The traveling distance with horses is incomparable to walking. Under the name of education, the party grimaced in response. The journey by horse turned out to be smoother than expected. Tyles mainly consisted of plains with little variation in elevation, and the vicinity had well-maintained roads. Moreover, as there couldn't be bandits or the like in the land where dragons roamed and the homeland's border guards raised an army, there was only one obstacle in their way: the pain of riding horses. However, it would ultimately be a valuable experience, so it was rather good. Ivan lost interest in the party complaining of pain. Instead, he began to focus on more important matters. Cutting off the tracks for fear of a dragon attack. Ivan was lost in thought while on horseback. At that moment, the party was barely clinging to the horses with faces half dead. The Homeland Guards mobilized part of the capital Legion and even led the Eastern Knights, yet they cut off the tracks. It's strange, this train track wasn't just for the passage of the people. Tyles was the hub of transportation. It was not only a crucial point that diverted the Northeast's eastern front, but also connected to the long maritime route leading to the Western Callian Kingdom and the trade routes leading to the Western Coalition countries. It was a trading nation where all kinds of logistics intersected. Even though it was just one track, the amount of goods transported on this track per day was at an indispensable level. Ivan rummaged through his mind while quieting his thoughts. They cut off the supply. Considering the interruption of the trade route, they cut off the retreat route and the supply route. Both for the troops stationed on the Eastern Front now, and simultaneously for the supply route of the Eastern Knights led by Jill Burr. Assuming that, it somewhat made sense. Even if there was no immediate concern about a shortage of military supplies, if it led to a protracted war, it would inevitably be a severe blow. It could be anticipated that most of the tracks leading to the east were likely cut off. It's unlikely that only the train Ivan was on happened to be stopped. My buttocks hurt so much. I feel nauseous. I feel like I am going to vomit. Please, no. We can't do this here. This is the worst. Should I sing a song for you? Ectasis. What? A song. I'm a music student, you know. Ectasis. Ignoring the buzzing sounds in his ears, Ivan sank into deep concern. The more he pondered it, the more intricate the plans seemed to intertwine. There was a high likelihood that the dragon's appearance itself served as a means for an ulterior motive to target Jill Burr. The purpose would have been to send the Homeland Guards and those accompanying them out of the capital. If so, if he was a count preparing for a rebellion, what else could he have prepared? In Ivan's mind now lay the military map of the entire Tyles region, neatly folded. He unfolds it slowly. The terrain unfolds along the borders of Tyles, from the densely mountainous east to the central plains, and then to the wide forests returning to the north. Between them, red lines were drawn one after another. These were the routes for transporting people and military supplies. Numerous tracks, marching routes, supply routes, the garrisons of each division and subordinate units, fortified castles, and the strongholds of various noble estates were intricately intertwined. Between points and lines, as dots and lines filled the spaces, all the busy and intricate shapes stopped moving. The entire northeastern plains solidify, the movement of goods stops, the dragon flies. Jill Burr sets out to stop this. However, just one dragon is not sufficient to eliminate him. Hence, the demon clans that cannot easily cross the border are now emerging on the eastern front. Their proximity to Jill Burr's marching route is suspiciously close. All conceivable plans are made under the assumption that Jill Burr can be killed. Just his presence alone can preemptively thwart all threats to the nation. Whenever his destination changes, the armies of each faction retreat. The Eastern Knights, led by him at the forefront, are the strongest military force in Tyles. How to deal with such a figure? Military flag. Elphira, who had been lying on the horse's back with saliva dripping, suddenly sat up and shouted. In the plains below the mountainside, the fluttering of military flags could be seen along the wide fields. Elphira quickly weaved mana and grasped the reins. A blue spark flickered, and she rounded her hand into a circle, bringing it close to one eye. Military flags, there they are. I see. We're almost there. Oh my ill never ride anything like a horse again. Riding livestock is barbaric. You know, civilized people in modern society should use magical engineering devices. I see. Airships, like sky battleships and aerial transports. Ivan casually brushed off the behavior of the elf counselor's daughter, who secretly thought military supplies would be personally useful, and turned the horse's head towards the military camp. After about 30 more minutes of travel, passing through hills, the military camp gradually became clearer. Wow! Eugene exclaimed in awe. Having lived only in the city immediately after possession, he was seeing such a proper military camp for the first time. The banner of the Eastern Knights, San Francesco Legion. The banner, shaped like the sun rising over the fields, was flickering throughout the entire camp in the form of flames burning demons. Many horses and wagons were moving around the camp. Knights clad in shining armor could be seen, with soldiers moving in between. The guards who noticed their approach waved their hands. It was a signal to stop. Halt, this is a military operation zone. Identify yourselves. Where are you from? St. Mathilda. Ivan's answer surprised the guard. My goodness, did our lord send reinforcement troops or something? Are you here to supervise? It was a faint mutter from a distance, but Ivan could clearly hear it. He understood well enough that the royal family's reputation was on the line. It was only natural. They had been assigned a mission and sent out on a campaign only to cut off the supply line. Naturally, the atmosphere would be tense. There was no need to dispel the misconception that they were sent by the royal family. Time needed to be used more wisely. As the soldiers were about to say something, Ivan raised his hand to stop them and spoke briefly. "Tell Gilbert at Arik, Ivan Petrovich has arrived." "How do you dare speak as if you were his friend? Dare you in the Eastern Knights camp?" "As a friend." It wasn't a wrong statement, but it wasn't a pleasant word. Ivan spoke with his lips twisted slightly. "It's not for you to judge. If someone from St. Mathilda has come this far, it's not your place to handle whatever my identity might be. Go and tell your master properly. Ivan Petrovich has arrived. That's it. Martin, block their escape. Archers, shoot them if they move." The guard, his face flushed with anger, disappeared beyond the camp. Oscar approached him and whispered softly, "Wouldn't it have been easier if I just said I came to find my father?" "Hemmel." "What?" "That's right." Ivan turned his head. Sensing some other intention, Oscar chuckled briefly and stepped back. Eugene came close to him. "Hee, Mr. Oscar. Big Brother seems a bit embarrassed right now, and maybe a little hopeful too." "What?" "Because I can see a little bit of current emotion due to our closeness. Oh, wait. Just lost 3 points. Can't see it now." And then Eugene laughed again, sheepishly. Oscar failed to understand Eugene's words, but didn't bother to ask again. Most of the people he had met from Krasilov were not normal. Even the 3 musketeers that Ivan had gathered from somewhere were the epitome of this. They were widely rumored eccentric individuals on campus. Ivan seemed to have a hobby of collecting eccentrics. Wait, then what about me? When it came down to it, Oscar might as well have been one of the students Ivan had collected. Shaking his head at the dreadful thought, Oscar dismissed it. Normal people couldn't understand the thought process of eccentrics. And soon, he couldn't help but snap out of his reverie. "Who dares?" A booming voice began to shake the entire camp. A fierce energy, akin to a drawn sword, engulfed the camp and soared into the sky. The wind changed direction, violently shaking the banners. The soldiers trembled with fear. It's the first time the Duke has been so enraged. Soldier A. "Should we flee? Soldier B. "If those bastards try to escape, we'll have to face the Duke instead. Wait. Soldier C." The soldiers were trembling in fear. Ivan stood erect, trying to contain the bursting energy. Has he grown up? That guy. How dare, insulting the deceased. Who dares to utter that name to me? Gilbert. Step aside, I will go and ask them directly. Where did they hear the name and who told them to relay it to me? Gilbert. That's even worse than offending Einar. He seems to have lost much of his temperament. Well, he didn't have a good temperament to begin with. Ivan smiled slightly and waited for a moment. Soon, the energy poured towards him. The crowd of soldiers, bustling around, silently parted to make way. As the banners rose, a sparkling energy slowly approached through the rigidly standing soldiers. Behind him, a giant banner with crossed deer antlers, shields, and spears fluttered. It was the emblem of Edar Reek, the insignia of the Lord Protector of Tyles, the Knight of Iron Mountain, the shield of the hero's party. A middle-aged man, wearing dark armor and a purple cloak like a flag, walked ahead. With heavy steps, burning green eyes, neatly tied back blonde hair, and a completely incongruous, a truly incongruous mustache. Ivan was inwardly surprised. The Pringles-shaped comma mustache, reminiscent of Pringles, was neatly groomed. Ivan Petrovich. When Ivan was momentarily speechless from shock, Gilbert stared blankly at him. He slowly stretched out his hand, then pointed to Ivan's chin and narrowed his eyes. You were alive. Then what about the funeral that time? Did you deceive me? Again. Gilbert at Arik. Ivan Yurimov. Indeed. What did you say? Ivan Petrovich Yurimov. I am now a nobleman. Ha. Gilbert laughed as if coughing. After rubbing his forehead for a while, he lifted his head with a more relaxed face. Finally, Ivan couldn't hold back and spoke up. "What on earth is that mustache? What on earth is that mustache?" The two simultaneously began to criticize each other, exactly at the same tempo, with the same words. "Your skills have improved. Have your skills improved?" In martial arts, one can gauge the opponent's skill level just by their momentum, breathing, posture, and gait. At their level, having served in the same area for several years, it was even easier. Both martial artists simultaneously furrowed their brows. If you were born with talent, you should have put in some effort at least. And in one voice, "This unlucky fellow." With smiles on their faces, they approached each other and extended their arms. It wasn't a handshake. It was a deeper form of salute, where they extended their arms further and grasped each other's forearms. "Nice to see you." "You too." To Ivan, Jill Burr was the most unlucky fellow in the hero party. Always complaining, emphasizing noble manners, and eagerly wanting to compete with the knights despite lacking skills. A mixture of pride, self-esteem, inferiority, and a sense of entitlement. Very human, a truly unlucky noble knight. To Jill Burr, Ivan was the most unlucky fellow in the hero party. Always complaining, claiming to be a trained agent, lecturing about this and that, and saying things like "I can do anything I've seen once." A mixture of pride, self-esteem, inferiority, and a sense of entitlement. Too human, thus even more unlucky as a soldier. So in the end, the two looked at each other's faces and smiled. Read Fallu novels online at 136. Chapter 136. Jill Burr's barrack was the grandest and most magnificent in this encampment. As he passed through the entrance adorned with armor and family crests and entered, Ivan casually took his seat. "You can have a seat right there, Jill Burr." "My Ivan." Ignoring Jill Burr's disdainful gesture, Ivan sat down, resting his legs on the tea table. Jill Burr's eyebrows twitched. "The armor, Jill Burr." "Yes, my lord." The servant approached to begin removing his armor. As the buckles of the thick armor loosened with a clink, he tilted his head slightly. A little more slowly, "Jill Burr." "Yes, oh yes, my lord." The armor was slowly removed at a turtle's pace. Oscar broke into a cold sweat. It was a ridiculously tense situation. It was both impolite to act this way in front of a guest and not very noble. He cautiously observed Ivan. Surprisingly, Ivan's expression remained calm. From his pocket, Ivan withdrew a small piece of metal, upon closer inspection, revealing it to be a comb. He began combing his beard with remarkable leisure, as if he were in his own drawing room, tapping his foot on the table. As the bizarre tension finally subsided, Jill Burr grumbled while still observing Ivan combing. "You wretched fellow, Jill Burr." "Is it over, Ivan?" "Yes, Jill Burr." "Good, let's talk business, Ivan." Ivan folded the comb, delicately wrapped it in a silk handkerchief, and securely tucked it into his pocket. Damn, why did he bring that along? Isabel clenched her forehead. A guy who hasn't sent a letter in his life, what business does he have to discuss? Jill Burr. A letter, adolescence, was it? I didn't know. Do you know that the Homeland Guard has the authority to execute any human in this country? That's the real power of nobility, not just something tossed by a princess. Jill Burr. You speak like a teenager. It's nice to see you're aging in reverse. You look really youthful. Ivan. Is it possible that you two don't get along well? Isabel. Both men simultaneously turned to look at her, nodding their heads. Wow, they really seem friendly. Having a friend with the gentleman. Isabel shook her head and took her seat. As everyone gathered around the table, Ivan lowered his legs and meticulously wiped the dirt off his shoes. I am not particularly fond of that fellow, Bella. You look healthy, which is truly pleasing to see. How's your studies? There weren't any decent ones among the Krasilov lot, so your uncle was quite worried. Jill Burr. Oh, thanks to my lord's concern. Isabel. My lord, call me as before, Jill Burr. That, it was when I was 10 years old, Isabel. Quickly, Jill Burr. Jill Burr, cousin Isabel. Lieutenant, fetch my safe. How much pocket money do these kids need these days? Jill Burr. Watching them gossip forgetfully, it truly seemed like they wasted their years. Ivan clicked his tongue. Generally, members of Hero Party were all a bit foolish. Vialgrin, Einar, and Enrique were equally frivolous for their age. Isn't maturing with age a basic principle for all living beings? As an observer of the party, it was indeed a difficult time. As Ivan finished his remarks, Jill Burr warmly greeted various aspects of the party. It was a noble gesture. Welcoming guests was a nobleman's pride. Ah, Elfira, it's been a while. I'm glad you don't resemble your father. Jill Burr. Yes, Elfira. Honestly, wouldn't you be better than Vialgrin? Jill Burr. Oh, haha. Saying the same thing. Ecdysis, oh, Einar's offspring has matured significantly. Your mother, my younger sister-in-law, must have been quite attractive. Younger sister-in-law, Einar's scarcely older than you. Anyone unmarried at his age lacks the privilege to partake in this discourse. Valid observation. Tien, in Korean, there's a rule for calling a younger friend's wife with the suffix eshi or just jeshu. Whereas for an older friend's wife, you would use the suffix unnai. Such conversations continued. When the hospitality with the Hero Party members concluded, Oscar quietly raised his hand, sweating coldly. Father, I'm here too. It's been 6 months since I returned. Did you fare well? Yes, thanks to you. Then it's settled. Oscar nodded and lowered his hand. It's hard to tell who the child is. Jill Burr, after persistently offering a purse full of coins to the reluctant Isabel, finally turned away with a satisfied smile. So, did you come to introduce these children? Getting ready for the next generation already? It's still early. What, they've grown up splendidly. Jill Burr scanned the group with warm eyes. Impressive, he thought. Their retirement wasn't that long ago, but they still proudly served. Nonetheless, seeing the next generation grow up like this was truly satisfying. Especially as an old nobleman who couldn't continue his lineage. The status of the Homeland Guard comes with rank and title. It's not an inherited obligation. The Homeland Guard is originally a knight who defends the country. It's something to be achieved through ability, not status. Of course, as he is of royal blood, his son will inherit the ducal title. But what meaning does it hold for a lawfully nobleman without land or position to bear the title of duke? Seeing the state of his son, one might say he has grown remarkably. Then it's settled. It wasn't very pleasing to send him to study abroad, but if Ivan had been at that school, it would have been different. He may not be skilled at teaching people, but at least he's trustworthy. All right, Ivan said, tapping the table. Everyone leave. I have something to discuss with Duke Edarik. Jill Burr nodded to his attendant, who was subtly prompting him. After a while, after the attendant and the group had left the military tent, Ivan finally met his gaze. What are you doing? Hunting dragons. Why is it taking so long? Well, they can fly, and they're a nocturnal annoyingly. Will you join me tonight? Lady Echuel asked for it. She said you're not very skilled, so she asked for help. Ivan looked at Jill Burr with cold eyes. In those icy eyes, however, worry and doubt were scattered like grains of sand. What are they aiming for? What do you mean by this? No, stop with the flimsy words. This troop is excessive for catching just one dragon. I saw the supplies were cut off on the way here. It must cost a lot to maintain this troop. Originally, the Eastern Knights alone would have been sufficient. The exact number of troops needed to face a dragon remains a matter of precise calculation in general. When deploying trained professional troops, Typically around 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers were needed. Dragons can wield magic, breathe fire hot enough to melt fortress walls, and fly through the skies. Their scales naturally deflect swords, and when combined with magic, they can even withstand artillery fire. In a way, they're akin to bombers. Without anti-aircraft guns, bombers are the nightmare of infantry. So, assuming adequate preparation, when ready to face flying dragons with 3,000 to 4,000 troops, it could be possible. However, that's a civilian perspective. If it's Jill Burr and the Eastern Knights he leads, calculations need to be different. Jill Burr alone is capable of hunting dragons, and if his Eastern Knights join, they can eliminate even 10 dragons without casualties. So, it's an excessive use of force. Due to the unnecessary deployment of such a large force, supply lines have weakened. Just the opportunity for high-ranking nobles to exploit this has been enough to cause damage. Jill Burr knows the importance of supplies. During his time, the soldier's greatest enemy was always the lack of supplies. Ahem. The smile vanished from Jill Burr's lips. He sighed briefly with a stern face. Ivan, this could be seen as interference in state affairs. You should just leisurely tour around and return. I can't do that. This isn't for my sake. If you get involved in this, you'll witness dirty things. Your retirement, which you hoped for while attending funerals, will become impossible. I don't care. Ivan firmly shook his head. He looked Jill Burr straight in the eye as he spoke. Count Autringe, Count Grandmarteau, Count Vermontper, they're all aiming for you. Wasn't this situation strange from the beginning? A dragon appears at such a convenient moment and sends you out of the capital. Yes, it must be intentional, a move to get rid of me. Of course. I don't know where or how they got the dragon, but they must have been preparing for a long time. Jill Burr shrugged. They leisurely hunted, spent time, and depleted their troops. They won't hide their ambitions anymore without me. I know. If that's the case, why? It's about legitimacy, Ivan. For nobles, that's the most important thing, and it's the only value they have. Having power doesn't mean you can simply lead the military to execute nobles. That's not the duty of the Homeland Guard, and even if it were the king of this country, it would be impossible. Power doesn't guarantee a system. A society must be built on reason and legality. A society where power is the sole basis for action is ultimately no different from the demons. Look at the demons. They scattered upon the death of the demon king. Without a focal point, the remnants of demon warlords willingly stabbed and devoured their former comrades for a few remaining scraps of power. Are humans any different? If the ruler's strength alone becomes the reason for power, then it cannot be called a nation. The Homeland Guard is a title bestowed to protect the country. It's the greatest authority given to the strongest and the greatest obligation. It's a grand honor, but also a heavy burden. For the descendants of the hereditary nobility, their rights end within their own domains, regardless of any power they may wield, even those of the royal family. Despite these constraints, Jill Burr willingly relinquished all other rights he was entitled to, for the sake of the kingdom. And protecting the nation doesn't just mean repelling external threats. It also entails safeguarding the core of the state, its system, laws, and all the people who believe in and live by them. It shouldn't be a given for the strong to plunder the weak. All interactions between people should be based on reason. That was Jill Burr's duty. He doesn't directly execute the parasitic nobles who prey on this nation. He just waits for them to act. Like a lion silently stalking its prey before the hunt, quietly. So the foolish prey can frolic in peace. When that moment comes, this nation will become his hunting ground. Well, you must have thoughts on this too. Ivan leaned back in his chair, nodding. In retrospect, he was the one among the warrior party who understood politics the best. Except for Vialgrin, that is. Generally, elves are considered political creatures just by being alive. In response to Ivan's words, Jill Burr chuckled softly. Oh, right, do you know where the dragon's lair is? I heard it's in the Bernina Mountains. It's the largest and most rugged mountain range in the Northeast. But Jill Burr chuckled softly, speaking in a casual tone. We found something strange near the dragon's lair. Strange thing. We searched every possible hiding place near the lair, and in one cave, something unusual was found. He tapped a corner of the map. It's traces of underground architecture not recorded in history. Have you seen anything like this before? Dungeon. Yeah, reminds you of the old days, doesn't it? Considering the accumulation criteria, the points Jill Burr marked on the map were located quite a distance away. If all those points were part of a single structure, it could potentially encompass much of the underground of the mountain range. Like a dwarven city, a dungeon of this size isn't recorded in history. Building structures in the underground of mountain ranges is an impossible task for ordinary individuals. It was akin to a massive project requiring the labor force of a nation. The fact that such things are buried beneath the earth without being recorded signifies one thing. Ivan already knew about such types of ruins. They are remnants of the ancient era when gods roamed the earth, from the time when today's religions were treated as mere sects. It's an ancient vault where immense treasures are buried, and according to the Academy's common knowledge, this is likely a leveling up event. A linked quest, perhaps. Ivan found himself smiling unknowingly at Jill Burr's grin. Yes, it's a gesture of concession for the youngsters of this generation. Quite the presumptuous lad. For now, hunting comes first. Lady Etuel wishes for your return home now. Lady Etarik wishes the same. Ivan. Well, I've delayed enough. Cutting off the supply lines should make those bastards start moving soon. So let's finish this quickly. Ivan. As of yet, it's impossible to know what the major nobles are preparing. It was even impossible to anticipate. There's no way in this country to kill Jill Burr, the leader of the Eastern Knights, on the battlefield. Therefore, Ivan had to accompany Jill Burr at least until the end of this operation. Even if there were designs to kill Jill Burr, they wouldn't be included in the enemy's plans. During the time when there was a credible pretense, the warrior party even broke through the defenses of the King of the Seven Dragons without casualties. According to the tactics doctrine of Krasilov, when you have enough power, it's actually best to voluntarily walk into the enemy's trap. They've prepared their best, so you can directly confront them. Read Fallu novels online at (137). Chapter 137. As the sunset and the earth spiders settled down, the lively atmosphere returned to the camp that had been stretched out. The soldiers and knights, who had been resting, quickly armed themselves and gathered together. Ivan and his companions also followed behind Jill Burr. Step by step, the soldiers, who had been gathering in groups of 3 or 5, suddenly merged into one footstep. It was a perfect military discipline and training condition. The newly recruited knights naturally dispersed and strolled on horseback outside the military forces. The agile movements of the soldiers, defending the flanks, seemed as smooth as flowing water. Their high morale might have been a matter of course. After all, their commander at this moment was Jill Burr de Etarik. Excluding Maximilian from this land, he was the strongest man and the pinnacle of all knights. The weight of the name patriotic sword bore down on him. Not bad, huh? Jill Burr looked at Ivan and smirked. It was quite annoying to see him showing off, but this time there was no choice but to admit it. It was impressive. Especially when recalling the battlefield before the existence of elite forces, it seemed even more so. If one were to recall the front line just before the brink of destruction, where there was no time to train and deploy soldiers, this might as well be considered a change brought about by peace. Not elite soldiers seasoned by combat experience, but elite soldiers nurtured through systematic training and regulations. It must have taken a lot of effort. But it had to be done. Jill smiled satisfactorily. With a gaze that even conveyed affection, he scanned the troops following him once. The 1st Division of the Eastern Front doesn't have time to train steadily, do they? They can't afford to leave the border unguarded. And as for the other forces, yeah, the retainers of each noble. Right. Tyles maintained a feudal system, with substantial numbers raised in each territory according to the discretion of each noble. If there were a royal summons, they would naturally become the nation's soldiers. However, in any case, this was nothing more than a conglomeration of various troops and units. In such circumstances, Jill had to focus on training the capital defense forces. This legion, prepared since before the death of the Demon King, had only now reached this scale. It took tremendous effort just to secure resources for them. After all, an army is a group that consumes money just by breathing. How's Krasilov? Still better off here than there? Are you trying to extract information about our country from an intelligence agent? Ha ha ha, looks like jokes have increased a lot since you died. Jill laughed heartily. Isabel, who approached him, asked softly, Your Grace, Uncle. But right now, there are too many people. Uncle. Jill Uncle. What are you curious about, my Bella? I'll go crazy. Isabel clutched her forehead and spoke with a barely audible voice. Leading soldiers of this scale, what? Don't you give a departure speech or something? A departure speech. Jill burst into laughter and then soberly replied. That's necessary when departing. Excuse me. We're hunting right now. His confident face was so annoying. Ivan sighed softly and turned away. Under the torches held by each soldier, the army following them shone brightly. Well-maintained armor gleamed red under the torches. Step by step, they walked, facing forward. There was no sign of worry or doubt. Despite being ordinary infantrymen who could disappear in the hundreds with a single breath of a dragon, they showed no fear. Jill walks. Duke Edaric leads the way. Since the patriotic sword protects this country, every step he takes following him is for the defense of this nation. These soldiers marched forward as if it were a matter of course, with unwavering posture and disciplined steps. Yes, it's impressive. Ivan nodded. Just by nurturing such elite forces in such a short time, one could understand Jill abilities. Oh, are the others the same? The others, Isabel. Well, aren't there? Those assassins your country churns out. The ones Enrique raised Ga, do you know how terrifying your seniors were at that time? Jill Ivan. Ivan turned his head as if he didn't want to answer. Jill facing forward, didn't notice his expression. He spoke with a voice mixed with laughter. Is that why you haven't gotten married yet? That pretty lady Lalehel. Layla. Oh, right, that's it, the lady you liked. At his words, the entire party stiffened. Uncle Ivan liked someone. Ivan turned to Jill with a dry face. Jill only then realized the situation and flinched. She's dead, Ivan. Sorry, I see you've been active again, after hiding and pretending to be dead so. They are dead, Jill all of them. I apologize, Ivan, I was rash. At Ivan's words, the group fell silent. Clatter, clatter, the sound of horses' hooves pounding the ground continued. In the silence that finally came, Ivan quietly sighed. Every wound eventually heals over time. If it's a wound that won't kill you, it will eventually get better. Scars, however, never disappear. Therefore, when Kim Sunwoo remembered those days, he couldn't control himself. Ivan understood his feelings. Layla Chernovica, the woman who loved roses, was Kim Sunwoo's first love. Not anymore. She's dead, can't come back, and he's no longer Kim Sunwoo. So it's okay, there are already enough scars on his body. These scars aren't worth counting. Memories brought by old scars are just records of a numb past. So, Ivan suddenly noticed that the hand gripping the reins was trembling white and quietly loosened his grip. There was a sound of bones clattering. After loosening his sore hand, he grabbed the reins again. Now there was no trembling in his hand. The Legion approached the Bernini Mountains. As if they had done it more than once, the soldiers naturally scattered on the slopes of the Bernini Mountains. Each battalion of about 100 men headed toward different sides of the mountain. "We want move separately." "Oh, really? Then take this." When Jill Burr nodded, a lieutenant approached and handed over a cylindrical rod. A signal flare. They stuck to traditional methods. Ivan silently put it away without saying anything. "You know how to use it, right? If you spot a dragon, just shoot it into the sky. All troops will gather within 30 minutes. "I understand." "And about earlier." "Enough, Ivan." Ivan shook his head. It was pointless. It wasn't intentional, and it wasn't something to keep in mind before battle. Instead, he quietly reached out his arm. Jill Burr smiled coolly and extended his arm in return. The two clasped each other's forearms tightly and parted ways. "Good luck." Ivan nodded his head and gestured towards the group. With stiff expressions, the party followed Ivan up the mountainside without a word. Thanks to the silence maintained by the talkative children, Ivan was able to start his search smoothly. It wasn't a search for the dragon's location. Since dragons were inherently massive creatures, they would inevitably be discovered in the extensive search with numerous encirclements. Up until now, it was probably because of Jill Burr's lack of enthusiasm, but today was different. As there was a need to hunt quickly, Jill Burr would no longer delay. Saying that all troops would gather within 30 minutes was meaningless. The moment the signal flare was launched, Jill Burr would come running within 10 minutes, and once he swung his sword, that would be the end of it. It was like picking up a fallen coin from the ground. With both the Capital Defense Army and the Eastern Knights together, it was safe to say that Jill Burr was invincible. "So, I am looking for the Count's spy." If putting the dragon in these mountains was the strategy of the Viscounts, there was no way there would be no surveillance on Jill Burr. And at the moment Jill Burr left the mountains alive, all the Viscount's plans would collapse. In that situation, it was highly likely that the surveillance role would have some sort of assassination means. Ivan was feeling a kind of satisfactory anticipation. What kind of means? What kind of unimaginable way would they have thought of to deal with Jill Burr? What was the reason they thought it was possible, and whose plan was it? Perhaps, and with a high probability, it could have been Alexander's scheme. Since it was his taste to unite with demons and instigate nobles to rebellion. Perhaps they could pursue Alexander along this thread. Perhaps they didn't even realize they might end up doing something utterly meaningless. Revenge, a meaningless act, lighter and more worthless than a flower offered at the graves of the dead. Ivan climbed the mountainside contentedly, surveying his surroundings. Someone Uncle Ivan liked. Isabel was lost in thought on horseback. She slowly swayed her body in time with the clattering of hooves, biting her lip. Elphara and Ecdysis, who were by her side, were no different. The three of them were staring blankly at Ivan's back as if their souls had left their bodies. Parting due to death, it's unfair. It's something you can never forget or erase. It's an ever-present feeling that never fades. No matter how hard you try, even if you could take that man's place for a lifetime, it's an unrequited pursuit. Was that why? The reason why, despite all efforts, he never once looked their way? When the three of them were in a gloomy mood, Oscar quietly brightened up. He's a role model for knights. His dedication to his deceased lover. Despite having such abilities, he remained indifferent even when so many women actively pursued him. The virtues of purity, integrity, and chastity were not exclusive to priests. Knights who performed chivalry were somewhat akin to guides, not much different from priests. Especially for the Eastern Knights who pursued the old ways of chivalry. It was a structure where admission was permitted only after pledging loyalty, duty, purity, and chastity. As a disciplined knight of the Eastern Knights, Oscar looked at Ivan with renewed eyes. Guys, now's not the time to worry about that. Eugene sighed as he looked at them. Although they looked like young ones around the age of 20, it was futile. If they wanted to be by their brother's side, surprisingly, they had to prove their usefulness. I don't know who thinks like that, but for now, I need to become useful. Eugene sighed deeply and opened the status window, manipulating it to make profiles of all the approaching individuals pop up at any moment. He would give these kids some tips later, but for now, he had to focus on the task at hand. As his big brother said, if spies or watchers approached, the status window would detect them faster than the human eye. As he had reflected before, Eugene's status window was nothing short of the best early warning system. Read Fallow novels online at (138). Chapter 138. Nighttime reconnaissance proceeded smoothly. Ivan smirked, sensing the constant flickering of line-of-fire detection at the corner of his senses. It's a technique of aiming the muzzle as if peering through the space, making it difficult to determine the distance and direction. It's a trap for facing superhumans and for ensnaring them. For a Tylesian agent, he sure utilizes quite advanced technology. Unexpectedly, Ivan pretended to move on as if he felt nothing, ostensibly searching diligently for traces of the dragon. The more competent the enemy, the more his excitement rose. Competent agents tend to possess more information than less competent ones. Then, quietly approaching beside him, Eugene whispered, "Big brother right now." "I know." "Is the detection range on the status screen about 1 km? Not bad. This should be usable even with short-range radar." Ivan nodded his head and spoke. "Don't look over there, 700 m at 9 o'clock direction." "Got it." "Yes, brother." "Pretend not to know until you're within 500 m." "Yes, brother." Ivan placed his hand on the axe handle and walked confidently, leading the way like a leader. Zap! The warning of line-of-fire detection became even more overt. Still not coming, still not avoiding, whispering as if in that manner. A superhuman could never resist this temptation. Using a gun at all implied weakness. And superhumans are the ones who rush towards the gunshots the moment the barrels are aimed at them. That's the doctrine of the superhumans. It's because superhuman battles greatly enhance the survival of ordinary people. In other words, even to protect ordinary people without line-of-fire detection, superhumans are accustomed to throwing themselves in front of the barrel. Using techniques that exploit that doctrine in reverse, That's so outdated, even if Tyles would consider it quite modern, Krasilov sees it as antiquated. So, how to handle superhumans? Even when dealing with trained agents within the superhuman's domain, let me teach you. Ivan walked slowly, then suddenly stopped. 500 m, right. Yes, brother. You seem impatient. Follow slowly. Ivan nodded with a dry face. The next moment, he disappeared. With the sound of footsteps blaming, Eugene quickly turned his head and chased after Ivan's figure. Between two footsteps, Ivan had already rushed through the bushes. Bang! Gunshots rang out urgently. What's happening suddenly? Who is that man fighting with again? Eugene grumbled in disbelief as the group, who had set out for a normal dragon hunt, panicked unexpectedly. The level difference is too much. Hitting the tree, directly forcefully. Two diagonal lines of fire coming at once in that moment. The response isn't bad. Ivan twisted his waist in the air, adjusting the angle. With a margin of error of 1 inch, bullets fired separately grazed his hair. Ping, the sharp sound of the thread being cut rang satisfyingly. He kicked the ground again, twisting his body onto the tree. Crash! The next moment, he deflected the flying bullet with the axe blade and threw himself. There were no more gunshots. between aiming and firing within that momentary gap. Already, Ivan had seated himself in front of the two men. What? Swish. The man who was opening his mouth in astonishment collapsed. His cleanly severed torso twisted as it rolled on the ground. Blood, lost and disoriented, spread in a fan shape, covering the man beside him. The frightened man raised his gun, aiming it at Ivan. Snap! The gunshot hit the axe and was deflected. A well-made military pistol of steel, a military product from the Tylus arsenal. A brand-new item, not even stripped of its oil. Ivan watched the falling bullet with a glance as he spun in the air. His gaze descended. The forest, asleep in darkness, the moonlight scattered on dry autumn branches. In this small clearing, devoid of torches, the blood-soaked man trembled as he stepped back. In front of him, Ivan stepped forward, casting a long shadow. A pair of azure eyes glimmered quietly amidst the shadow. "You're probably not one of Edarik's people, are you?" SHH. Ivan spun the axe around, gripping the handle firmly. He took a moment to catch his breath, listening to the sound of the wind. When enhancing his hearing, he could even hear the footsteps of creatures passing nearby. When enhancing his sense of smell, he could smell the scent of all the animals on the mountain, carried by the wind along the mountainside. So, the trap for superhumans prepared at this distance was not actually suitable for superhumans. Although these agents were all clumsily stepping into the superhumans' territory, this level was insufficient. On the battlefield, there were many superhumans at this level, enough to be crushed underfoot. And those who had survived crossing that battlefield were the current party of heroes. He was trying to kill a dragon slayer with just this level of skill. With a slight sense of displeasure and a hint of disgust, Ivan tightened his grip on the axe handle. I am. SHH. Once again, his tongue clicked, and Ivan's hand shook. The axe disappeared beyond the bushes on the other side without leaving a trace. Splash, along with the sound of water pouring, screams echoed from beyond the bushes. Ivan didn't even glance in that direction before speaking. One mouth to answer is sufficient. This monster. Monster. Expressionless, Ivan took out a dagger and a potion. Walking steadily, he placed his foot on the man's chest and asked, "How did those who simply call me a monster plan to kill Gilber?" What are you talking about? We just... Enough. Ivan pressed his foot on the man's chest a bit harder. With a crackling sound, a groan of suffocation was heard beneath his foot. When I speak, you listen. Cough. When I ask, you answer. Gasp. Answer carefully. There's much to ask and much that's the same. I'll be asking plenty. If your answer is wrong, or if I don't like it, you won't die. At Ivan's words, the man burst into sporadic laughter. He looked Ivan straight in the eyes and spoke. Krasilov, you're a ghost from the past. That wasn't what I asked. Swish. The dagger blurred and blood sprayed from the man's shoulder. He groaned and whimpered, then soon bit down on his pain. The border guards have finally sold the country to foreigners. His Highness' words were not wrong. This country is rotting. Snap. It won't go as you wish, foolish northerner. The man turned resolute, channeling his magic. He must have been a wizard. Ivan clicked his tongue and lifted his foot. It seemed to be a kind of self-inflicted prohibition, not an offensive spell. As the magic penetrated the man's body, he trembled, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. With a crackle, foam poured from his mouth. He forcibly stopped his heart. He cut off the blood flow and forced him to commit suicide. Ivan's hand moved like lightning, digging into the man's chest. His fingers, firmly planted, penetrated the chest area, and his magic flowed roughly into the man's heart, squeezing it tightly. He hadn't experimented on someone else's body before. However, the general shape of the heart tends to be similar. Ivan's magic wrapped around the man's ventricular muscle, and thump, thump, his heartbeat began. The pale face of the man regained color. With sounds of gasping and choking, the man slowly trembled. How did? I said you couldn't die. Without removing his hand from the man's chest, Ivan turned his head slightly. Eugene. Yes, brother. Send the children to Jill Burr. It should be the safest place in these mountains, and you stay. Yes, oh yes, why? You need to learn too. A hero party shouldn't have to deal with such harsh and unpleasant things. It's too dirty and not fun for heroes to do. But someone has to do it, and in all those situations, it's a role Ivan can't replace. When he's not around, one of the members of the hero party has to handle such matters. If you want to be picky, there's Luca, but well. At least in this respect, Eugene, with the status window, is more useful than Luca. Luca's skills are similar to Enrique's: assassination and infiltration. Stealth and interrogation were Ivan's roles. That's how it was back then. So, in this era, the hero party of the time needed someone to fill Ivan's role. Eugene looked into Ivan's eyes, swallowed once, and quietly nodded. Brother, this is. Eugene's face paled. He had already surpassed the threshold that could be healed with the priest's healing and healing potions. Covered in blood, Ivan slowly got up. The smell of iron permeated the air. Under the shade of the forest, he closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. Now he could be sure. The scattered pieces of information were coming together like a puzzle, forming the shape. The picture of Tylus's downfall. Eugene. Yes, brother. Every country in this world has a switch for destruction. Yes. Listen. With his eyes closed, Ivan spoke. The previous hero party was too competent. Not only did they prevent the collapse of the Alliance, but they also nearly eradicated the threat of demons. Yet, new hero parties have emerged in this world. Yes. That's because there are still threats that warrant their existence. Even if the Demon King were to return, the current Alliance Kingdom would likely prevail. The previous hero party is still active, and the demons suffered greater losses than the Alliance Kingdom. Yes, brother. So, how will threats arise to the extent that heroes are needed? It's a simple matter to think about. We've already experienced it. Ivan opened his eyes. He looked at Eugene and continued. Every country in this world has its own reasons for having a switch for destruction, like Krasilov's, in the form of civil wars, in the form of demons. That's probably why new hero parties and even possessed individuals were needed. If the main entity exists, that's what it means. Eugene shook his head in disbelief. Brother, this isn't the time to say such things. We should warn the Duke of Edarreek right away. It's too late. Whitting, boom. A flare exploded beyond the forest. It was the signal flare they had decided to set off when they spotted the dragon. The dark night sky turned red. Almost simultaneously with the flare, a column of fire shot up. It was the breath of the dragon, melting walls and steel. Had they been careless? It couldn't be. They had made all the preparations they could. They even had confidence. If there was one thing lacking, it was only information. Only that. But in the end, it's all just excuses. They ultimately failed to stop the war. From now on, there's no time left for explanations. As soon as you return to Jill Burr, you must immediately manage the team and return to St. Mathilda. Brother, the capital defense forces here are only half of their full strength. There's still about that much strength left in the capital. Hold out there with the team. Don't forget my words and remember them. Whitting, boom. Whitting, boom. Whitting, boom. Like fireworks at a festival. Like a fireworks display, signal flares exploded in various places in the night sky. Signal flares indicating the discovery of the dragon from all directions. All the signal flares each member carried exploded like dominoes in all directions. The Bernini Mountains were ablaze with spectacular fireworks. The sky seemed to be on fire, like in broad daylight, but illuminated brightly by the ominous red light of the flares. Shadows were suppressed and dwindled. In the numerous lights of the sky, the shadows of the mountains bowed low. Ivan sighed and closed his eyes. Save Jill Burr if you can. The dragon was not just one. Its arrival was not a mere decoy. It was a trap in itself, as well as the main force of the counts and the demons. Tyles would lose the northeast. The eastern front would now be isolated without supplies to face the demon army alone. The counts would only have to deal with the remaining half of the capital legion. If the capital falls, if the royal family collapses, Tyles is finished. In Ivan's mind, the military map of Tyles was vividly clear. If the predictions were correct, Tyles's remaining lifespan would not be more than 2 weeks. Every map at this moment was tinged with red like the night sky over Bernini, where the signal flares exploded. Quest status update. Objective: stop the 3 counts of Tyles from starting a civil war, failed. Available objectives. Objective: victory in the defense of St. Mathilda, new. Objective: maintain the number of destroyed territories to 15 or less, 215. Objective: ensure the survival of Duke Jill Burr de Edaric. Objective: encounter with Maximilian de Echuel. Objective: preservation of the Tyles royal family. Reward: extension of the existence of the Alliance Kingdom by 10 years. Read Fallow novels online at (139). Chapter 139. Pang, another signal flare went off. The sky turned red. Eugene and Ivan sprinted through the forest, scanning their surroundings. The forest had turned into a massive slaughterhouse. Block it, Philip, hold on, Philip, breeze. Every sharp noise was captured by keen hearing. Screams, shouts, clashes, cracks, death rattles, the roar of the dragon setting the forest ablaze, and the crackling of flames, along with the distinctive noise of people being burned alive. It was a cacophony of familiar sounds, the sounds of the battlefield. And with a touch of sensation, it was the sound of defeat. Big brother, over there's. Eugene shouted. Ivan didn't even turn his head but shifted his posture. He had already sensed it. Ahead of them, there was a group of bewildered individuals riding up the mountain. It was the path leading to Jill Burr's encampment. Uncle, what's happening? There's no time to expel. Puzzing. Reflexively, Ivan focused his nerves. In the slow flow of sensation, even the time for Isabel's mouth to open seemed sluggish to him as he swiftly reached for his axe and raised it. The line of fire detection blinked fiercely. No, strictly speaking, this wasn't his detection skill. He could distinguish it because he had experienced it before. This was the breath of a dragon. Bang! He leaped with all the magic he could muster. Piercing through the group as if flowing through Ivan's body, he shot towards the opposite forest. Qualia. He hurled Elfera in the path and swung his axe in that spot. Fortunately, he timed it right. Ivan struck the breath of the dragon with the blade of the axe and quickly threw the axe to the ground. The axe, forged from steel, was melting down to the handle. The dragon's breath was a combination of magic and physical force. The ignition of magic could be repelled, but not the physical force. After bouncing back and releasing the tension, Ivan turned around and drew his pistol, facing forward. You go first. You, uncle, we can. Listen. In the direction where the fireball flew, yellow irises floated in the air. It was a sensation where the body involuntarily stiffened due to intense vitality. This was the problem. All creatures mimicking dragons essentially petrified lower beings. It wasn't such an extraordinary ability to be called petrification, but it dulled movements by stimulating the realm of instinct. They called it the presence of a dragon. Even basilisks and wyverns could perform such tricks. If it was the prototype dragon, that is. Resistance could be mustered with magic, but that was a feat reserved for superhumans. Not everyone in this forest was a superhuman. Although the militia was comprised of highly trained soldiers, the proportion of superhumans didn't even reach 5%. So it was a slaughterhouse. Over 30% of the forest's power has oxidized. The story of 3,000 trained soldiers hunting down a dragon was a hypothesis achievable when confronted with a well-organized defense from the front. Currently, soldiers in the forest are being ambushed in groups of 100 by dragons flying above. It's safe to assume that the militia has suffered near total annihilation. In classical military science, the annihilation of a legion meant that over 20% of the total force had been lost. Whether in modern or pre-modern times, it didn't differ much. With over 20% lost instantly, the remaining forces lost their ability to sustain combat. The Eastern Knights and Jill Burr must prevent this situation. As previously discussed, even at maximum capacity, the Eastern Knights led by Jill Burr could capture up to 20 dragons under prepared circumstances and when facing head-on. The flares soaring into the sky numbered at least 30. Come. Armed with a dagger and a pistol, Ivan muttered amidst the whispering darkness of the forest to the towering creature. As dragons were intelligent beings, they could understand human speech. Even your creed couldn't kill me. Dragons could communicate with humans. It's not even stranger that intellectual beings capable of magic couldn't do so. However, dragons never speak to humans, just as there are no humans to converse with food. Those arrogant creatures considered it beneath them. Therefore, Ivan silently addressed the lizard glaring at him without a response. Try it. Who warn? The sound of the horn echoed. Oscar raised his head and shouted. It's my father's summons, it's not far. At the point of the assault, the safest area was the front line defended directly by Jill Burr. Jill Burr was blowing the horn to rally the remaining forces. Since the dragon's target was Jill Burr, it was essentially an act of risking one's own life, since it was evident that every dragon not engaged in combat would flock towards him. Oscar gritted his teeth and led the group. The forest became sparse. The forest, exposed to overwhelming firepower, charred and vanished before being set ablaze. Ashes were scattered. Smoke billowed from the Bernini Mountains, darkening the sky. Beneath the obscured moonlit sky, soldiers brandishing torches fled and gathered. Toward the summit of the mountain. Who warn? Toward their master. Who warn? Toward the defenders of the homeland, the knights of homeland, the shield of this country. How many survived? 81 members in the Knights Order. The Capital Defense Corps can maintain a total of 21 units. With a sigh, Jill Burr gnashed his teeth. In an instant, over 1,000 troops had not returned. You fools. If there were troops who had chosen to desert, there would have been more survivors. But the soldiers he personally trained were gathering beneath his encampment, albeit frightened and pale. No one succumbed to panic and fled down the mountain. It was safe to assume that those who didn't return were all dead. This was the burden of a hero's party. Let's call it the burden carried by the symbol of hope. It was the weight felt throughout one's lifetime by a being who had become the hope of all. Even amidst the swift burning deaths of comrades, instead of seeking the fleeting hope of survival, they chose to gather around him, the center of their hope. You must retreat, my lord, we will clear the way. Where to? Where am I going? Straight to the Eastern Front, or to St. Mathilda? Well, of course. In that case, what about them? Jill Burr gestured towards the soldiers. Tyles possesses the strongest legion. If we sacrifice them to survive, what comes next? You are the only hope left in this country, my lord. The hope of this country cannot be vested in individuals. The homeland knights protect the country. Not the king, not the capital, not the people. They protect the nation. They uphold the system of the nation. They must preserve the concept of a nation. They must uphold an administrative system called the nation, in which everyone can place their trust. Individual strength cannot maintain a country. Fear can rule, but it cannot govern. A nation is a collection of trust, the belief that it will never collapse. Under that belief, the people plow the fields, tend the sheep, and sell the wheat to survive. When those small units come together like gears in a machine, it can be called a nation. Therefore, homeland knights never flee. That is the meaning of the duty Jill Burr swore to uphold. They're a trap set up for me. If I fall for them, they'll chase after me. No matter where I go, that area will surely be set ablaze. My lord. Even if that's not the case, if they merely station themselves in these mountains, what difference would it make? The Eastern Front will wither away in isolation. Except for the Capital Corps, there are no allies anywhere. Tyles will be split in half and perish. Losing all the areas within the range of the dragon's flight, including the Bernini Mountains, means losing all the territories in the northeast direction, including numerous pastures and farmlands. Such a thing must not happen. There has never been such damage even in the wars against the Demon King's army. After losing half the nation, losing half the driving force of national growth, and throwing half the population into the mouths of dragons and demons, is there a future? There isn't. Tyles is finished, so I must stop them here. Jill Burr extended his hand towards the gathering soldiers. An officer handed him a helmet with a stiff face. Taking it and pressing it firmly onto his head, he extended his hand again. The military flag flutters. Flutter. The dawn rising over the meadow, burning the demons. The military flag of the Eastern Knights. The military flag of Edarik, where antlers, spears, and shields intersect. The two types of military flags spread out behind him like a wall. Each member of the Eastern Knights gripped their military flag and sergeant's flag behind him. Father. Jill Burr secretly sighed with relief as he watched the approaching children. Fortunately, they were alive. Father, we will fight too. My lord, we will stand with you. Huh. He chuckled softly as he watched the approaching children. They looked just like they did when they first set out on their journey. A bit less mature than us. It was natural. We had each set out after reaching sufficient maturity. It was because we had been a group of assassins organized to assassinate the Demon King right away. But they, perhaps, resembled more of a hero's party. Young people ready to fight willingly, even if it's not for their country or family, but for hope and justice. Yes, if there is hope in the United Kingdom, it is because such young people still exist. If I were to speak from the perspective of a senior, this is the burden of the generation. Read Fallu novels online at 140. Chapter 140. This is the burden of the previous generation. My lord, wouldn't it be irresponsible for the heroes of the previous generation's party not to pass on responsibility to the heroes of the current generation? Jill Burr laughed coolly as he looked at Isabelle. Maximilian's daughter. Those eyes so reminiscent of that lad, it's truly astonishing. He was fiercely jealous. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up to that skill. But still, back then, he risked his life and raised his shield to protect. Inferiority can never be heavier than duty and justice. Reading Isabelle's stance and demeanor as she drew her sword, Jill Burr chuckled softly. You've grown well. You resemble that skilled man even though he never taught you anything. It's almost terrifying. Now there's no jealousy. Maximilian was too brilliant for him to be jealous. How relieved he felt after realizing that. After hearing the curse of the Demon King, he swore. He would protect his daughter no matter what. Seeing the mature Isabelle now, laughter was inevitable. Walk as heroes. Head towards the land that needs your help. My lord, no, uncles. Bella and all of you, entrust the tasks of this era to the heroes of this era. Go, save Saint Mathilda and protect this country. This is not a request from the previous generation, but from the homeland. Jill Burr willingly bowed his head. The entire group hesitated and tried to dissuade him. Nevertheless, Jilbur remained silent. Protecting this country is indeed my duty, but would I dare to entrust my duty to the heroes of this era? Will you accept this mission willingly? Uncle, yes, gladly. Thank you, heroes. Jilbur stroked Isabel's head and then looked at his son. Oscar was biting his lip, his face as though he might burst into tears at any moment, staring at the ground. Son. Yes, father. This is the sword of Edarreek. All authority in Saint Mathilda submits to the authority of this sword. Now, it is yours to wield. It's too great an honor for me. It's your duty. Jilbur caressed his son's cheek. Oscar's wet eyes looked up at Jilbur. It's not about honor. There is no honor there, only duty. Take this and save the people. Save the country, save your king, and protect your mother and your siblings. Yes, father. Now you are a knight of the Eastern Order. Go, be a knight of valor. Defend the heroes bravely in the face of death. Remain faithful to your duty, protect the weak, and always act with dignity before morality. Yes, father. The burden of the past belongs to the past. The duty of the present belongs to the present. After giving the best words left to say in the camp, Jilbur turned his back once again. With a brief farewell, the group descended down the mountain. Am I late? Ivan reached the summit, catching his breath. No, it wasn't too late yet. The Eastern Order was still intact. Despite some losses, they had the strength to continue the fight. The capital defense army was nearly annihilated. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say so. Now, the remaining number barely reached 1,000. And Jilbur. With the armor in one hand, the Duke of Edarreek was breathing heavily over the body of the dragon. Jilbur. Ivan. Jilbur, who turned his gaze to the approaching Ivan, chuckled under his helmet. How many did you kill? 3. Haha, I got 5, I won. Again. I'll join. Approaching Ivan, Jilbur nodded silently. While the dragon's attacks had subsided, the battle was far from over. The dragons that had been soaring in the sky were now hesitant to approach Jilbur and the Eastern Order's fight. Instead, almost all the forests of the Bernini Mountains had been destroyed. Ashes scattered. Whenever the wind blew over this barren wasteland, the ashes scattered like mist. Beneath it all, a massive crevice appeared. Jilbur stood before the crevice, raising his spear. Do you remember the dungeon beneath this mountain? Yeah. It wasn't just a dungeon. If we must be precise, it was a temple. A temple. The Temple of the Dragons. Standing beside Jilbur, they surveyed the scene. A tingling sensation emanated from the cracked crevice. The presence of the dragons was seeping up from below. How many dragons were slumbering beneath? How and since when? Such questions were meaningless. Dragons had slumbered beneath this temple since a distant era. The demons realized this fact, and 3 counts used the demons' information to create this trap. To be precise, it was the prelude to the crisis of Tylus's destruction. A system remarkably similar to the ancient underground temple sealed in Krasilov, a kind that even hinted at some evil. The kind that, once awakened, would engulf the country in flames, yet no one in the country was aware beforehand. Even in this era, the reason for needing new heroes is precisely that. As the country crumbles, new evils arise, and the villains of old roam the world once again. How much longer will these things last? This world not only had to contend with the remaining dragons, but also with such things. Things unseen, buried in the depths of the nation, time bombs. Ivan sighed. Jilbur's hand rested on his shoulder. Leave. Are you ready to die here? No way. Jilbur chuckled. Haven't we endured enough hardships in the old days? Can mere flying lizards dare to scheme against this knight of Iron Mountain? Bluffing. You remember what you said. Jilbur shrugged as if it were nothing. Sometime you muttered about being a hunting dog with just a change of leash. Whenever it was said, probably when Ivan first joined and when he left the hero party. During the final journey to the demon castle, Ivan left the party. It was when the war was reaching its climax. He had grumbled to Enrique when leaving the party about how they just switched leashes and utilized it well. Call it the destiny of a hunting dog, a self-deprecating joke. Thinking back on what happened afterward, it wasn't just a joke. They were unleashed after the hunt was over. The extermination unit was certainly not just a proficient hunting dog. With a face mixed with laughter, Gilbert awakened Ivan's conscience. Would prey see a difference between the hunter and the hunting dog? To the prey, both are just natural enemies. Don't you agree? What are you trying to say? If heroes are the nemesis of demons, then you are too. Gilbert took off his helmet and slid his arm through it, extending one hand. I am not part of the hero party. From the perspective of the previous generation, well, you were the only one who thought so. He firmly grasped Ivan's forearm. It was an old gesture of respect. Ivan also clasped his arm in return. Locking eyes, Gilbert chuckled and spoke. Representing the current generation, it's the same. Ivan Petrovich Yermov, you were and still are a member of the hero party. Gilbert, don't be so miserably timid. Have confidence. Otherwise, won't you feel anxious and trusting the children to us? With a chuckle, Gilbert shook Ivan's arm once. Their hands parted. Gilbert put on his helmet again and spoke. The burden of the past lies with the past. Stand as the vanguard of the present. Leave the past's burden and carry on the past's duty. Illuminate the path for the present. As the uncle of the current generation's heroes, as the father of the current generation's knights, as a friend of the current generation's vanguards. Don't speak as if you're going to die. Ivan managed to utter with dry lips. Upon hearing his voice, Gilbert burst into laughter. Oh, we'll see each other alive, in Maryland. Good luck. Good luck. As Ivan left and turned his head once more, Gilbert breathed deeply under his helmet. His breath hummed, trapped beneath the visor. Through the cracked slit of the visor, a deep ravine came into view. Countless yellow pupils glared at him from below. Laughter erupted. Come. He raised his spear, fortunately still light. It stretches toward the sky, above the dense night sky obscured by smoke. You stand before the homeland's defenders. The sky splits, the morning star shines. Beneath it, the Eastern Order gathers. The surviving Capital Defense Army rallies, each brandishing their weapons. Towards the symbol of hope, willingly. Not for their own hopes, but for the hopes left in this country. Banners fluttered. The insignia of Ederkir and the banners of the Eastern Order flowed like a wall. Buo. The horn of the homeland echoed through the mountains once again. Read Fallow novels online at